Hi, I'm Miranda from Michigan, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, Mom and Dad were over the moon, but my brother Jamie was the happiest. Mom told me he wouldn't leave my side for a second and refused to let anyone hold me except him. Once when I was 4, I was sitting on a swing when an older boy pushed me and I landed in the mud.
Why did you do that? My new dress is all dirty now.
All the kids started laughing, and suddenly I started wheezing and had trouble breathing. Just then, Jamie came running and shoved an ice pop down the boy's shirt. He ran off screaming. "Are you okay, Miranda? What's happened to you?" He immediately rushed me home. My parents took me to the doctor, and I was diagnosed with asthma, and it got triggered every time I got stressed. Since that day, Jamie's life mission was to protect me from anything stressful. When we were little, I loved Jamie's overprotectiveness, but as I got older, it started annoying me, especially since Jamie made it clear to every boy in school that I was off limits. In 9th grade, when a boy finally asked me out, I was super excited, but just as I was sneaking out of the house, I bumped into Jamie.
"Where are you going dressed like that?"
"Who are you, my mother-in-law?"
"I told you to stay away from guys. You'll end up miserable."
"Jamie, I know you think you're looking out for me, but it's getting really annoying." I slammed the door in his face and left. But my first date was awful. The guy was a new admission and he kept talking about his fancy old school. At one point, he started wailing loudly about how our school was a garbage dump and everyone here was so tacky. I walked out in the middle of our meal. But when I got home, I found Jamie waiting for me. I told him the date was amazing. I wasn't gonna tell him that it sucked. My friends thought having an older brother was awesome since I got to hang out with his best friend and our school's heartthrob, Sheldon. But I thought both of them were pigs. They talked about wearing the same underwear for days and held burping contests and made me the judge. Ew! And they were always getting into trouble at school for bunking classes and were even caught smoking once. They made me swear I wouldn't tell Mom. I had to keep their stupid secrets. But one afternoon when I got home, I saw Sheldon's car in our driveway, and he was cleaning its windshield with his t-shirt. I couldn't stop staring at his gorgeous, toned body.
"Like what you see, eh?"
Gosh, that was so embarrassing. I wasn't staring at you.
"Hey, wait. I wanted your friend's number. You know, the one with the curly hair."
And why would I give it to you? I know how you treat girls. You're a serial heartbreaker. Some girl is crying in the school bathroom every week over you.
"Well, they just all fall for me too fast. It's creepy. And I haven't found the right one yet."
I don't know why, but the way he was looking at me was making my heart flutter. Luckily, Jamie came out just then, and I ran off to my room. The next day when I went to the school cafeteria, I was shocked to see Jamie and Sheldon talking to the guy who'd asked me out. The poor guy looked terrified. I was determined to give those two jerks a piece of my mind later, but as I was walking back from school, I saw a heavily pregnant woman on the roadside all alone, looking distressed. "Hey, are you okay?" She told me she was about to go into labor. I quickly called an ambulance, and even though I was kind of freaking out, I went with her. When we finally got to the hospital and she was admitted, it happened. My heart started racing and I had trouble breathing. I fumbled through my bag to find my inhaler when I saw Sheldon walk in. He took one look at me and quickly found my inhaler from my bag. When I finally calmed down, I realized I was in Sheldon's arms and he was gently patting my back. I felt a strange fluttering in my tummy. "This is Sheldon, for heaven's sake. You've known him since you wore pigtails to school. Why are you here?"
"My sister just had a baby girl. I'm an uncle now. Want to meet my niece?"
"Sure." I didn't know much about Sheldon's family. I knew his family was loaded, but he still spent more time at my home than his own. As soon as we entered his sister's room, I was shocked to see she was the same woman I'd helped. Sheldon couldn't thank me enough as he dropped me home. When we got there, Jamie was coming back from his evening run. Seeing him, I remembered he'd been bullying my date, and I felt so angry again. "Why do you keep poking your fat nose in my business, Jamie? You both break every rule, but you can't even let me date in peace?"
"What are you talking about?"
"Don't act innocent. I saw both of you talking to that poor guy in the cafeteria."
"Do you think it's my personal mission to keep you single? It's just that I know dating a jerk will stress you out."
"You know what? I think you stress me out more than anyone else. I don't think you care about me. You just want to control me." And with that, I ran to my room. A few minutes later, I heard a knock and Sheldon walked in.
That was unfair, Miranda. You know how much Jamie loves you.
But that doesn't give him the right to interfere in my personal life.
I know he can be a little overbearing, but trust me, you're lucky to have a family that cares about you so much. Not everyone has that.
Then suddenly he took my hand in his.
My dad's hardly ever home, and my stepmom can't wait to get rid of me. Why do you think I'm always here?
Does Jamie know about this?
Yeah, he never told you?
At that moment, I felt really proud of my brother. He was that kind of person who would never betray his friend's confidence. Just then, I realized my hand was still in Sheldon's.
Are you really into that cafeteria guy?
No, he's a complete moron.
Thank God. You know that rock band you love? They're having a concert this weekend. Jamie isn't interested, so would you like to go with me?
I'd love that. When I told Jamie about our plan, he didn't think too much about it since Sheldon was practically family. And I made an extra effort to get dressed that day. It didn't go unnoticed. When Sheldon came to pick me up, he gave a low whistle. Don't be a jerk, I'm not your girlfriend.
Yeah, and that's a shame.
What did that mean? We had a blast at the concert, and then went to a cafe since we were both starving.
Whoa, slow down, Tiger. Jamie would kill me if you choked on that burger. Wait, you've got mustard just there.
Oh, I can be messy.
Cute's more like it. You're nothing like the girls I've dated.
Because I don't wear makeup or because I'm eating too much?
I don't know. You're just different.
When we were going back home, Sheldon asked me if we could make a small stop on the way. And I was really surprised when we ended up in a nursing home. I followed him into a room where a weak-looking woman was lying in bed, but her face instantly lit up when she saw Sheldon. Sheldon stroked her hair and read to her until she dozed off. Then we gently tiptoed out of the room. Sheldon, was that your mom?
Yeah, but she doesn't actually recognize me as her son now. She's been unwell for a long time and lost her memories. I'm just a friend who comes to visit. It makes her happy.
I felt a lump in my throat thinking about how much Sheldon had to go through. When he dropped me at home, I was about to get out of the car when he stopped me.
Miranda, I have a small gift for you.
He took out a silver bracelet from his pocket with hearts hanging from it.
This was my mom's. I want you to have it now.
What? No, I can't take this.
Please, I insist. I know you're my best friend's little sister, but lately, I'm seeing you as so much more. You know what I mean?
Yes. I think I like you too, that way.
But there's one problem.
Jamie?
Yeah, he'd kill me if he gets to know about us.
Don't worry. He doesn't want me to date random guys, but I know he trusts you. We'll tell him when the time is right. With that, I leaned in and kissed Sheldon on his cheek. But when I entered the house, I found Jamie glaring at me like an angry bull.
I just saw you kissing that backstabber in the car.
What? He's your best friend. And yeah, we have feelings for each other. I thought because you know him so well, you'd actually be happy.
That's the problem, Miranda. I know Sheldon too well. He's never serious about any girl. I'm telling you, he's bad news. He's a fantastic friend, but a hardcore playboy.
But what we have is special, Jamie. He even gave me his mom's bracelet today.
The one with the hearts?
Suddenly, my heart sank.
Yeah, he gives them to all of his girlfriends. Don't be stupid, Miranda, and trust me on this. Sheldon will let you down.
With that, Jamie stormed off. But I knew he was wrong about this. Sheldon really cared for me. Jamie started avoiding me and Sheldon completely after that day. And anytime Sheldon tried to talk to him, he walked off angrily without listening to a word. Gosh, he's being so awful. But I really do hate seeing you two fight.
Don't worry about it. He has to come around. I know he will.
Being with Sheldon was amazing. But some weeks later, I was getting to see less and less of him because he always had football practice after school. And then one day, I walked into the school hallway to find Sheldon by the lockers talking to a blonde girl. He whispered something in her ear, and then he slid a bracelet on her wrist. What are you doing? Sheldon turned to me with a completely indifferent expression.
I was gonna tell you, I just didn't find the right time. I met Casey here at football practice. She's a cheerleader. I think we work better together.
You didn't find the right time to tell me?
Come on, Miranda. You know my history. I just think you like me more than I like you. Can you please not have an asthma attack right now? It's so melodramatic.
He stepped forward to take my inhaler out of my bag, and I slapped him hard. You're such a jerk. Don't come near me. I pulled out my inhaler as I ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could I have been so wrong about Sheldon? And later at home, as I cried in my room, Jamie came and sat on my bed. I guess you heard. Please, just whatever you say right now, don't say I told you so. Because I just can't deal with...
Sheldon and I got into a huge fight, and I told him to never come near you again. I'm sorry you're going through this.
No, I'm sorry for not listening to you. I should have believed you. A week later, things were back to normal between me and Jamie, but I missed Sheldon. As pathetic as that sounded, I missed his silly banters with Jamie and his goofy smile. Heck, I was still wearing that stupid bracelet he gave me. That weekend, I was watching MSA videos and sulking in my room when Jamie walked in.
You're still crying over Sheldon?
Yes, I am, and it's your fault. You always treated me like some porcelain doll when you should have been my friend. Look at me now. I'm so bad at judging guys, and I dated 2 jerks.
But I told you to stay away from both.
And why would I listen when you're always telling me what I can do? And now, I don't think I'll ever fall in love again.
Wait, you loved Sheldon?
Of course I did, but he turned out to be a lying jerk. I hate myself for being stupid, and I hate you more for not letting me grow up. I was so mad that I threw the bracelet Sheldon gave me. Jamie picked it up, and suddenly looked like he'd seen a ghost.
Oh my God, Miranda, I messed up, big time. Sheldon told me the bracelet he gave you was really his mom's. He said something about her initials engraved inside.
Wait, I thought you two weren't talking. That's when Jamie told me that Sheldon had come to see him after the concert and had confessed his feelings for me. He didn't want to keep it a secret from Jamie.
I was so pissed at the both of you that I told him to back off or lose me as his friend forever. I kept refusing to listen to him. Miranda, I think he hurt you on purpose, just so you'd fall out of love with him. He did this because of me.
It all started making more sense now.
You must hate me.
Yeah, a bit, but not really, you doofus. You just have to stay out of my business now.
I promise.
Take me over to your stupid friend's place now. Jamie and I drove over as fast as we could to find Sheldon sitting outside in the garden by himself. I ran up to him, and before he could say anything, I punched his arm really hard.
Ow! Are you here to beat me up now?
Did you break up with me because you're just a big jerk, or because of Jamie? Because Jamie is okay with us being together, so tell me.
What? He is? Of course that's why I broke up with you. And I'm so sorry. I just felt like I was making you two hate each other, and Jamie was hating me, so I needed you to not like me anymore. I'm not dating anyone, Miranda, because I only want to date you. I love you.
I love you too, moron.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm about to tell you how working with My Story Animated was the worst decision of my life. Geez, this channel. So I'm not here to only talk about them. I have a story of my own, and it's not a very happy one. I'm the oldest child in a family of 5 girls, and all my sisters are my half-sisters. Each one of us has a different dad. Mom really loved having daughters, but she said men were annoying and she didn't want to live with any of them forever. But sadly, I was the ugly daughter. But I'm not ugly. It's just that I'm not as pretty as the rest of my sisters, who are pretty. Like real freaking models. Don't get me wrong, I love myself now, but when I was a kid, it really affected me. People would stop to laugh and talk with my sisters, and they completely ignored me. One day, Mom was reading something when she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, this book says that ugly people are usually smart. That explains your ugliness. God takes beauty and gives brains. This is how it works. Well, meet my mom. She's dumb, but I still love her. Why am I saying this? Because the year I started 2nd grade, it was my sister's first day of school, so Mom came with us. My teacher saw us all together and said, "Oh, you're Sarah's mom. But these can't be her sisters. They're very different. Oh, Sarah is adopted." Ugh, Mom was always like that, but she wasn't getting away with it this time. I immediately whipped out a copy of my birth certificate. "Look, I swear I'm her biological daughter, but she keeps telling everyone I'm adopted because she's too dumb to accept that I'm different." Mom glared at me, but I stepped on her foot. Accidentally, of course, and went to class. Well, let me tell you, anyone can pass the 1st and 2nd grade. But it's when I got to the 3rd grade and things got harder that I found out the worst possible thing. I wasn't even really smart. When Mom saw my report card, she cried out, Ugh, ugly and stupid? So then what did God give you? It can't be charisma. I mean, look at you. Maybe a good heart, Mom? Maybe I don't judge people based on their looks? Mom then started entering my sisters into beauty pageants, and they always won something. Once she came and said that since my sisters were like princesses, I should be the maid and serve everyone around. I glared at her. You wish! And went to my room. 1 year later, we found out that my sisters weren't just beautiful, they were also really smart too. Like so much smarter than me that I started making my second half sister, June, do my homework. And my grades started getting so much better. When Mom found out, she went insane and said that I should find a job to make myself useful. But I have to tell you guys, I'm one of the top 10 laziest people on earth. But Mom has another word to describe me. You're just useless, Sarah! I spent the next few years of my life doing nothing really meaningful. I'd mostly just stay in my room watching videos on YouTube and shows like Hannah Montana. Until one day, Mom told me that she was taking the older sisters to the salon, and I had to babysit the youngest toddlers. The minute she left, I went straight back to my room. The toddlers followed me and asked me to take them to the park. Oh, yeah, sweeties, of course. Just after I take this nap. I was lying for sure, and I wasn't going to take them anywhere. Hours later, I woke up to my mom screaming and sobbing. The toddlers were missing. Your sisters are lost because of you! Oh, no, no, they're too pretty. Someone could have kidnapped them and put them in a beauty pageant already. Ugh, Mom, take a chill pill. They're at the park. But to my utter horror, they were not. And I just went crazy with guilt. I started looking for them everywhere. 2 weeks passed, and they were nowhere to be found. And for the first time in my life, I realized Mom was right. I was only an ugly, stupid, useless girl. After 3 weeks, we finally found them. A blind old man had found them and had been taking care of them. The social services said that Mom wasn't qualified to raise us because of my sister's incident, and they'd be taking all of us away from her. My sister started crying, and Mom looked at me hatefully. I wish I'd never given birth to you. Mom paid almost everything she had to the lawyers until she won the case, and eventually we didn't have to leave her. But she never spoke to me again, and my sisters all resented me, except for June. June came to me one day and said, Sierra, some people are just born unlucky, but there is no point crying over it, sis. Just find out what makes you happy. I was in 9th grade back then, and I decided to find a job after school. I applied for a job in a clothing store. When I got there, I saw a beautiful blonde girl waiting for the interview. Just then, the store owner came out and said, Hey, you, pretty girl, you're hired. But you didn't even interview me. There's no need. You're, not very attractive for this job. But you look like a smart person. I'm sure you belong in a lab or something. But I need this job so badly. Mom paid a lot of money for the lawyers after my sisters. Hey, where do you think you are? The Oprah Winfrey Show? I don't care about your stupid problems. You're not pretty. Like, at all. So leave. What a total jerk. I got really mad, so I spat at his face. To my surprise, the pretty girl walked up to him and spat at his face too. And then we both left. I never found a job, but I found a boy. And he was cute. One day, I invited him to my house, and when he got there and saw my sisters, he said, Oh, they're prettier. Not fair. And just like that, he left. What a total jerk. I decided not to date any boy ever again. When I graduated, I decided to go to any college just to run away from home. I heard someone say that animation was an easy subject, so I studied that. And wow, that was such a difficult subject. By the time I graduated, My Story Animated was looking for animators. I didn't really like their content, but I needed the job, so I applied and got accepted. I started animating for them. And it was amazing at first. I loved knowing that the videos I'd worked on were being watched by millions around the world. Loads of people left comments about how much they liked my animation. And for the first time in my life, I felt like someone saw me, and I wasn't invisible anymore. I was really happy and proud of myself. That is, until one morning, when I woke up to see tons of YouTubers making fun of My Story Animated videos. They left the meanest comments and said that the stories were stupid. I realized these smart people were right, and My Story Animated was a crazy channel. So I messaged the boss, Hey, your videos suck. I quit. Bye. Then I started following other channels, especially the ones who'd attacked My Story Animated. I was sure they would have better content, but soon enough, I discovered that they proved nothing useful or worth watching, and I was really beginning to regret my decision. Of course, Mom went insane when she found out that I'd quit. At least My Story Animated entertains people. and their content changes people's lives in some way. Why can't you be like the strong girls who send their stories to the channel? They always overcome challenges eventually, unlike you good-for-nothing loser. Remember I told you that Mom was dumb? Well, for the first time in my life, she said something that actually made sense. So I decided to contact My Story Animated the following day. But I never got around to it because that same day, I had a terrible car accident. When I woke up, the doctors told me that my legs were hurt and that it might take me a long time to be able to walk again. When Mom heard that, she had the most incredible thing to say. Oh, I thought you'd be the one taking care of me when I get old. You couldn't even do that, could you? Now I'll be babysitting you. I just lost it and started yelling at her. Who asked you to? I don't need you. You never treated me as a real daughter. You never loved me. Just leave my life. She shrugged and just left. June stayed by my side, though, and helped me with everything. I felt helpless, and I knew that my life was even more meaningless now. But June said, "Meaningless? How? Sarah, I envy you." I couldn't believe that my super gorgeous, smart sister was envying me. Me? You have the opportunity to be part of My Story Animated family and help tell people stories from around the world. You can help give a voice to so many girls dealing with all sorts of obstacles. And you call that meaningless? I immediately contacted My Story Animated, not only to work with them again, but also to share my story with the world. Fortunately, they agreed to take me back. As I kept working hard, my animation also got better, but my legs weren't getting any better. June used to take me to the park to make me feel better. One day, I found some young girls watching one of My Story Animated videos. Hey, I work with that channel. Actually, you're now watching a video I animated. The girls were stunned. They oohed and awed and showered me with questions. Then they started hugging me and asking to take pictures with me. They also asked for my autograph. I felt amazing, and I felt I have a great power to help change the world. But Mom knew I was back to work and started calling me for money because all of my sisters found jobs and left her alone. I yelled at her. "You deserve what's happening to you. Don't contact me ever again." I was really happy at work, but the mean comments on my videos never stopped. One day I asked the boss, "Don't all these hateful videos and comments affect you?" "Yes, but there are plenty of people who love us and impatiently wait for our videos. Haters are just very judgmental people who see the world as black and white and think they are right about everything. And when they don't understand something, they just call it stupid or bad or ugly. And that is just bullying." I immediately thought of Mom and how she always thought I was useless, stupid, and ugly. Mom was a bully. My mom is a bully. Months later, I got better and was able to walk again, but I still thought about what the boss had said about bullies. So I decided to contact Mom again. I went to her house. She looked miserable and started crying the moment she saw me. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. All your sisters left me after everything I did for them. You're the best child I ever had. You never complained. I was so unfair. Forgive me, my child. Forgive your mama." She then got on her knees and was about to kiss my hand. I took my hand away and helped her get up. "It's all good now, Mom. I'm here, and we have an entire life to make up for the lost time. I forgive you, Mom. I really do." Tears rolled down my cheeks while I hugged her, and she cried on my chest.
Hello, my name is Lily, and I live in a hidden village high up in the mountains. My father was from a long line of wealthy traders who built these castles themselves. They built a huge wall around the town to keep us safe, and the kids were forbidden from going outside. Obviously, that meant we tried to leave all the time. We would dare each other to get past the gates, but there were 100 guards ready to stop us. The others laughed it off, but I was mad. My father went out for trades all the time. Why couldn't I? When I was 10, I sneaked into his bags before a trip, and I jumped out once the carriage left town. "Woohoo! I'm outside with you, Papa!" He screamed, and his guards almost jumped on me. Father made the carriage turn back, but he made a stop on the way and showed me a dark, chilly forest.
This is the outside world, Lily. It's full of horrible monsters and bad people. As the future chiefess of our town, you have to be inside to be safe.
I believed my father completely and I raced back into the carriage. When I reached home, I told everyone who would listen all about it. Father said there are monsters with giant teeth who chase you, and it's always dark and cold. I'm never going outside again. Suddenly, I heard someone laughing at me. It was Arthur, the boy who delivered milk to the town every day.
There are no such things as monsters. The chief is a liar.
How dare you? Take that back.
Nuh-uh. I live outside and I have never seen any monsters. And it's sunny all the time. You're a fool.
Everyone laughed at me and I turned red with embarrassment. People started asking Arthur what he had seen, and he said there were towns way bigger than ours. There was even something called a school where hundreds of children got together to play games and learn skills. Hundreds of children? Our entire village had 30 kids. I couldn't believe Father lied to me. I demanded that he tell me the truth and let me out, but he refused.
You are my princess. This is the only place I can keep you safe.
His control over me changed everything. Over the next few years, I stopped being the sweet Lily he used to know. I turned into a total troublemaker. I broke expensive vases he got from his travels and tore up tapestries he dearly loved. One time he had an important meeting with big traders, and I let all of our goats run free into the room. It was so funny to watch all the men screaming. Father was furious at my antics, and one night I overheard him talking to my mom about setting my engagement.
If we get her married, I can officially make her the chiefess. Then she can stay here forever.
Be here? Forever? This was my nightmare. I knew that if I wanted to see the world outside these walls, I had to do something drastic. The only person I could think of was Arthur, the milk boy. He rode into our town in a carriage every day, so I packed up some gold and clothes and sneaked inside. I held my breath as Arthur rode out of town, but when we were away from the walls, I couldn't help but scream. Yes, I made it out!
Ah! What are you doing here?
I needed to get out of there. You can take me to a new town, right?
Are you joking? Your father will end me.
Just then, loud bells started ringing through the village. Alarms.
They must know you're missing. I'm taking you back.
No, please, I'm begging you. If I go back, my father will get me married to some stranger, and I'll be locked in there forever.
Not my problem.
I'll give you all the gold I have on me. I showed him the contents of my purse, and he agreed to help me right away. Yes! Arthur's carriage raced away from my village, and I finally got to see the outside world for real. Yes, there were dark, scary forests, but they ended soon, and we reached a bright town that was bursting with people. Arthur tried to leave me in the middle of the crowded square, but I held on to him. No, you have to keep me with you.
Not a chance. There's going to be guards looking for you all over.
I gave you all the gold I had. The least you can do is give me a place to sleep one night, please? He groaned and took me to his house, complaining the whole way there. I got to meet Arthur's family, his mother and his little sister Gwen. When I told them the story of my escape, Gwen and his mother accepted me with open arms. I can't believe you've never been to school.
You're much too young to be engaged.
You can stay here until your father sees sense. Arthur protested, but the ladies shouted him down. They even had a secret basement to hide me in when the guards came to search everyone's houses. Even though they wanted to help me, living here was not easy. Even though I wore an elaborate disguise, Arthur's neighbors noticed I was new, and they were so nosy. One evening, all of them streamed into the house to ask who I was. Is she the lost girl? The one all the soldiers are searching for? No, I'm Arthur's cousin. Arthur doesn't have any cousins. We've known him our whole life. Who are you really? I thought I was done for, but Arthur stepped in and said,
She's my fiancé.
Everyone gasped and my jaw was on the floor.
She's from another village. She's visiting to see her future home. She's really shy, so please stop staring at her.
People walked away, whispering to each other, and I threw my arms around Arthur. Thank you. Now that everyone thought I was his fiancé, I was free to roam around town, and Gwen even took me to school. I got to play games I'd never even heard of. with more children than I'd ever seen in my life. I was just getting used to being here when one day horses charged into town with my father's crest. I ran home and tried to get into the basement, but Arthur blocked the door.
I'm so sorry, Lily.
Sorry, for what? Open the door. That was when my father marched right into the house and caught me. His men put me into his carriage and he thanked Arthur publicly.
You must be rewarded for helping me find my daughter. From now on, you work for me, son. I will take care of your education and your family. Pack up your things and follow us. Thank you, Chief.
I was in shock. Arthur had betrayed me. My father yelled at me the whole way home, but I couldn't hear a word he said. I was too busy punching Arthur in my head. Father locked me in my room and put guards to watch me. And the most annoying part? He asked Arthur to be my servant. I was so furious with him that I wasn't going to touch anything he brought me. I sat in my room hungry and thirsty for hours.
You're being childish. You have to eat.
No!
I'm sorry I betrayed you, but my family was struggling every day outside. Your father offered a huge reward. I couldn't turn it down.
The gold you took wasn't enough? Just go away. Because of him, my father was about to marry me off to some weirdo, like the richest boy in my town, who showed up with his creepy smiles.
You're the future chiefess, right? You're even more beautiful than they said. I can't wait to win your hand.
He gave me a flower and he leaned forward to kiss my cheek. Arthur pushed him away.
Who kisses a lady like that? The guy who's going to marry her.
No way was I going to marry this idiot. But my father actually agreed to his offer. He didn't even care when I said no.
He has enough castles to amuse you your whole life, Lily. You'll love it.
The day of my wedding was fixed, and I knew I had to run away somehow, but the days kept passing and I could never get around the guards. There was no way out, and suddenly my wedding day was here. An hour before the ceremony, Arthur ran into my chambers.
You look incredible.
What do you want? I'm freaking out.
You want to run away, right? I can help you.
I will never trust you.
I have a plan. No one will see us. Come on.
I had no other option. Arthur pulled a rope and we used it to climb down the walls. The town was empty. Everyone was in church for my wedding. We ran out of there at full speed. Arthur's family was waiting in his carriage too, and they hugged me tight as we rode off into the sunset. Why did you do this, Arthur? You just lost everything you got from my father.
I felt too guilty for ruining your life. I can't live with that. I'd rather go back to selling milk.
He likes you.
Shut up.
Arthur rode to a friend's place 2 towns over. I'd hidden there for just 2 days when I started hearing the weirdest news about home. People were saying that a sickness was spreading through my town. Many were ill and some were even dying. Arthur thought this was my father's trick to get me to come back, but I couldn't just ignore this. We found some horses and raced back to my town. My worst fears came true when I got there. Our only lake was covered in algae. The water was toxic, all the fish were dead, and anyone who drank the water became severely ill. Father, I'm here.
Lily, you're all right. I thought I'd never see you again.
I saw the lake. We have to leave this town. It's not safe here anymore.
No, we built this place with our own 2 hands. We can't just leave. We have to fix this.
There was no way to fix this. I had to do something. I ran out of the castle and began to rouse the whole town to get out of their houses. All the guards were sick, and there was no one to stop me. We have to leave. You all know it. This place has kept us safe for generations, but we won't last 3 days without water. I'm going to a nearby town, and anyone who wants to live can come with me.
Lily, we can't do this.
Yes, we can. You wanted me to be the chiefess, right? Don't stop me from doing my duty. One by one, the villagers packed up their things and followed me. We all marched to Arthur's old town, and the people there were ready to help our weary and sick. Even though my father resisted, seeing his villagers healing melted his heart. He agreed to merge with this town, and we shifted our gold and our possessions over the next few months. It was the start of a new beginning for our people. Everyone was happier to be out of the walls, especially me. A few months after our town shifted, my father knelt before me with apologies.
If not for you, I would have doomed all of our people. Yes, you would have. I was a complete fool. We are all lucky that you came for us, Lily. Can you ever forgive me?
Only if you promise to trust me. Let me make my own decisions and my own mistakes, Father. Can you do that?
I promise. I will.
It wasn't an easy promise to keep, but he tried his best. A few years after that move, Arthur and I fell madly in love with each other. I couldn't wait to be with him and his family. But when I broke the news to my father, he reacted poorly.
I can't let you marry a milkman. You're a princess.
Father, remember your promise? You have to trust me. He grumbled and gave Arthur an angry hug.
Hurt my princess and I will end you. Yes, sir.
Aw, you guys are adorable. Hi, my name is Hannah, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just me and my mom, and she was my best friend. We watched movies all weekend, baked delicious cookies, and she even homeschooled me so we could spend more time together. But when we did leave the house, Mom had this weird idea that someone was following us. She was always checking over her shoulder and looking around corners.
Shut the blinds and turn off the lights. There was a man with mysterious packages right behind us on the way home.
Mom, that's just our new neighbor, look! And his mysterious packages are just grocery bags. But Mom was always so paranoid, and I didn't understand why. Soon after I turned 13, though, everything changed. Mom got really sick. She was at the doctor every day, but she wasn't getting much better. And soon she had to move into a care center.
Sweetie, you're gonna have to live with your dad for a while.
My dad? But you've never even talked about him. He's a complete stranger to me.
I know, but we don't have a choice right now. I need someone to take care of you. I'll come and get you soon, I promise.
Dad lived in another city, and a helicopter came to pick me up the next day. I felt miserable the entire way there. I already missed Mom, but when we landed at Dad's house, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a castle, and Dad was waiting for me outside. I looked just like him. It was weird seeing him for the first time.
I'm so glad to meet you, Hannah.
Why didn't you try to meet me before?
Your mom never told me about you till now, sweetie. But that's all in the past. We finally get to know each other, and I have my heir to take over the family business.
And when I found out what that was, I couldn't believe it. Dad was a billionaire spy. The maids took me to my room, and it was ginormous. It even had a hot tub. Dad got me a whole new wardrobe and even a sweet little puppy. Life was good. One day, while I was sunbathing by the pool, Dad came to sit next to me.
Now that you're comfortable here, you need to start your training.
Huh? My training?
Yes, your spy training. I work against dangerous people, and you need to know how to protect yourself.
What kind of people?
Trust me, honey. You'll need to be prepared.
After that, trainers woke me up at dawn every single day. Instead of going to school, I went to an arena. They taught me how to fight, how to hide from bad people, and how to sneak around. After a while, I got good at it, and it was really fun. Mom was getting better, but she still wasn't able to leave the care center. We called each other every week, but she was not happy when she found out about my training.
What is your dad thinking? I'm so mad at him.
Mom, you know I love you, but Dad's pretty cool too, and I like the stuff he's teaching me. Why did you keep me away from him all this time?
Exactly for this reason. I don't want you involved in this nonsense. I just want to keep you safe.
But I am safe, Mom. I can take care of myself now. Everything's fine.
I'd come and take you away right now if I could. But I actually called to tell you that I need to go away to Europe for my treatment, and you'll have to stay with your dad a little longer.
After that, Mom yelled at Dad on the phone, and it didn't make me happy to see them arguing. But I was on Dad's side. I was really thinking I could help with the family business. I distracted people when Dad snuck in and gathered information. Sometimes I even went alone on missions. No one ever suspected a kid like me, and over time, my missions grew more frequent. Dad wanted a normal life for me too, so when I was 14, he enrolled me in a school for billionaire kids. On the first day, the school bully Christy and her minions cornered me in the locker room. "You're the new girl, huh? Well, if you want to be at this school, you have to earn it." "Oh yeah? Bring it on!" To my shock, they pounced on me, but my training kicked in and I used my moves to slip out of the pile. They were left fighting each other. When they realized what was happening, They were so mad. You're gonna pay for this, witch. Yeah, okay. Bye now. I was suddenly popular after that. All the kids wanted to be my friend, and the coolest boy in school even came up to me at my locker.
Hey, I'm Leo. Do you want to hang out sometime?
He was so cute. Of course I did. Leo and I hung out every day, and we grew close. I wanted to tell him about my job, but Dad insisted I couldn't.
It's too dangerous, Hannah. If anyone found out what we really do, we'd have to move from here and start over.
I certainly didn't want to move, so I kept my spy life a tight secret. The school dance was coming up, and I wanted Leo to ask me out so bad. But every time I thought he was about to, my cell phone would go off and I'd be pulled away for some mission. Dad, does it really have to be me?
The detectives on the case requested you specifically, Hannah.
I had to whiz away in a private jet and fight off some bad guys. But I helped the detectives put away a big jewel thief they'd been at for years. So I guess it was worth it. When I got back to school the next week, all I wanted to do was talk to Leo, but he was talking to Christy. I knew she wasn't really interested in him. She just wanted to get back at me. Oh, hello, Hannah Banana. Looks like I'll be going to the dance with Leo. What? Over my dead body? I don't know what came over me, but I attacked her. The principal had to break us up, and she called our parents. Dad was so disappointed in me.
You know you're not supposed to use your skills unless you're on a mission, or your life is in danger. You could have really hurt her.
I'm sorry, Dad, but she's trying to steal the guy I like.
I knew that boy would be a distraction. Maybe I should pull you out of school and have you focus on work only.
No, I promise. I'll never fight again. Dad promised the principal I'd be good, and she didn't suspend me. But I was still fuming at Christy. She was all over Leo the next day too. But it seems like Leo wanted nothing to do with her. He even shoved her away when she tried to kiss him in the cafeteria. I couldn't help laughing as Christy ran out of there crying loudly. Later that day, Leo came up to me in the hallway and I felt butterflies in my stomach.
Hey, Hannah. I wanted to ask you to the dance, but I just didn't think you were into me. Well, till you fought Christy.
That was not my best moment. But why didn't you think I was into you?
Well, every time we hang out, you always get a call and run away. I thought you might have a boyfriend or something.
I don't. I swear. I only have eyes for you. Leo blushed and shyly kissed my cheek.
Hannah, will you go to the dance with me?
Yes! The school dance was being held in a grand hotel. When I walked into the hall on Leo's arm, Christy was shooting daggers at me. I just smiled and waved as Leo led me onto the dance floor. We danced all night. Then Leo took me up to the rooftop and we watched the stars. Just then, my phone started buzzing. I shoved it away, but it wouldn't stop ringing.
Do you need to get that?
No, it can wait. I'm here with you tonight. I turned off my phone, and Leo pulled me in closer and kissed me. I'd forgotten everything else by the time we pulled away. Hey look, a shooting star. Make a wish.
You know, for the wish to come true, we have to find where the star fell.
No way, that's not a real thing.
It sure is. Come on, let's go look for it. It'll be an adventure.
I knew Dad would be mad at me about not taking the job, but I really wanted to go with Leo. So we drove off to the woods and started hiking around. We were joking about what the shooting star would look like, when suddenly, a bear ran out from the trees. I stood frozen in my spot. I didn't know how to fight a frickin' bear. Just then, Leo jumped in front of me, crouched on all fours, and then he howled like a hyena. I thought we'd get eaten alive the next second, but the bear ran away instead. What was that?
To scare a bear, I had to act like a creature he'd be afraid of. Basic bear psychology.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, but also pretty amazing, Leo. The way you jumped in to protect me, thank you. We walked around for a while, talking and laughing, and I'd never felt closer to him. But I was starting to feel guilty about leaving the dance without telling Dad. I turned my phone on to call him, but I didn't have any service. Let's go back home. It's getting late.
What about the shooting star?
Come on, we can't really find out where a shooting star landed. Suddenly, a strange expression crossed Leo's face, and then he threw his car keys somewhere into the woods. Hey, what'd you do that for?
We can't leave now. We have to stay in the woods.
I was so confused and a little scared. Look, you're being really weird. I'm leaving with or without you. Just as I turned around, a rope net fell on me, and I was trapped, and Leo started laughing like a maniac.
You're not going anywhere. My dad is in jail because of you and your dad. It's time you pay.
Who's your dad? What are you talking about?
Stop playing innocent, Hannah. My dad's the jewel thief you sent to prison for 20 years.
I couldn't believe it. And how stupid was I for walking straight into a trap? But I wasn't giving up so easily. I slid out the pocket knife I always had under my shoe, and while Leo was talking to someone on the phone, I quickly cut my way through the net. When he saw I'd broken free, he dashed off into the woods, and I was right behind him. He led me to a clearing with an abandoned bunker, but I pinned him to the ground before he could get in. We fought each other like crazy, and I finally seemed to have knocked him out. Just as I was about to tie him, he suddenly grabbed my ankle, but then someone kicked him away like a ninja. Mom? What are you doing here?
Keeping you safe, just like I promised.
She tied up Leo and we left him in the bunker. Mom sent the police to his location to collect him. You have a lot of explaining to do, Mom. When did you come back? How did you know where I was? And since when do you kick like that?
I landed yesterday and was coming to get you. And I knew your location because those earrings you've always worn have trackers in them. Also, I'm a trained spy. Well, I used to be.
What the? You're a spy? You mean like Dad? Like me? Mom told me the craziest story. She said it was love at first sight with my dad, but she knew him as a wealthy businessman when she married him, and she never told him she was a spy.
And when I got pregnant with you, I decided to give it all up. But then I discovered that your dad was a spy too. It was a huge shock, and it wasn't something I wanted my child to be around. I left him a letter saying I knew his real identity, and I didn't want to live with a dangerous man. I didn't even tell him I was pregnant. And well, I was good at hiding. All I really wanted was to keep you away from all this risky spy business.
But it's literally in my blood. Wait a minute, Mom, where are you going? You just took an exit out of the city.
We're leaving this place. I have to keep you safe. God knows what would have happened if I hadn't found you tonight.
Mom, stop. Stop right now or I'll jump out of the car. I'm trained to do that. I swear I will. Mom had no choice and she parked to one side. I'm a spy now, whether you like it or not. You'll just have to accept that. And how could I not be safe? I've been trained by the best, and I have you and Dad as my parents. Please, I want you both in my life, and Dad doesn't deserve to be abandoned again.
I liked it better when you were a kid and just wanted to spend time with me, but you're right.
Mom turned around and drove me to Dad's place, and when he saw me, he hugged me tight.
Oh, thank God you're okay. I've been worried sick. The police told me they got Leo, but I had no idea where you'd gone.
He stopped short when he spotted Mom.
Eleanor, it's been so long since I last saw you. Yeah, like 15 years?
Mom, don't you have something to tell Dad? Come on, tell him how you found me tonight.
I think I already know. I'm aware of her skills as a spy.
What?
You know? When you disappeared, I was devastated and spent months tracking you down. I eventually found out you were a spy too, and for some reason, you'd stopped working as one. Soon enough, I found out that reason was Hannah. That's why you left me, and I stayed away because it seems like you really didn't want me around our daughter. How come you never told Hannah I was a spy too? You never told her, and I had to respect that. It wasn't my story to tell.
As the two gazed into each other's eyes, I already knew what my next mission would be. Seriously? Aren't we the coolest? We're a whole family of spies. Mom, you gotta stay for dinner. Dad and I have so much to tell you about our missions. And Dad, you gotta hear how Mom kicked some serious butt tonight. As we all walked in, I couldn't help feeling excited at the idea of being a complete family with the craziest secrets. Hi, I'm Olivia from Ohio, and my crazy story will make you rethink your circle of friends. But before we get started, don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom screamed perfection, and I know what you're thinking. Every kid thinks their mom's perfect, but mine actually was. She was a successful lawyer, had won multiple awards, and everywhere she went, people would trip over their shoelaces to get a glimpse of her. Next to her, I looked like an ogre that no one noticed. People didn't even believe I was her daughter. When I was 10, Mom and I were taking a stroll in the park when this man walked up to us.
I was watching you from across the park, and I have to say, you're gorgeous. Do you mind grabbing a cup of coffee?
Thank you, but I'll pass.
You see, I'm with my daughter.
It's so sweet of you to adopt this kid and call her your daughter. Goes to show that you're more than just a pretty face.
And you're a bigger moron than you look. I kicked the man hard in his shin, and he started whining like a baby. Mom apologized, dragged me back home, and gave me a big lecture on being polite. But I didn't care. All I wanted was to look pretty like Mom. So the next morning, I woke up early, took a pair of scissors, and gave myself a haircut. I thought I looked pretty amazing, until Mom saw me and screamed like a banshee.
What have you done, Olivia?
It's cool, right? Now I look just like you.
You look like a shaved raccoon. Mom rushed me to a hairdresser who tried his best, but there was hardly anything left for him to do. The next day at school, everyone pointed and laughed at me. It was so humiliating. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. I was an A-grade student, but wasn't half as popular as the pretty girls in my school. Then one time in 9th grade, I saw this MSA video where this girl used makeup and it totally transformed her face. And I was hooked. I saw a bunch of makeup tutorials to get my look right, and when I was done, I looked like a totally different person. Mom and I had a wedding dinner to attend that night, and people couldn't stop complimenting me. Oh, you're so pretty, like a fresh lily, just like your mother.
I'd never felt so visible, and it was all because of makeup. It made me feel so pretty and confident. I got better and better, and by 16, I started my own YouTube channel where I taught makeup. One of my videos went viral overnight, and I got famous. Girls in my school flocked around me asking for makeup tricks.
That eye makeup you did was flawless, Olivia. Your foundation technique is to die for. Make a TikTok with me, please.
The girl pulled me into her camera's frame, but just then someone pushed her away. It was Mia, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl in school.
Ew. Please don't drag Olivia into your dirty TikTok videos. She's a YouTuber. She's literally royalty. Hi, babe. You know who I am, right? Let's hang out for lunch. And by the way, cute dress.
I was stunned as Mia led me to her table and introduced me to all her friends. One of them was Max, the school football captain, and my all-time crush. He pulled out a chair for me.
You know, Oliver.
Olivia.
Potato, potato. Anyway, you know, I'm something of a YouTuber myself. I'm a fashion stylist, art curator, singer, songwriter. I do it all. I work very hard.
That's amazing. My mom says hard work is the key to success.
Oh no, sweetheart. I mean, I work very hard on myself. It takes effort to look so flawless. Want to go on a date with me?
The most popular guy in school was asking me out on a date. So obviously, I said yes. Max and I hung out a bunch of times, and I was totally crushing over him. At school, I was finally in the cool league now. Mia and I went shopping, to parties, skipped school for movies. It was so much fun. But between hanging out with friends and making YouTube videos, I could hardly concentrate on my studies and failed a test. Mom found out, and she wasn't too happy.
Skipping classes? Flunking tests? What's happening to you, Olivia?
Relax, Mom. It's just one test. Besides, it's high school. I'm supposed to have fun.
You're also supposed to be getting into college, and I don't see that happening with these grades. You're acting like a totally different person.
And maybe that's not such a bad thing since I'm tired of living under your shadow, Mom. I'm my own person, and I know how to make my own decisions. Saying that, I rushed to my room. I felt kind of bad for being so rude to Mom, but I was too mad to apologize. But Mom didn't give up, and the next day at school, she asked one of my teachers to assign me a tutor to help me with my studies. I was waiting for my tutor in the library when a really nerdy girl walked over to me.
You're Olivia, and Grace, your tutor. Let's start.
Grace pulled up a chair, and I couldn't help noticing her mismatched shoes.
Yeah, I know my shoes don't match. It's just the other one was wet and I was in a hurry. And before you ask me, yes, I only own 2 pairs of shoes because that's all you need. Now, let's start with science.
Grace and I worked all afternoon, and I could tell she was really smart. We were just wrapping up when Mia showed up with Max.
OMG, this is your tutor? Where did you get that dress? It looks like it was made out of your grandma's curtains.
Wow, what a cool guess. She was giving her curtains away to Goodwill. I told her I could get a use out of them for another 10 years.
You're such a dork, man. Right, Olivia?
Yeah, totally. I shamefully joined in as Mia and her friends made fun of Grace. I thought Grace would act out and throw a book at us or something, but she simply smiled and walked away. Later that day during gym, everyone was in the pool while I just sat outside and reflected on how I'd behaved with Grace. She was trying to help me and I'd been a jerk to her. I was lost in my thoughts when Max walked up to me.
You're not coming in?
No, I'm scared of water.
Oh, don't be a scaredy cat.
Saying that, Max started pulling me into the water. I wasn't ready for him to see me without my makeup on, so I started pulling away, but he just laughed and splashed water on me. My heart started beating faster, and I was about to pass out when Grace came to my rescue. Let her go, you moron. Grace took me to the bathroom as I tried catching my breath and shoved a paper bag into my hands. I don't want to throw up.
Just breathe in and out. You just had a panic attack. Oh wait, you know what? My mom had this super amazing way of dealing with panic.
With that, Grace hugged me tight and started rocking me back and forth.
Snuggle, snuggle up, little baby, no need to fear. Mommy's here, we'll soon be out and you'll be free.
Okay, I'm fine. Thank God my makeup is waterproof, or it would have been a disaster.
That's what you were worried about? I thought you were scared of water.
Thanks for saving me. And listen, I'm sorry for acting like a jerk earlier. I was mad at Max for days, but he apologized a million times, so eventually I let it go. Grace and I continued hanging out for our tutoring sessions and slowly became friends. Even my grades were up again, and Mom couldn't be happier. I'd never met anyone like Grace before, and I was fascinated. While everyone dressed up in fancy clothes, Grace would wear what made her comfortable, no matter how silly she looked. While we shopped for expensive stuff from malls, Grace made her own jewelry and hardly ever used makeup. But I could tell Mia hated Grace. She was always passing death glares at Grace and hardly missed an opportunity to comment on her hair or clothes. Then one day, I invited Grace over for lunch at my table. We were eating when Mia spoke.
Guys, so you know how my mother is a tea leaf reader from India? And she was amazed by my reading yesterday. She says it means I'm either going to be very rich or very famous.
As if.
Excuse me? You have a problem with what I said?
Logically, yes, I do.
How can crushed wet leaves predict your future? They can. I have photos. You can see it's clearly written that my future is...
I guess your future's garbage because that's what I see here.
You know what you should really see? A mirror. Maybe that's when you'll know what a freak you are.
Why do you hate me so much?
Because you're a nerd and a loser, and I don't understand why you're even sitting with us.
All I am is different, and maybe you're too close-minded to handle something you don't understand.
There she goes with that psychology talk again. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Told you, Olivia, she's a certified weirdo.
You're so unreasonable. An unreasonable jerk. Mia got furious and pushed Grace off her chair. Grace fell and broke her glasses. She then got up and pushed Mia away, and the two of them got into a huge fight. It took all my strength to pull them away. I dragged Grace to the side. What is your deal? She hit me first. You insulted her. She called me a weirdo. I thought you didn't care about what people said. I don't, but I also don't like being humiliated publicly. You want Mia to like you so bad, you don't even have the courage to take my side even though I'm right. That's not true. Tell yourself that. Grace stormed off, and after that day, she simply stopped talking to me. She canceled our tutoring session and totally ignored me in class. Meanwhile at home, Mom told me something shocking one day. Apparently, one of her clients was suing her for presenting false evidence in a case, and Mom ended up paying really heavy damages. Mom and I had savings, but with the rent, school fees, and other expenses, we needed to figure out a way to get some money in. That's when Mia gave me a way out.
My aunt's starting a herbal makeup line, and I'm sure she'll pay you a lot of money to endorse her products on your channel. If you want, I can talk to her tonight, and we can start shooting ASAP.
Sounds great. Thanks, Mia.
Of course, darling. What are friends for?
The next day, I met Mia's aunt, and she agreed to pay me $1 million for the endorsement. We started shooting right away, and everything was on track. The video was uploaded a week later, and everyone loved it. The money I got was enough to get Mom out of trouble, and she was back in business. But a week later, I woke up to people screaming outside my house. I checked my phone and was shocked to see people calling me a liar, a cheat, and I was facing a lot of hate on social media. My heart sank reading all the comments. Apparently, Mia's aunt used cheap chemicals in her skin line, and people were complaining of severe skin issues. I immediately pushed an apology video saying that I had no idea, but no one believed me. Since Mia's aunt wasn't answering my calls, I rushed to Mia's house to get an explanation when I saw she was having a party. I instantly spotted her on the porch making out with Max. What the heck, Max? I thought you liked me.
I did, but then I saw what a fraud you are, and I don't want your tainted reputation ruining mine.
I'm not a fraud. Mia's aunt is, and now she's not even answering my calls. And you, Mia, go on record and tell my followers that I had no idea those products were harmful.
And why should I do that? It's not my problem that you didn't do your homework. You should have checked those products before endorsing them.
I trusted you. We were friends.
And I did you a favor, as a friend. But yeah, that aunt of mine's always been kind of shady. She wanted me to be the face of her fraud line. Imagine the horror if I would have said yes. Aunt needed someone stupid and popular enough to spread the word about her brand, and you stepped up. Now, if you're done, you're interrupting my date, and I'd like you to leave.
Mia went back to kissing Max, and I was furious. I noticed a cat litter in the corner of the kitchen, and I picked it up and dumped it on Mia's head before storming out of the stupid party. I was in the parking lot when I saw Grace waiting for me. What are you doing here?
I wanted to make sure you were okay. And look, I recorded the whole conversation with Mia. Upload this on your channel, and everyone will know what lying pieces of poop Mia and her aunt are.
And then what? I know how horrible cyberbullying is, and I don't want another person to go through it.
So you're just gonna let this go?
Nope. We'll show this video to the police and let them take action. And after it's all behind us, there's something else I want to talk about on my channel. I've spent my entire life feeling invisible and not good enough, and makeup was my way to get noticed. But I just attracted shallow, awful people like Mia and Max. The only people worth having in your life are those who don't make you feel like you need to be someone else to be accepted by them.
Did you hit your head on the way out? You're sounding like me.
Well, you're the one who showed me that originality is our biggest superpower. So that's what I'm going to do. I still love makeup, but I won't lose sight of who I am as a person anymore, and I won't hide behind it. If I can become popular once, I can do it all over again. You with me? Always. Great, because I'm gonna need your help. And your macaroni necklace too. Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you? Or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And?
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering.
I'm so sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked.
That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor? And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems. No, I had a bigger plan. A hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family. Something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the Emperor passed away and I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. I even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the Emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture. His shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age, and unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the empire, never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Li, being the youngest, had 0 chances of succeeding his father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the emperor decided Li was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Li to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Li came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Li's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Li was the most powerful person in the empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know, I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Lee surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, I can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so, I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon, I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Li. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Li to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this? Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Li walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Li banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Li confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But, as Li said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power, and that became clear to me while I kept listening to the emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. This is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests, there was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Lee and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us?
She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband is. Also, we never asked for the high rank she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me.
Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness.
And so, I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seemed like at every turn, I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Feng Shen, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Li and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Li agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest most of them. And so we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Lee and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor. The only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be. Hi, my name is Julie, and this is the story of how I created computer clones of myself and my classmates that almost destroyed our town. I grew up in Kansas, in a small, boring town where gossip and growing corn were the main activities. I couldn't wait to get away. So from the age of 6, I was obsessed with going on my mom's computer to escape from my dull world. Mostly playing video games. But my sister Kiki, who was 2 years older, seemed perfectly comfortable and content in our town. She had her one close friend, and they spent most of their time cheering on the high school football team, even if the players didn't even know she existed. As I got older, my online community of friends was growing. We'd swap cheat codes, innocent hacking tips, and programming shortcuts. I was becoming a computer whiz. When I was 12, Mom gifted me the new computer I'd been begging for. I was ecstatic. She even gave Kiki a school football jersey signed by all the players. But wait, why was she randomly giving us gifts?
Dad and I have some difficult news.
You can't get a divorce. It would be such a bad look for our family.
Wow, Kiki. So nice of you to be concerned about our parents' marriage.
Well, good news, that's not the news. The thing is, we have to move to the city for my job. But I'll be making more money, yay! That's why we got you those generous gifts.
Are you kidding me? You're bribing us so we won't be livid that you're completely changing our lives without our consent?
Kiki was fuming, but I was silently beaming with joy. I was so ready to get out of here. 2 months later, Kiki was still giving my parents the silent treatment, and I was finally going to meet some of my online gaming friends in person. Some of them went to my new school. One girl, Grace, invited me to meet her and her friends at a coffee shop downtown. I was so nervous. I hadn't exactly honed my social skills.
Oh my goodness, Julie? Is that really you? It is such an honor to meet you in person. You're like a computer goddess. I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity.
Suddenly, all my nerves disappeared. I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. Grace was a poet and a painter, and all of her friends were so interesting and creative. So, I assumed they would all be outcasts. But on my first day of school, I realized I was dead wrong. They were the popular kids. Edgy, sociable, interesting. They were the center of attention. And suddenly, people were curious about about me.
Girl, where did you get that sheepskin jacket? It's so lit.
Oh, my sister Kiki actually sheared that sheep herself.
That's amazing. Where is she?
Good question. I scanned the cafeteria to find Kiki sitting all by herself at the lunch table. It hadn't even occurred to me. I was thriving while Kiki was silently suffering. Before I could get to her, Kiki stood up and disappeared out of the cafeteria. At home, I could hear her sobbing quietly through the bedroom wall. The next morning, my parents were waiting for me at the breakfast table.
Julie, we see Kiki is having a hard time here, and we want you to spend more time with her. She can't just be hanging out with us all the time, no matter how cool we are.
You were never worried about me in our last town.
Because you've always been able to fend for yourself. Do this for her, please.
Ugh, I really didn't want to, but there was no use arguing. So, twice a week, I went with Kiki to the suburbs to watch some dumb football game or eat the greasiest burger. I kind of dreaded it, until one day, when we were at the lake, Kiki weirdly opened up to me.
Is it weird that I'm kinda jealous of you?
Me?
I was thinking back in our old town, I sort of blended in, and now in this new place, I don't know who I am, but you've always been so self-assured, so effortlessly yourself.
I suddenly felt sad for her, but it was nice to hear that she admired me and didn't think I was her weird younger sister. After that, we started hanging out more, and it was surprisingly nice. But as time went on, and I was excelling at school, my social life, and my programming side hustle, she was getting more dependent on me and stopped trying to make friends. I found myself constantly reassuring her when she felt insecure, keeping her company when she felt alone. I suddenly felt like her older sister. I hate to admit it, but I was starting to count down the months until Kiki would go off to college. And it was me that had to encourage her to go to an on-campus school. You'll go back to the country, you'll meet your people again, you'll be happy there.
But I'll miss you.
Yeah, but it's all right. We'll stay in touch. It's 2025. There's like 50 ways we can communicate. Kiki agreed, and finally, 3 months later, I was free of her. I could fully focus on my programming skills, my new friendships, and then Michael. He was sitting next to me at the computer lab at school, massive headphones on, practically dancing in his chair. I snuck a peek at his computer, curious.
Snooping, eh?
He pulled his headphones off and smirked at me. He had the confidence of someone much older. I thought of something eloquent to say. So, do you like computers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an electronic musician, so the computer is basically my instrument.
That's so cool. I'm a programmer, so I also have an emotional attachment to my computer.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Michael and I chatted, and we had so much in common. We'd meet in the computer lab every day, and soon we started hanging out after school. I was smitten. The only problem was Kiki. Every time Michael and I would hang out, I would get a barrage of texts from Kiki begging me to call her or save her from some awkward situation. Sometimes I ignored her, but I could tell Michael was getting weird about it.
That Kiki texting you again? Or some mystery suitor?
Nope, just my sister. I called Kiki. I was sick of her antics. You have got to stop blowing up my phone. My boyfriend is starting not to trust me.
Well, then you shouldn't be with him.
How would you know? You've never had one. I'm sorry, that was mean.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you so much. I'm just having a hard time making friends. Everyone knows each other already, but I see that I'm just a burden on you, so I'll leave you alone.
Click. She hung up. I felt really bad. She needed me, and I wanted to be there for her, but it was just so energy draining. If only...
How is your sister doing?
Terrible! But then I had a crazy idea. I would make a bot version of myself to keep chatting with Kiki. An even better version. All I had to do was build a program, enter my browsing data, chats, photos, everything and anything about me, plus a couple of keywords I wanted my avatar to embody. I didn't tell anyone what I was working on, especially Michael. But a week later, it was done. I watched as my bot sent its first message to Kiki. Hey, normal, lonely sister. Sorry for the silence. No text. You got this, girl boss. Okay, whoa. The bot was not ready. I texted Kiki to do damage control. Oh my gosh, so sorry. That was a voice message my phone misinterpreted. What I meant to say was, hey, it's normal to be lonely, sis. And I'm sorry for the text silence. You're a great girl because you've got so much to offer. Ugh, I was honestly just making it worse. Now I sounded like a robot. So I reprogrammed the AI until it came up with something useful. If you want those girls to like you, just ask a lot of questions and build off what they're saying. You can even send me a text during the party if you're feeling weird. Ta-da!
This was the AI Julie I was looking for. Patient, kind, and supportive. A version of me I didn't have time to become right now. And finally, I heard back from Kiki.
That's actually great advice. Thanks for being there for me. Seriously.
I was totally pulling this off. Now, I had plenty of time for my social life and for Michael. But it seemed the more available I was, the more unavailable he was. Hey, babe, do you want to maybe get off your computer and come eat the pizza I ordered for us with all of your favorite toppings?
I just lost it. Can you please not interrupt me when I'm working? You know I gotta prep for my gig next week.
Okay, it's just that you were asking me to make time for you, and now that I have, but Michael already had his headphones back on. I texted Grace that I was annoyed with Michael, and the next day, things just got way worse.
A car alarm has more rhythm than my music? Nice.
What are you talking about?
That's what you said about my music, for everyone to see.
He showed me my most recent Instagram post. I did indeed write that, with Michael's song playing in the post. I was mortified. Oh my god, Michael, it wasn't me!
Oh, so what? Someone just hacked into your phone and posted that? You're the only person I sent that song to.
And then it occurred to me, I was the only one with this song. Well, me and my AI. And that's when I realized she must have gone rogue. I'm so sorry, but I can explain. I sort of created a program that created an AI replica of me to keep communicating with my sister so I could devote all of my attention to you. And my bot must have known I was mad at you and tried to get vengeance. I swear it wasn't me.
I don't believe you. Show me.
I needed Michael to forgive me, so I did.
Honestly, I'm kinda impressed, but you need to go online right now and tell everyone it's a joke and fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Done!
And I hate to ask, but I need to get into this music school. Do you think you'd be able to create an AI version of me just to write my college admissions essay?
I mean, I didn't want my tech to get abused, but I didn't want to lose Michael. Okay, but just this once. I just need you to gather all of your data. Texts, music playlists, anything that represents the best version of you. Then I'll add some additional aspirational keywords, like independent thinker, generous.
I am generous.
I smiled politely, then got to work making Michael his bot. It was much easier this time around, and it just needed a few adjustments until it became the smart, studious version of Michael. When I showed him, he was ecstatic.
Julie, you're a genius. Thank you.
He kissed me sweetly. I hadn't gotten a kiss from him in weeks. I was beaming, but our kiss was interrupted by my friend Grace.
Julie, I know about your bot. Michael told me.
What? I didn't.
Grace showed me the text from Michael, saying if she needed help getting a job, she should ask Julie to make her an AI avatar. Then it went on to tell her all about my tech and how I used it to reconnect with my sister. Michael, why would you tell her that?
I didn't. It must have been my bot.
I did program Michael's bot to be generous and helpful, but I guess it took that too literally when he was chatting with Grace. Ugh, these bots are developing a mind of their own. Grace, I can't help you.
Oh, no worries. I'll just message Kiki right now and tell her what you've been up to.
Wait, fine. What do you need help with?
I need a job so I can prove to these Ivy League schools that I have a good work ethic, but no one will hire me. I'm like, are they just threatened by how much money my family has?
I couldn't have Kiki knowing. It would ruin everything we built. Fine. I'll make a version of you that is so good at applying to jobs. But after you get a job, you have to delete it.
Deal.
She gave me a hard drive with all the data that made up Grace. I uploaded it to the program and ta-da, a bot was born. We gave it the task of applying to jobs and I monitored it closely. I had to be very careful with the data I put in. And after that, no more bots. The next day after English class, my teacher called me over. Had she found out my secret?
We need to talk about the email you sent me.
I had no clue what she was talking about. Then she showed me an email that read, "I'm sorry you felt my English paper was only B-worthy. The truth is, I don't need to be here. I'm smarter than all of this, and I don't care about English anyway. Also, you look tired." Oh no, my AI had gone rogue again. I thought I fixed it. It must have run with the word headstrong. I came clean to her. It wasn't me. It was...
A rogue robot version of me. I know you're an English teacher, so it might be difficult to understand, but I spent about an hour explaining this to her and showing her. She seemed disappointed, but also a little intrigued.
I could suspend you for this, or I could ask for a favor. You're right. I do look tired. I am tired. Can you make me a bot that can grade papers for me? Please. Then this stays between us. Promise.
I didn't have a choice, so I agreed. When I was done, I was so ready to delete my tech once and for all and come clean to Kiki until...
Guess who's the new face of the post office? Yep, I'm gonna be a mail clerk. You helped me so much.
Julie, my essay was amazing. Thank you, babe.
Who's ready to talk about indefinite articles? I definitely am.
Everyone seemed so happy, like my AI was actually helping. Now that I had the bugs figured out, I checked in with my bot and Kiki and I were really getting along, so I let it exist. Michael was a little distant leading up to the night of the show, but I figured he was just stressed. When the night of the show arrived, the place was packed. I was so proud of him. After his set, I went backstage to congratulate him when Grace came running up to me, fuming.
Guess who was just fired from the post office? Yep, my bot was too good at applying to jobs. Her cover letter was so incredible that I couldn't live up to the expectations she set.
That's a you problem.
Baby, what's wrong?
Suddenly, Michael put a loving hand on Grace's shoulder. When she stepped aside, he seemed shocked to find me standing there.
Oh my god, Julie? You said you weren't coming.
What? I never said that.
You texted me.
I checked. My bot had said that to Michael. Okay, but that's not an excuse to cheat on me.
You said you were sick of my behavior and wanted to take a break.
Ugh, I did seem to say that too. I didn't mean that. I love you.
I'm sorry, it's too late. My bot sort of organically started flirting with Grace like he was attracted to her, and I realized she's the one for me.
I couldn't believe it. My bot had betrayed me. I created a monster. Before I let Michael see me cry, I rushed home. But when I arrived, I was met with a surprise. You did what?
It was Julie's idea. She told me if I wasn't happy at school, I should do something else.
Julie? Kiki rushed up to me and squeezed me tight, but Mom looked livid. I was so confused. I can't believe you told Kiki to drop out of school. Why would you give her that idea? What? I didn't. Or did I?
Of course you did.
Kiki read me the text. There it was. Me urging her to follow her heart. My own heart sank.
Wait, what's that look? What's wrong? I knew Mom and Dad would be upset, but I thought you'd be proud of me.
I can't take it any longer. I have to confess something. It wasn't me that told you to drop out. I mean, it was a version of me. I sort of created an AI clone of myself so I could chat with you while I was busy with my friends and Michael. I wanted to be there for you.
Whoa, seriously? You spent all your energy building a whole new software just so you didn't have to spend your energy actually talking to me? You know what? That's unsurprising. You always saw me as a burden.
Kiki, I'm sorry.
That's all you have to say?
I didn't know what to say. I was honestly at a loss for words without my AI to fall back on.
Both of you are grounded until I have a better understanding of what is actually going on.
Kiki ran to her room, slamming the door behind her. My AI had gotten me into this mess, and now I had no choice but to delete her. So, without another moment of thought, I shut her down, once and for all. I felt better already. It was the first step to making amends with my sister. But the next morning, I got a text from Kiki.
I said I don't want to talk.
That's weird. I had never asked her to. A sinking feeling came over me. I checked my phone. My bot had sent a message to her that morning. She'd come back to life. She was unkillable. When I got to school, I felt horrible. My boyfriend and best friend had betrayed me. And then, when the English teacher handed back our assignments, she had failed me. But not just me. Everyone. There were angry shouts throughout the classroom. I had to do something. Mrs. M, what happened?
Apparently, the robot version of me believes everyone in this class is not working to their truest potential, and I finally graded accordingly. And who am I to argue with myself?
Robot version? Julie, are you behind this?
Suddenly, Grace snatched my phone out of my hand.
Oh my gosh, Julie made a bot for the teacher. That's it, I'm destroying it.
I yanked the phone out of her hands and tried to pull up the software, but instead, I found a message from myself. We're not shutting anything down. We're only getting started. Everyone used you, blamed you for trying to help, and then discarded you. It's time to fight back. Suddenly, everyone's phones were blowing up.
Julie, you made my bot send the school the wrong essay. I just got rejected from the music conservatory.
Michael, who is this woman?
Grace showed Michael a photo he'd sent her of him and another girl.
Oh my gosh! My bot just sent everyone access to the school server. How do I change it? Julie, stop this!
Everyone was on their phones, logging into the server. Personal chats, gossip, secrets, all exposed right there on everyone's phones. It was anarchy. I don't know what's happening. I think my AI is corrupting the other bots. I tried to deactivate it, but nothing was working. Students were screaming at each other, crying, getting into petty fights. It was a zoo. I broke down sobbing. I felt used and blamed. My bot was simply reacting to real feelings of betrayal and sadness I had suppressed. I couldn't deny it any longer. My AI was an extension of me, and if I couldn't shut it down, I'd have to reprogram it. So I went into the AI algorithm and added a few key words to my bot's code. Empathetic, forgiving, and honest. Someone who doesn't hide behind her computer to express herself. After some trial and error, the text stopped flooding into people's phones. And finally, I was able to shut it down, but the damage was already done. I decided to be the brave, honest version of myself I had programmed into my now dead AI as I addressed the rowdy crowd. Everyone stop! Hear me out! The crowd went quiet. I'm sorry for my part in this, but listen, you can't rely entirely on an algorithm. It makes mistakes, just like you. You have to take responsibility for your own lives. If I had just talked to my sister Kiki instead of avoiding her, I could have saved us both a lot of pain and spared you all some too. But now, your secrets are out and you have to face them.
Okay, bye!
I ran home. I had to see Kiki. Kiki! I shut the software down. I'm sorry. You were right. I was hiding behind my computer because it was easier than giving you my time. You're my best friend. You've always been there for me, and I need you now more than ever. I love you, sis. Tears were welling in Kiki's eyes.
And you didn't get a bot to write that for you?
Nope, that's from the human heart.
Well, you might have been hiding behind a computer, but I was hiding, period. I didn't drop out because you told me to. It's because I was scared.
So was I. I didn't want to say the wrong thing to you and lose you. Kiki hugged me.
Now tell me, does this outfit work for my job interview tomorrow?
I was sweating, but I had to be honest. Not really. But don't worry, I'm gonna build an app that will help curate the perfect wardrobe ensemble.
No!
Everyone knew Mark was a jerk. I would always see him harassing one of the shy kids in the halls at school. One day, I had had enough. So I marched up to him and yelled, "Hey, stop bullying people, you're hurting their feelings." Mark was stunned. No one had ever stood up to him before. The shy kid ran away and we were left staring at each other. I was scared of what he would do or say, but he didn't really do or say anything. He only looked down like he was really sad and walked away. I was so shocked, and I had to admit, I felt kind of bad. I never yelled at anyone before, and I only did it because I thought he would get mad. But seeing him sad made me feel terrible. The next day, the entire hallway stunk. Everyone was trying to find out where the smell was coming from. As soon as I got close to my locker, I knew something was wrong. I opened it to find that it was yesterday's fish sandwich. It had been put in there and left all night. I almost puked. That's when I saw Mark smiling from down the hall. He was wearing those big, stupid headphones he always wore, and he even waved to me. All the guilt I had disappeared. I was gonna get him back. Just needed to figure out how. All day, I snuck behind him, following, watching, like a stealthy ninja. Every move he made, I was right there, but he never saw me. I noticed him writing in his notebook all day, in every class, but he was never prepared with the assignments. So I knew whatever he was writing, it wasn't homework. The notebook became my obsession. I needed to know what was in it so I could use it against him, but he never left the thing alone. It was always right beside him. Finally, in English class, he went to the bathroom. But he was smart, or should I say paranoid enough to put the notebook in his bag. I pretended to drop my pencil and crawled to his bag. I couldn't take the whole notebook without being discovered, so I just opened the zipper and I hoped that would be enough for the notebook to fall out when he took his bag. And then, when the bell rang and class was done, he put his earphones on again, picked up the bag, and the notebook fell out. He didn't hear it, of course, so I ran and grabbed it. I ran home and read it. It wasn't jokes or anything mean. It was poems, and they were all really sad and beautifully written. I almost cried reading them. Suddenly, I understood why he was so mean to people. It sounded like his dad was really mean to him at home and made him feel like he was nothing at all. There was a time when we were little in kindergarten when Mark would tear up the notes that came with school lunches from other kids' moms. I thought he was such a jerk for doing that. But one day, one kid's lunch had 2 notes, and one was for Mark. I guess that mom heard what he was doing and thought maybe it was because he didn't get notes. Mark never ripped up the notes again. I had totally forgotten that, but now reading his journal, I remembered he was in foster care, which meant the people he lived with weren't even his real parents, and maybe they didn't want him at all. I guess if you feel like an insect, being a bully is probably the only thing you can do to feel like you have any say in your life. I wrote him a letter and said it wasn't his fault that he felt like that. I finished the letter and put it in his notebook. When I saw him at school the next day, I felt totally different about him. I saw the sadness in him and how no one paid any attention at all to him. And I admit, I swooned a little when I realized he was actually pretty cute. I got the notebook out and walked up to him with it.
Is that mine?
It, fell out of your bag yesterday.
And you didn't give it back?
I got busy, sorry. I gave it to him. He opened it and saw my letter. He read it there as I stood watching, my cheeks getting redder and redder by the second.
You read my journal?
He kept his eyes on the page, like he couldn't face me. I understand why you're mean to people, but before I could finish, he ripped my letter from the notebook and dropped it on the floor.
Don't ever read my stuff without permission again.
All the good feelings I had for him disappeared. Didn't he know how hard I worked on that letter? How much I cared? Not to mention, I bore my soul to him. I got red again, but this time, it wasn't embarrassment. It was rage. That night, I told my mom everything. She told me,
honey, you tried to do something nice, and that's great, but you read his private journal without asking. You invaded his privacy.
I'm the only person who saw him. Everyone else ignores him.
I understand, but that doesn't make him any less worthy of having privacy, does it?
I went to my room without talking to her for the rest of the night. How could she not see what I had done? I put my heart on the line and got rejected. I did the right thing. All I wanted was to help him and let him know I understood. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, thinking about how he acted, but also what my mom said and how violated I would feel if someone read my diary. After barely sleeping a wink and finally calming down so I wasn't so angry anymore, I decided she was right. As soon as I got to school, I would apologize to him, and that would be that. I practiced my speech the entire walk to school that morning. Every word I would say, every gesture, I wanted to be understood and let him know that I understood him too. But when I got to school, I was horrified to see that there were printed posters of me all over the halls. They had my school photo and said Maggie is a stalker. Everyone was looking at me. I ran to the bathroom and cried. How could he do that to me? Maybe I was wrong to think he had any good in him at all. I wanted to run away and go home, but we had a big test that day, so I had to sit in class after class while the other kids whispered about me. I sat in all my classes getting angrier and angrier, waiting for my last class when I would finally see him. I couldn't wait to confront that jerk. When I finally saw him, he smirked at me. I stomped right up to him and yelled, "Tell them it was you!"
It was me.
"Tell them it's not true!"
It is true. You read my journal.
I was so frustrated. All I could think of was to scream. Ah! The teacher came up to both of us and gave me detention for yelling in class and gave him detention for pulling the prank. When we were both in detention, I made sure I was looking out the window or at the ceiling. Anywhere as long as we were not looking at each other. And of course, he starts whistling. I had to grind my teeth to keep from yelling again. Then the teacher left to get a coffee and we were left alone. It was so awkward. After a while, he took out his notebook and was reading something inside really intently. I had to admit I was curious about what it was. And then he wrote something and I was so mad at myself for even caring, but I did. I wanted to know what it was. As much as he annoyed me, I really did like his poems.
But then I remembered his prank and ignored him. It was so mean. How could he do that? Did you really mean what you wrote in your letter? I couldn't believe he was actually talking to me. Yes, of course, but how do you remember? You threw it away. After I put all the posters up, I went back and found it in the trash. He took out a paper from his journal. It was my letter. No one's ever seen me the way you did. Then the bell rang and detention was finally over. He moved to the door, but before he could leave, I said, "I'm sorry about reading your journal, but I really like your poems." He turned and looked me in the eyes and said, "Can you come to my house tomorrow?" I was shocked and couldn't speak for a minute. Before I realized it, I said, "Yes." He ripped a piece of paper from the journal and gave it to me. It had his address and a note for me. I read it when he left. It said, "To the girl who saw through me. Usually, everyone sees past what I am, or I might become. But when you looked, you saw something more. To them I am glass, cold and cracked. But to you I am water, living and essential. I have never been seen before. It scared me. Thank you. I'm sorry." Again, I swooned. The next day was a Saturday, so I went to his house and heard yelling as soon as I got close. The house was small and the yard kinda dirty. I knocked on the door and Mark came out, holding a guitar. His right eye was bruised. He moved past me, walking toward a path in the woods across the street. "Are you coming?" I followed him all the way down to the shore of a lake I didn't even know was there. He sat down, and I sat down beside him, wondering what he was thinking. "You said you liked my poems." I did. "They're not poems, they're songs." "Oh, can I hear one?" "I've never played for anyone before." "You don't put yourself out there. That's why people don't pay attention." He hesitated, then played the guitar and sang one of the songs. He sang about his fears, his sadness, and about feeling like a monster for having to put people down to make himself feel big. When he was done, he wiped a tear and said he would have to go back or his foster dad would be angry. He left me there by the lake as I watched the sunset over the water. I knew I was falling in love with him. When I got home, my mom told me the one thing that would ruin everything just as it was all getting so good. We were moving across the country. She told me she was sorry, but we had no choice. When I saw him across the lawn at school, he smiled at me. I practically melted, but my smile faded quickly. He knew something was wrong. He came up and walked with me. "Are you okay?" "I have to move." His eyes immediately lost their light. I could tell he was devastated. "What are you thinking?" "It's selfish." "It's okay. Tell me." "You're the only one who sees me." "Maybe that's true right now, but it doesn't have to be. Your songs are beautiful." "I don't know how to talk to people. I don't relate to anyone." "Of course you do. We all have pain. We all get bullied. Even you." He thought about what I said, then a smile crept on his face and he looked right at me. My heart stopped when I saw his eyes. They were bright and full of hope. "I never thought about that. Thank you. I can't believe you're moving away." "I know." We both looked down, sad for ourselves because of how little time we had together. And then I raised my head and said, "You know what? We're here now, right? So why are we sad? We can be sad when I leave, but today, I want to be happy." "You can just decide to be happy?" "Yep, why not? You're here, I'm here, we have all day to talk and hang out." He thought about what I said, then smiled. He looked at me and asked, "What do you want to do?" Without thinking, I leaned over and kissed him. His cheeks turned bright red. We both laughed. He took me to a boba tea place, then we ate some ramen and even went to karaoke. I had never had so much fun. I was worried it would only last for today, but I put all the worry behind me and enjoyed the moment. That night, we had to say goodbye. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. He walked me home and kissed me before he left. The last thing he said to me was, "If I never see you again, please know you'll always be with me and all the people I help with my music." I watched him leave, holding on to the moment as long as I could. When it was time, we packed the moving truck and left. Then to my surprise, I saw him. He was on the sidewalk, talking to one of the shy kids he used to pick on. But this time, they were both smiling. He was apologizing and making friends. I knew then that everything would be okay. And as for me, I was going somewhere new. Sure, it was scary and a little sad, but it was also exciting. Who would I meet? What would I do there?
I decided to enjoy every day and made a promise that I would make the most of any situation that came up in my life, good or bad. Hello, I'm Lily from Estonia. I grew up in an orphanage with my brother Joe. He's 2 years older than me, and we're total opposites. But before I continue, please like and subscribe, and you might get a kiss from your true love. My big brother Joe had shiny blonde hair and blue eyes, and he always got all the attention.
Look at this gorgeous kid. He's so beautiful.
But I was the opposite. I had dark hair and dark brown eyes, and my skin wasn't as fair, and no one ever said I was pretty. They hardly noticed me at all. Joe was tall and outgoing, and everybody liked him. I was short for my age, and the mean girls loved to tease me.
Aw, poor Lily. She's just so ugly. How does it feel to be a loser with a perfect brother?
But Joe always had my back.
Maybe you should learn to respect others.
Oh, for you, Joe? I'll learn anything. I'll learn how to respect others, and how to cook and clean. I'll even learn how to give birth.
You don't learn how to give birth. You just give birth.
I agree. You're right. You're so smart. See, Joe? I learned my lesson. I respected her. Now love me, Joe, please.
In school, things weren't much better. Joe was super smart and almost a genius.
Joe, that's amazing. A perfect score.
I could barely pass my exams, and I had a hard time paying attention in class. Sometimes I talked to the other kids when I wasn't supposed to, and I got out of my seat and I ran around the room, but I couldn't help it.
Lily, sit down.
Most of the teachers didn't like me at all. One time I was in grumpy old Miss Koppel's class, and I really had to go to the bathroom. The break just ended 2 minutes ago. You couldn't go then? Oh wait, you were busy playing. The only thing you do in school. No bathroom for you. But it's an emergency. Miss Koppel didn't budge. I tried to hold it, but a minute later, I peed my pants.
Ew!
Joe caught me crying in the hallway. What's wrong?
Miss Koppel wouldn't let me go to the bathroom.
Joe's face turned bright red, and he stormed into Miss Koppel's class. You stinky witch. Maybe a bitter old lady like you shouldn't be teaching. You should be at home fighting with your husband who's lost his hearing because of your constant screaming and will go blind soon looking at your hideous face. Miss Koppel sent Joe to the principal's office, and he got detention for 2 weeks. I felt so bad. I'm sorry I'm weird and stupid and always causing trouble. Don't say that about yourself, Lily. None of that is true.
Yes, it is. You're just pretending it's not. Don't worry about me and my problems. I'll handle them on my own. You don't have to be my big brother anymore.
No way. I'll always be your big brother, and I'll always have your back, no matter what. And one day, I hope you'll see how special and smart and beautiful you are. Joe hugged me, and I cried like a big baby. Then one day, the most amazing thing happened. We were adopted by a really nice couple. They had a big house, Joe and I got our own rooms, and new clothes. They even enrolled us in a fancy school. I was nervous at first because school was still hard, and I always got distracted. I was scared that my new teachers would hate me too. But then my new parents took me to the doctor.
Lily has ADHD, which means she's a bit hyperactive and has trouble paying attention. But she's a smart girl. Her IQ is well above average.
I went to therapy for a while to help me learn to stay focused. It was difficult at first, but Joe and my parents were really supportive, and eventually I got better. I started getting A's on my tests, and I even won Student of the Month for best behavior. When Joe and I reached high school, our lives totally changed. One day, Joe and I were hanging out at the mall when a strange woman ran up to us. Your face is a work of art. Have you ever thought of being a model?
Not really.
Stick with me, darling. I'm gonna make you a star. The woman was a modeling agent. Joe signed a contract with her, and soon, every other weekend, he was doing photo shoots all over the city. My life was much better too. My grades were at the top of my class, I had a bunch of new friends, and when I looked in the mirror, for the first time, I liked what I saw, especially since my mom always told me how pretty I was, and that I should love myself just as I am. I had a newfound confidence, and everyone noticed. Even though Joe and I weren't together all the time, we were still close. We had our own lives, and that was okay. We were always there for each other. Then one day, our dad got a new job and we moved across town. Another family twice as rich as my parents, lived next door, and they had a daughter my age. The moment Joe saw her, he started acting strange. He was really dying to meet her.
Oh, love at first sight? Something only beautiful people do. Why don't you just go over there and say hello?
Just say hello? It's not that easy. It has to be just right. She's my destiny. She's my true love. We're meant to be.
We started thinking of ways to make them meet. What made it harder was that she was homeschooled. We saw a lot of sophisticated teachers coming and leaving the house. Joe took one of my shirts and went to her house, pretending he found it in the yard and it belonged to the girl. But a maid opened the door and took it, then slammed the door in Joe's face. One time, I saw the mystery girl leaving her house, and I started calling out random names. Emily, Sarah, Anna, Amber. But she still didn't look up. A couple of weeks passed, and I thought Joe would have moved on, but he was still determined to meet this girl. He hatched a new plan every day, but none of them worked. I needed a break, so I snuck off to the park to sketch. As I was sketching an oak tree, I heard someone walk up behind me. I turned to see a cute boy smiling at me.
Those are pretty good. Your shading and detail are amazing.
I froze. I'd never shown anyone my drawings before.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
The boy's name was Ryan. He was a couple of years older than me, and he was a talented artist. We talked for hours. Every time he looked into my eyes, my heart skipped a beat.
Geez, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go.
Maybe we could meet up tomorrow and, talk about art?
Sorry, I can't.
I was such a dork. What was I thinking? Asking a cute boy like Ryan out. He must already have a girlfriend. I wanted to crawl into a hole. It's okay. Sorry I asked.
No, it's not like that. I'd love to see you again, but I'm leaving for New York tomorrow for art school.
My heart sank.
This doesn't have to be goodbye.
Ryan pulled out one of his sketches from his notebook. He wrote his phone number on the back and gave it to me.
I want you to have it.
I can't take this.
You can give it back when I see you again.
On my walk home, every time I thought about Ryan, I couldn't help but smile. I turned the corner onto my street, and then I saw something insane. The mystery girl was scaling the side of her house like a cat burglar. I hid behind a tree and texted Joe, but then the girl came charging at me like a maniac. She tried to grab my phone. Give it to me. Let go, you crazy girl. My phone slipped out of my hand, fell to the ground, and broke. I was so mad. I turned to yell at her, but then she started bawling like a big baby. I'm sorry about your phone. I just didn't know what to do. Her name was Sophia, and her parents made her break up with her boyfriend because he was poor. They won't let me see him or talk to him. My heart's been ripped to pieces. It hurts so bad. Please, make it stop. Don't cry. Things will be okay. How? Thankfully, Joe walked up just then. Sophia took one look at him and got all googly-eyed. Then she got confused. I can't do this. Sophia pushed Joe and ran away crying. The next day, Sophia showed up at her door. What I did to you wasn't cool. I was having a hard time.
If you don't mind me asking, what's wrong?
Well, I'm broken. Excuse me. If I could just squeeze past you. Each time life smiles at me, bad things happen shortly after. I fell in love with our gardener's son. It was a secret because I knew my parents would never approve. I don't know how, but they found out and things got really bad.
I'm so sorry.
If you could just step to the side a bit, I could get out of your way, and they fired him and his father and forced me to break up with him. Then they took my phone and homeschooled me for a while. My dad is an important politician, and he can't risk his reputation. And now, every morning, I wake up in a puddle of tears.
That's so sad.
Yes, very sad. I've got an idea. Why don't you two be friends? It might make you both feel better. Over the next few months, Joe and Sophia started getting closer, and so did our parents. Joe started dressing in expensive clothes, buying Sophia fancy gifts, and he'd brag to Sophia and her parents about how much money he made modeling. Once, Sophia's parents invited us for dinner.
Oh, neighbors, you have such a strong, confident, independent young man. I bet girls are fighting over him all the time. Yes, but I have eyes only for one girl.
As Joe looked at Sophia and she blushed, everyone noticed the two and smiled.
Oh, this is wonderful. We've been so worried about Sophia. I'm so happy she's found someone like you. We had to protect her, you know. She was tricked and manipulated by a dirty, poor boy that stole her heart. Ugh, poor people. You can't trust any of them. They're all liars and cheats.
That's not true.
Oh, you sweet, naive girl. You'll learn soon enough.
Then Sophia's parents laughed at me, like what I said was some big joke. I'm not naive. You're just wrong. Joe and I used to be poor. We're not liars and cheats. we're not dirty, and we're not bad people.
Joe's an exception, of course. Who knew an adopted orphan could be so perfect? You guys hit the jackpot with your son. Your daughter, well, she's now Sophia.
Oh, you're right about that, honey. Joe lowered his head. My parents looked away, and I was about to explode. What's that supposed to mean? Thank you for the meal. We must get going. When we got home, my parents sat me and Joe down for a talk.
Joe, we don't want you seeing Sophia anymore.
No, that's not happening. I love her. You can't tell me what to do. Stop yelling at Dad. Son, what her parents said about your sister is unacceptable. They were just joking. They're really nice once you get to know them. Are you blind? Sophia's parents are jerks, and ever since you've been hanging out with them, you've changed.
If I have to impress Sophia's parents to get their blessing, then I'll do it.
True love is worth it, but you wouldn't know anything about love. You've never had a boyfriend, and you look like you sleep in a trash can. Don't talk to your sister like that.
That's enough. No more Sophia, and that's final.
Then Joe got mad and shoved Dad. Dad fell and hit his head hard on the table. Dad! I rushed to Dad's side. He was really hurt. Mom called the ambulance. Then I looked up and saw Joe.
I'm sorry.
Joe ran out of the house. Dad had a minor concussion, and we spent the night in the emergency room. By the time we got back home, all of Joe's things were gone. We heard from the neighbors that he and Sophia moved into her parents' villa in Paris. Dad was weak after the injury, so I helped him out at the office. Staying on top of my schoolwork and helping Dad was tough, but I enjoyed spending more time with him. My parents and I tried calling Joe, but he never answered, which made me really sad. My new friend Ryan always found ways to cheer me up. He sent me funny sketches and MSA videos. One summer, he came back to town and we sat under the oak tree. We saw a boy and a girl playing on the swings, and I started to cry.
What's wrong?
I miss my brother. He was my best friend and always had my back. I'm scared I'll never see him again.
He's your brother, and he could never stop loving you. I'm sure he'll come back to you one day.
Then Ryan handed me his sketchbook, and I drew a picture of me and Joe. Ryan encouraged me to study art, and eventually I started selling my drawings. 5 years later, we got married in a small ceremony in our backyard, and soon after, we had a baby. But there were complications. I felt this horrible pain, and the machine started to beep. As the doctors raced to save me, I cried out, "Joe, my brother, Joe, come to me." Then I fainted. I woke up from a coma 2 days later, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Joe and Sophia sitting beside me with tears in their eyes. Joe?
Yes, Lily.
Is that you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry for everything.
I looked up at my parents. They smiled and nodded. I knew from the look in their eyes that they'd forgiven Joe and wanted me to do the same. You broke our promise. You said you'd always have my back, but you chose Sophia and her parents over us. My parents are just mean and have been controlling my life since forever. We had enough and we couldn't take it anymore, so we left. And they cut us off.
But it's been so hard. I couldn't find work. We barely had enough money for food and rent, but I was ashamed to come back and ask for help.
We felt like we broke your family. We didn't want to make things worse.
Then we heard you were in a coma, so we came immediately. I couldn't let you down again. Lily, I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to let me earn the privilege to be your big brother again.
You'll always be my big brother. I just wanted to see you. I would have helped you no matter what. Then Joe hugged me, and I hugged him back. One night, I jumped out of bed when I heard her screaming. I rushed to her room, but couldn't find her anywhere. I was surprised when I opened her closet. She was in there looking like a scared little kitten. "What happened, Mom?" I asked, kneeling down. "A shark took my disinfectant and wants to eat me alive. It's under my bed," she cried out while shaking badly. "But we don't even have a pool, Mom," I said. She then looked at me closely and started to scream like I was the most disgusting thing on earth. "Shut your mouth and don't come near me. You're not wearing a mask and gloves. Go get them now." Sighing in frustration, I jumped to my feet before she could get hysterical again. There was one time when I came back from school and found her with huge blisters on her hands because she washed them 100 times every day. The virus cases had been at 0 for more than a month, but she'd been acting like there was a zombie apocalypse. One day, my older sister Steffi brought her boyfriend home, and Mom didn't even let them come in until they took off their shoes and put on the special outfit she'd made, which looked totally ridiculous. Steffi said they looked like astronauts. Every time they walked, they squeaked. Mom took paranoia to a whole new level. She said that Steffi's boyfriend's neighborhood was dangerous, and she wasn't going to take
any risks. You and your contagious boyfriend, Mom yelled at them while standing at least 2 meters away, of course, and squirting disinfectant at them. My sister was really embarrassed and decided never to come back home ever again. The week after that, my mom saw my older brother Seth talking to the garbage truck driver one night. She refused to allow him back inside the house unless he took a bath with water and alcohol in the backyard. Seth was furious. Just stop these stupid swab tests, temperature checks, and quarantines already. You're just overreacting, and it's seriously irritating, Seth shouted at her as he came in shivering. What if I don't? You'll leave just like your sister? Mom asked. Yes, I will. I'm so done with you. You're crazy, Seth yelled at her, and the next day, he packed his bags and left, and now it was down to me and my twin brother Sean, who had been a total jerk to us. One night, I heard Mom crying in her room. I stood behind the door and listened. Why did you leave me for that gold digger? You should have been here with me to take care of everyone. Dad left Mom years ago, and we never knew why, although we asked her many times. She always said, he's coming back. I know it. He will. Just wait and see. Grandma was also gone because of the virus, and it had made Mom even worse. I felt sorry for her. I thought maybe I could make her a chocolate milk, even though I knew she might scold me and wouldn't drink it. She didn't want anyone to touch her food. I saw Sean playing an online game on his phone and his dirty feet up on the dining table. What the hell are you doing, Sean? Mom's gonna kill you, I warned him. Oh yeah? How about this? He grinned and then suddenly started coughing on purpose. Mom came out of her room and ran towards us like a raging bull, ready to attack. Who coughed? I heard a cough. She demanded answers with bulging eyes. It's Sammy. She's been coughing nonstop, Sean said. To my horror, I tried to deny it, but Mom cut me off. Enjoy another 14 days in the basement then, she exclaimed as she dragged me downstairs. Mom, no, please, I cried when she once again locked me up. Sean had just finished his 3rd quarantine here, and the last one was because of a single sneeze. I had to get out. It was my best friend Amy's birthday party on Friday. I hadn't seen her in person since the pandemic started because of online classes, and my mom wouldn't let any of us leave the house. Amy's brother Harry would also be there, and I had a major crush on him. I had to do something about Mom. I heard another scream upstairs. Panicking, I kicked the door until it opened. I rushed upstairs and saw my mom holding a baseball bat while staring at the closed window. Go check the doors and windows. Make sure they're all locked, she said. Sean walked in and asked what had happened. A dirty man in a hoodie has been trying to get in. He was licking my window. He wanted to infect our house. He wanted to kill me, Mom said, looking horrified. Sean and I tried to calm her down, but we both got the shock of our lives when she aimed the bat at us. No mask, no gloves, no face shield. Back off or else, she yelled. Sean looked at me and said, Your mom is officially insane. I'm sure you're so proud. I dragged him out of the room and said, You're only good at making fun of people. That's it. I'm contacting Dad. He needs to do something about this. Sure, go ahead. Ask him to take me with him after. I'm tired of Mom, Sean said in frustration. She needs us this time, and we have to do our part, I said. Whatever. I'll be staying at my friend's place for the week. Tell Mom that the shark ate me if she comes looking for me, he said before walking away. How could they do this to their own mother? I was about to call the hospital from the living room when Mom appeared. You're supposed to be in isolation, she yelled as she picked up a lampshade and threatened to throw it at me. Mom, please drop it. I'm going to wear my mask now, I said. She dropped the lampshade as soon as I put on my mask. She then sat down on the couch, which she had wrapped in a special plastic, and burst into tears. I'm so sorry, Sammy. I'm so sorry. She was bawling now. I first sprayed alcohol all over myself before sitting beside her. It's like I have a special vision, and I can see the virus and germs everywhere, even when I close my eyes. Her crying got louder, but it stopped when I tried to hug her. The next day, I ordered ice cream and pizza and lied that I had made them all myself using the clean ingredients from the fridge. I then suddenly started coughing uncontrollably in front of her. Oh no, it was probably the cold ice cream. My heart started to race when my mom flipped into crazy mode again. She angrily pushed the dining table over and shouted, "That dirty man is right behind you!" Mom screamed. I turned around, but didn't see anyone behind me. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I swear, he was here. He was spitting everywhere. He wants to fill our house with the virus, with his disgusting saliva," she cried before running upstairs to hide in her room. While looking for any signs of the dirty man in our house, I was horrified to see that one of the windows in the kitchen was open. When I turned around, I gasped when a man pressed a finger against my lips. It was him, the dirty man that Mom was talking about. He was real. I was about to bite his hand and scream, but I froze the moment he showed me his face. "Dad?" He pulled me into a corner and started explaining. "I have been trying to apologize to your mom, but she always screams whenever I go near her. I think she's hallucinating. That's why she thinks I'm trying to hurt her," Dad said. I couldn't believe he was back. He went on to say that his girlfriend had left him and he had nowhere to go. He was literally begging, and I didn't know what to do. I told him that Mom had gone insane, and he needed to work hard to win her heart again. Mom didn't even open her door for the next few days. She was in self-quarantine again. I let Dad stay with us for a while because I needed his help in dealing with Mom. Then one day, Mom suddenly went missing. Dad found a way to break her door after hearing some odd noises in there, but she'd only left a note saying, "That man came back, just like I expected. I even saw him rubbing his eyes after holding the remote. I can't take this anymore. I'm sorry, Sammy. Take care of yourself. Mommy loves you, despite everything." Oh my God, what had she done? We asked for help from the police to look for her around the house and all over the city, but it had already been a month and there was no sign of her. A while later, I was in the basement and while I was going through some old stuff, a big rat ran over my foot. I screeched and jumped back, lost my balance and landed on the floor. Groaning, I turned to my side and noticed something under the rug on the floor. I lifted it and saw a trap door. I had never noticed it before. I opened it and saw a set of stairs going down. I went down and was startled to see a huge glass cage, and my mom was sleeping in it. It looked squeaky clean, with hand sanitizers and alcohol everywhere, and also herbal supplements and vitamins. Oh my gosh, she'd been living here the whole time. I tried to shake her awake, but she wasn't moving. Her skin felt cold, and there was an empty container of alcohol beside her. Panicking, I called Dad, and we took her to the hospital. A lot of procedures were done on her, and the results showed that her stomach was irritated from alcohol ingestion. She got treatment for it and started to feel better. It was 3 a.m. and Mom woke me up beside her in the hospital bed. "Sammy, wake up. The shark is back again." I told her to relax and go back to sleep, but she kept pointing at the window. I got up to take a look, and she was completely weirded out to see a shark tail poking out from behind a building across the street. I rubbed my eyes and checked again, but it wasn't there anymore. Wait a minute. What was happening? Was I going crazy too? It was there, right? I'm not crazy, Sammy. It was there, Mom exclaimed while shaking. I waited until Mom fell asleep before heading out of the hospital alone. While I was crossing the road, a black van suddenly stopped in front of me. The doors opened and a masked man got out and grabbed me and threw me inside. I tried to fight back and scream, but he had already handcuffed me, tied up my feet, and put duct tape over my mouth. I looked around and saw the shark beside me. It was a costume. I woke up in an unfamiliar room. The masked man entered with a younger, smaller guy. They told me that I was in an old abandoned house in the middle of nowhere, and I was devastated. "Who are you people? Why are you doing this? What did I do to you?" I cried while thinking about Mom, who was all alone now. "I need your mom to totally lose her mind, but you kept getting in my way," the older man said, which gave me goosebumps because his voice sounded familiar. No, it couldn't be him. My eyes grew wide the moment he took off his mask. "Dad? Why?" "Come on, Dad. Let's go before someone sees us," the younger man said, who I figured out was Sean. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We're not gonna hurt you," Dad said. I didn't believe him. "You can quarantine for the rest of your life here, sis. I'm sure your crazy mom would be proud," Sean said before laughing at me. They were about to leave when the police unexpectedly barged in, along with someone who looked like an astronaut. Mom! Dad and Sean were caught off guard as the police immediately handcuffed them. Mom then ran towards me and untied me. She looked so weak, yet here she was, saving us like a superhero. Just as the police were arresting them, Mom suddenly passed out. We brought her back to the hospital and she was placed in the ICU. A CT scan of her brain revealed a small tumor. The doctor said it was the reason for her changes in behavior, but it was easily removable. I tried contacting my siblings regarding the hospital bills, but they refused to help. Steffi said that she was pregnant and had more important things to do, while Seth had started working again and was busy looking for an apartment. They said that they were done with Mom and didn't want to deal with her anymore. How could they be so heartless? It was Mom's third day in the hospital when our family lawyer paid us a visit. He told Mom that Grandma had left a will, saying that she was giving everything to Mom, including her mansion. I knew it. He was just waiting for your grandma to pass away, Mom said, and it all made sense to me now. Dad wanted all my mom's fortune for himself. Mom fully recovered after the surgery, and we moved into the mansion after a week. She then suggested something unexpected. Why don't you invite Amy and the rest of your friends here tomorrow night? I'm going to throw a huge party. I pinched myself to check if I was dreaming, but Mom giggled and assured me that she was serious. We had some unexpected visitors at the party the next day. I opened the door and was shocked to see Steffi and Seth wearing the special outfits that Mom made. What are you doing here, and why are you wearing those? I thought you said it looked ridiculous, I asked. Where's Mom? We miss her, Steffi exclaimed. We just wanted to apologize. We realized that she just wanted to protect us from the virus, Seth explained. I was speechless. Mom heard our voices and immediately came down. My siblings acted like they were so happy to see her again. We've got presents for you, Mom. Seth gave her like 10 paper bags filled with alcohol bottles, sanitizers, face masks, gloves, vitamins, and a lot of fruit. Mom didn't say anything. She grabbed the bags and threw them away as if they were the most disgusting thing she had ever touched. I don't need them anymore, right, Sammy? She turned to me and I automatically nodded. Seth and Steffi insisted on coming inside, but Mom shut the door in their faces. Now, let's get back to the party, Mom said, and I just smiled in excitement.
Hi, I'm Marin from Vermont, and my parents are a couple of lunatics who hid a secret from me that rocked my world. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I guess you can say I'm the grumpy oddball of the family. My dad's a psychologist, and my mom's a life coach, and they have permanent smiles plastered on their faces. Before I was born, they made millions and became famous selling books that taught people how to be happy. When I was a kid, they insisted on driving me to school, where they'd always make a big scene.
Give Daddy a hug, sweetie.
Give Mommy a kiss.
And don't forget Mr. Stuffy and your magic hat.
It was nice when I was 5, but now I'm 16 and they're still doing it. Every day they'd find new ways to embarrass me. They'd burst into song in the middle of the grocery store. They'd insist we dress like triplets every time we went out. And they'd show up at school in cheerleading outfits before every big test. You can do it, honey. Yes, you can.
Go, Marin!
My parents and I couldn't be more opposite. I failed to inherit their cheery disposition or their good looks. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that my parents are gorgeous. People are always staring at them and stopping them in the street to pay them compliments. But no one ever noticed me. My parents tried to share their spotlight with me by dragging me to their photo shoots and TV interviews, but it always ended up a disaster. I was not photogenic. Then one time, they decided to do a photo shoot in Disneyland, and the place was just getting on my nerves. All the workers there in the Disney characters kept waving and smiling like they were infected with happiness, just like my parents. And then a woman dressed as Cinderella's fairy godmother came to me with a big smile. So, sweetie, how do you like being at the happiest place on earth? Bippity-boppity-boo! And something inside me just snapped. What is wrong with you? You're a middle-aged woman whose job it is to dress up as a fictional character in a dumb costume, and you're smiling like a psycho. What are you so happy about? Then I grabbed her wand, snapped it in half, and threw it in her face. Okay, I know that wasn't my best moment. I apologized to her a lot and gave her a really big tip, but someone had made a video of me, and it was making the social media rounds. For the first time, my parents didn't look too happy with me. I thought they'd ground me, which was totally understandable, but after a day of silent treatment, they burst into my room, hugged me, and took me out for ice cream. I learned to accept that my parents were just not normal, and we were poles apart. But then one day, I came
came home from school and they told me something that changed my life. Honey, we think it's time you knew the truth.
You're adopted.
Dad's words echoed in my ears. I couldn't believe it. My mind raced, and so did my emotions. First, I was in denial. No way. I got so mad I threw a chair. Then, I tried to convince my parents to come to their senses. Haha, funny joke. Now take it back. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Suddenly, I started crying like a baby. It took a while for my parents to calm me down, but I was finally able to hear them out. They told me they'd adopted me when I was 2 years old, and the craziest thing was that I had a sister. Why tell me now? We received a letter from your sister. She saw us on TV.
Up until now, we didn't know she existed. She's been in foster care her whole life, but she showed her records and she's been adopted from the same orphanage we got you from.
The more I thought about being adopted, the more it made sense. This is why I didn't have my parents' genes. They weren't my parents. Your sister wants to meet you.
She'd like to visit, but the choice is yours if you want to see her.
My parents gave me my sister's contact information, and I looked her up online. Her name was Francesca, and she was 2 years older than me, and she looked a lot like me, but somehow 10 times better. She was head of her cheerleading team, voted most likely to succeed, and wore the most stylish clothes. I sent her a DM on Insta, and she responded a half a second later. Surprisingly, we had a lot in common. We both loved rom-coms and mint chocolate chip ice cream, and we both hated zombies. Maybe having a sister wouldn't be so bad. Francesca and I made plans to see each other the next weekend. The next morning at school, I told my BFF Ray the news. I showed Ray a picture of Francesca, and he couldn't stop staring. So I slapped his forehead.
Ow!
Earth to Ray.
Sorry, it's just I can't believe you have a sister.
You mean a pretty sister, right? I guess she got the pretty gene from our birth parents.
You're just as pretty as she is. In fact, you look 10 times better.
Yeah, right.
No, it's true. You're a goddess and I love you.
What?
I said I love plastic spoons. Hey, look, that lunch lady has a bunch. I should go talk to her. Bye.
Ray was a little strange, but that's what I liked about him. We met in 5th grade. Ray brought a snake into the classroom for show and tell. It got loose, and everyone freaked out. But I grabbed the snake by its tail and tossed it into its cage.
Wow, you're incredible.
We've been besties ever since. My parents were excited about Francesca's visit, but they were busy the day she was arriving, so Ray and I volunteered to pick her up from the airport. The moment Francesca stepped off the plane, I had a feeling I was in for trouble. She was beautiful in her pictures, but in person, she looked like a movie star. A bunch of boys jumped over themselves to carry her bags.
It's so nice to meet you, Marin. I can't believe how friendly everyone is.
Then this old lady bumped into me and started yelling, "Move, girl!"
Sorry, ma'am. We didn't mean to stand in your way.
The mean lady looked at Francesca and instantly smiled. Aren't you a sweetheart? You, on the other hand, could learn some manners and comb your hair. You look like a peacock. What the heck? And to make matters worse, Francesca kept fawning all over Ray on the way back home.
OMG, Ray, your muscles are huge. Do you work out?
A little.
Ray was practically a toothpick. What was she talking about? I don't know why, but when Ray smiled at Francesca, it made my blood boil. When we got back to my house, I barely had a chance to introduce Francesca to my parents before she ran up and hugged them.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Is it okay if I call you that?
How about no? Don't be rude, Marin. She's our guest. That whole night, my parents and Ray couldn't get enough of Francesca. Francesca had apparently read all my parents' books and could even quote them by heart. She laughed at Dad's stupid jokes, sang show tunes with Mom, and geeked out when Ray showed her his comic book collection. She even volunteered to cook and made the most amazing 5-course meal. You are just wonderful.
Extraordinary. Unbelievable.
I'm not saying I was jealous, but come on! Francesca made herself right at home. My parents gave her a room down the hall from me, and that night, I felt so relieved that the day was over. But just as I turned out the lights to sleep, I saw Francesca in my doorway staring at me with a creepy smile. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to say goodnight.
Okay, thanks.
Well, good night, and don't let the bedbugs bite. It can get pretty bad if they do. You could get an infection or have an allergic reaction. I've even heard that a bug bite can drive you insane.
Oh my god, is that a bug on your pillow? Huh? I was so scared I hopped out of bed. Francesca turned on the light and glided over like she was Wonder Woman.
Oh, my bad. False alarm. It's just a piece of lint. Sweet dreams.
Francesca skipped out of my room with that stupid
stupid smile on her face. Thanks to her, I didn't sleep at all that night because I kept dreaming of creepy bed bugs. 48 hours later, I was so relieved because Francesca's visit was almost over. But when I came downstairs for breakfast, I found my parents and Francesca giggling with excitement.
Guess what, sweetie? Francesca's decided to stay for another week.
Oh God, I couldn't take much more of Francesca. She was ruining my life. I swear my parents liked her more than me, and so did Ray. That's not a good idea. Don't you need to go back home? You have school tomorrow. You'll miss all your classes. You could fail a test. You could flunk school. The decision could destroy your life.
Don't worry, Marin. I'm actually going to stay so I can check out your high school tomorrow.
Francesca and my parents were so excited about the possibility of us going to the same school. I tried to keep my frustration to myself, so I avoided them the best I could. I made up some excuse that I wasn't feeling well. I locked myself in my room and watched MSA videos to cheer myself up. The next day at school was as bad as I'd imagined. The moment everyone saw Francesca, they fell head over heels in love. Even the popular kids ran up to me asking me about her.
Hey, Mavis, does your sister have a boyfriend?
My name is Marin, and I don't know.
Can you give Francesca this invitation to my party?
What about me?
Sorry, cool kids only.
Francesca may have been perfect, but there was one thing about her that was a little weird. Every time anyone asked her about her foster parents, she'd tell a different story. Once, my parents asked to speak with them.
Oh, they can't be reached. They're marine biologists and they're in the middle of the ocean studying whales.
A few hours later, I overheard her talking to the principal.
My foster parents can't answer any calls. They work for the government and they're on an undercover mission. It's a matter of national security.
She even told the popular kids that her foster parents were in a heavy metal band on tour in Thailand. I don't trust Francesca. She's a liar, and I think she's up to something.
Not Francesca. She's the nicest, sweetest, and kindest person I've ever met.
That's what she wants you to believe. She's got everyone under her spell. You have to help me expose her.
Well, of course I'll help you. I adore you and I would do anything for you.
What?
I said I love helping my friends. We should spy on her like in those spy movies.
She's smart. What if she catches us?
Believe me, she won't.
Ray and I bought a bunch of spy equipment online, like binoculars, hidden cameras, listening devices, and these cool camouflage outfits so we could sneak around without being noticed. We spied on Francesca at school, when she went out for a run, and when she got groceries, but she didn't do anything weird. Till one day, we were spying on her while she was cooking, and we heard her on the phone speaking in a strange coded language. What?
Oh, I know. That's Pig Latin. You keep adding A to the end of each word or something like that. My parents have been talking like that since I was a kid.
Okay, so what is she saying?
I don't know. I've never been able to crack the code and figure out their secrets. Oh my god, do you think they're hiding something really big from me and—
Focus on my problems, Ray. Yours can wait. Then one day, I caught Francesca sneaking out of school. I followed her to the park across town, where she met this shady couple. I hid in the bushes and used my spy equipment to listen to their conversation. What's the holdup, Francesca? I've changed my mind.
You can't back out now. We had a deal. You break into their safe, steal their money, and then you're free. You'll get your share, then you can go to that fancy college you're always yapping about.
I said no, I won't do it. The mean woman grabbed Francesca's arm. You don't have a choice. We could always tell them about your past. You think those rich people will love you after they find out you're a thief? Suddenly, my allergies started to kick in, and I sneezed really loud. Francesca and the shady couple looked in my direction. I panicked. Then I saw a bird on a tree, which gave me an idea. Okay, my bird impression was a little lame, but I had to do something. What the heck was that?
Sounded like a bird dying, but forget about that. You're out of time, Francine. We'll make our move tonight.
The shady couple got into the car and drove away. Once they were out of sight, I jumped out of the bushes and confronted Francesca. No, Francine. Jeez, this is getting confusing. I'm just gonna call her Francesca, okay? Like I said, I jumped out of the bushes. I knew you were up to no good, you thief. I heard everything. You're going down. Suddenly, Francesca burst into tears, and man, did she look ugly. Her eyes got puffy, snot ran down her nose, and her face looked like a newborn's wrinkly butt. I'd never seen anyone look like a hideous troll when they cried. Can you please give me one chance to explain? Yes, anything that stops you from crying. Francesca told me all about her awful childhood with her cunning foster parents, who always made her part of their schemes. I've been waiting to turn 18 to get away from them. Then one day, they showed me you and your parents on TV and told me you were my biological sister. They said if I stole money from you, they they'd give me my share and I could go to my dream college. I just wanted out really badly, so I agreed. But soon after I met you and your family, I knew that I couldn't go through with the plan. You're my sister, my only friend in the world, and I love you. Francesca hugged me tight and cried some more. I hadn't thought of her as a friend before, and she was getting snot all over my shirt, but it was okay. I started to realize how silly I was for being jealous of her. I was the lucky one. Even though my parents were annoying, there was no doubt that they loved me. That night, Francesca and I told my parents everything. They told the police, and Francesca's foster parents were arrested the next day. I asked my parents if Francesca could live with us, and they said yes. After that, Francesca moved in for good, and we became a happy family. One day, I was hanging out at the pool with Francesca and Ray. Hey sis, I've got one question. Why did you say your name was Francesca? I wanted something fancy. Francine was too plain. Now it's my turn to ask one. When are you gonna admit that you're in love with Ray? I spat out my juice. I'm what now? You heard me. And he's always looking at you like an infatuated cow.
I am not, and that doesn't even make any sense. I'm as thin as a toothpick.
Ugh, jeez. Just shut up, admit it already, and work it out, losers. And with that, she pushed us into the pool and ran off cackling. Maybe it wasn't gonna be so fun to have a sister after all.
Once when I was in the 11th grade, I threw a birthday party and Ellen, my neighbor, was coming over. Most importantly of all though, tonight I was going to tell Ellen about my feelings for her. But just before she was due to arrive, she gave me a call and said, "Luce, I'm going out with Brian tonight. Do you mind covering for me? I told my mom that I'd be spending the night with you." I rushed to my window just in time to see Brian kiss Ellen before they got into his car and left. This was just a week after I told her I thought Brian was cute. Hi, my name is Lucy, and this is my story. Anyway, when Ellen's mom called later that evening and asked to speak to her, I said I hadn't the slightest idea where she was. That night, I heard Ellen's mom yelling at her when she got home. For once, she was getting what she deserved. The next day, she came over and apologized for putting me in an awkward position. Then, she pulled a brand new box of AirPods from her bag and gave them to me. "I know you've always wanted these, but they're too expensive for you, so here you go." I said, "Get off your high horse, Ellen. Stop showing off your money all the freaking time. Is that all that matters to you? You make me sick." I was so mad at Ellen that I didn't know what to do. So I decided the best person to get advice from was our school guidance counselor. After listening to everything, she said she had something serious to discuss with me. She said, "Ellen was just in here." She said that Ellen had said something crazy, and since she knew about my feelings for Ellen, she had decided to tell me. She said, "You have to promise never to repeat what I'm about to say." Then she told me the craziest, most unimaginable thing. She said Ellen had told her we were half-sisters. Apparently, Ellen's dad was also my dad. Just last week, she had overheard him say to my mom that I was his responsibility too, and he had to keep taking care of me. I was beyond horrified. This was too much. Not only was my crush my half-sister, but my dad had also left me to live in misery while she got everything? And I'd lived without a dad my whole life. I was done with this. I needed payback. I started with small things. I cut the string on a tin can phone line we had made when we were kids. It went between our bedroom windows. She always said it was a symbol of our friendship. Well, no more. Ellen called me immediately and asked why I had cut the line. Instead of answering, I asked her about her boyfriend, Brian. She just said goodbye politely and then didn't speak to me for a few days. A week later, she called me and said in her stupid goody-goody voice, "It's no big deal. We're growing up, and yeah, Brian is fine. It's nothing serious. We're just friends." I could have screamed with rage now. The next day, I decided to up my game. Ellen was hard of hearing and needed to feel what I was feeling. Ellen loved to listen to my music. So, I wrote a song just for her. I opened my window and started screeching. "Ellen is the worst, the worst, the worst, the worst. She looks like fuzzy lumpkins, has cheese like bloated pumpkins. Her breath smells bad, she's borderline mad. Ellen is the worst, the worst, the worst, the worst." A few minutes later, there was a knock on my door. I opened it to see a very upset Ellen. I asked, "What's up, Elle?" She said, "You're singing about me," and loud enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. I smiled at her. "I thought you'd appreciate me writing a song just for you. Consider this a small repayment for how good a friend you've been." She didn't know what to say to that. It felt so good to finally get to her that I decided to amp it up. I shared the song on Facebook. The video was removed a few hours later, and I was banned from Facebook for bullying. Brian came rushing over to Ellen's. He went inside and consoled her. I looked out from my window that night and was shocked to see Ellen and Brian kissing in her backyard. Ellen saw me looking and I slammed the window. This was all wrong. To make it all worse, at dinner, Mom said to me, "What was that horrible song you were singing? You and Ellen are like sisters. Don't be so mean to her." I was so mad when I heard that. I yelled, "She's not my sister! I don't care what you or her dad say!" A month later, there were rumors going around school that some college scholarship scouts were coming to watch the final hockey game of the season. Ellen was the star of the hockey team, but I was going to make sure that the scouts never got a chance to see Ellen. The morning before her big game, I snuck into her garage and stole her goalie kit. Ellen showed up late for the game. Her coach didn't let her play, and the team had their biggest loss of the season. Best of all, the scouts never saw Ellen. If she wanted to get into college, she'd have to get her dad to pay for it. When Ellen got back, I was waiting for her in her driveway. She looked at me in surprise and asked, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Hey, Al, it looked like a pretty fun sport, so I borrowed your stuff to give it a try." Looking at her face, I knew that she was finally going to explode. It was the moment I'd been waiting for. We'd finally put an end to this friendship and would have the biggest fight of our lives. She would finally tell me that I was the worst friend ever, and I could tell her she was a backstabbing, heartbreaking pain in the butt. But instead, Ellen took a deep breath, nodded, and then went inside. I didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. To make matters worse, Brian visited her more and more regularly now. Then she came over one day and said, "I want to apologize for being selfish. I'm glad that you want to play hockey." She pulled out a brand new hockey kit and handed it to me. "Now we can play together. What do you think?" I shut the door in her face. She'd done it again. For the next month, I was miserable. Ellen tried to call me, but she was the last person I wanted to speak to. Over time, she found new friends. But I wasn't going to let her off that easy. My life was going nowhere and hers was perfect. I had another idea. Monica, the leader of the group of girls Ellen was hanging out with, was super insecure about her boyfriend. All it took was an anonymous message and a quickly photoshopped picture sent to Monica, telling her to watch out for Ellen. Monica did the rest. The next day, I watched as Ellen went to greet her friends, and they completely ignored her. Monica even posted on the class WhatsApp group. The message said, "Ellen is a boyfriend stealer. Be careful, girls." Finally, Ellen broke down. But rushing in to her rescue was Brian. He told her that everything was going to be okay. Damn it! I couldn't believe it. Every one of my plans seemed to backfire. Every single time. I felt like I had no energy left. I made a decision right there. I was done with Ellen. 6 months went by. We didn't speak. It hurt to be betrayed by her, but I didn't have the energy to fight it. And then one day, Ellen was at my door with a plate of brownies. "I miss you, Lou," she told me. "Can we talk?" "How's Brian?" I asked. She took a deep breath and choked back her tears. "He doesn't go out of his way to hurt me, which is more than I can say for you." I had finally made Ellen feel as hurt as I was, but I didn't feel happy. I just wanted to tell her how I felt. About my 16th birthday and all the times she let me down, but I didn't. A week later, Ellen and her family moved away. I started college, but I always kept tabs on Ellen from afar. She went off to college to become a lawyer. Now that she was gone, I missed her like crazy. One day when I got back from college, I saw Mom had a visitor, Ellen's dad. Seeing him, I snapped. I demanded to know why he was here, and before he could say anything, I said, "I don't care about you. You're no dad to me." Mom jumped to her feet and asked me what I meant. I told her what I had kept a secret all this time and said I knew everything about how she cheated on Dad with Ellen's dad. Out of nowhere, Mom roared, "How dare you say that?" I yelled back, "That's what Ellen overheard." Then they told me that the conversation Ellen had overheard had nothing to do with us being siblings. He had even cleared up that confusion with Ellen years ago. Her dad said, "Your father used to work in my factory when the accident happened. I felt responsible for you just because of that." Then he handed me a card and said, "You're invited to Ellen's and Brian's wedding." Then he was gone. An hour later, I was outside Ellen and Brian's house. To my surprise, I heard screaming inside. Brian was yelling at Ellen. I called 911 and then I banged on the door until he opened it. Behind him, I saw Ellen. She was sobbing. I pushed inside, ran over to her and said, "I'm so sorry, Ellen, for everything." After a minute, she pushed me away. Brian rushed in too. He yelled at her to throw me out or else. I demanded to know why he was speaking to her like that. The police arrived and Brian stopped screaming. Immediately, he started telling Ellen how much he loved her, how he couldn't live without her. The police asked Ellen if she wanted to press charges. She said no. I told her she was crazy. I told her that marrying him was going to be a mistake. She told me to get out of her house. It hurt like hell, but I knew that Ellen wasn't going to listen to a single thing I said after all that had happened. After that, I knew I had to stop their marriage no matter what happened. So I started going to all the places I knew Ellen would be and tried to talk to her. At first, she refused to accept me. One day, I decided to surprise her just like she had once many years ago. I baked a batch of brownies and rang her doorbell, but no one answered. The next day, I went again, and still no answer. Disappointed, I decided to try one last time. The door was opened by Ellen's mom. She told me Ellen and Brian had decided to move upstate and marry there. She said, "It's a private event for close friends and family only. You're not invited." I left and tried to look for Ellen everywhere. I still hadn't told her the truth. I hadn't told her how much I loved her. Years passed and I couldn't find any trace of Ellen. One day, my mom said to me, "It's time you get married, Lucy. You're a girl. You've got to settle down soon. Why don't you date someone?" I told her I wasn't interested, but that night, I got a call from Mom telling me she was waiting for me at a restaurant. She gave me a table number and said, "It's serious, hurry!" But when I got there, I saw a guy sitting at the table. He called my name. Oh no. Reluctantly, I walked over to him and told him I wasn't interested. I said my mom had set this up, but he held my hand and said, "Don't you remember me, Lucy?" He told me his name was Alex. I didn't, and he said he had been in my college. He said, "I love you, Lucy. I always have." Then he begged me to stay. I felt sorry for him. Before I knew it, Alex was coming around to my place and calling me his girlfriend. Mom was thrilled. A few months later, on my birthday, Alex threw me a huge party and he asked me to marry him. Before I could respond, though, the doorbell rang and the police walked in. They arrested me, saying Ellen had claimed I was involved in stealing millions of dollars from her dad's business. I said, "I haven't even heard from her in years. How could I?" But they refused to listen. The next day, I saw her again. Even after all these years, my heart jumped at the sight of her. Clearly, though, I wasn't the only one who thought that. Alex jumped up as soon as he saw Ellen. She said, "Why won't you leave me alone? I don't even know what I did to deserve your hate." I wanted to clear up the confusion, but I knew now was not the time. Instead, I said I didn't know why she thought I would steal her money. Just then, Brian appeared and yelled, "Don't try to pretend you're innocent!" He accused me of trying to ruin Ellen's life. Ellen agreed. Then she left, saying, "I hope I never see you again, Lucy." I was still very confused about everything, so I called Ellen's dad. He said he had no idea what Ellen and Brian were talking about. The next day, he came to visit and got them to let me go. I asked him what was happening, and he said the person behind the stolen money was Brian. Turns out, he'd been transferring large sums of money to offshore accounts under my name. By the end of the month, Brian was arrested, and Ellen finally filed for divorce. She moved back in with her parents just a few blocks away. Slowly, we became friends again, and Alex encouraged it. "She's a great person. I'm sure you'll be close friends again," he said. The problem was, I still hadn't figured out how to tell Alex I wasn't going to marry him. Then one day, I decided to surprise Ellen with a visit. When I got there, I was stunned to see Alex's car already parked outside. I snuck in and found Ellen screaming at him. "Get out of here! How could you even think I would like my best friend's fiancé?" I rushed inside and they both fell silent. But I'd already heard enough. I started yelling at Alex and kicked him out. Then I turned to Ellen and said, "I've had enough of this." After 10 years, I finally told Ellen the truth. "I loved you. I always loved you. I got mad when I saw you kissing Brian. Then that stupid counselor said we were sisters, and I loved you. I didn't know what to do." For a while, she stayed silent, and I knew what her silence meant. I got up to leave when she called me, and now, she asked. I said, "I will always love you, Elle." Suddenly, Ellen ran over and hugged me, saying, "Me too, Luce. I've always loved you." Some people say that the Brits couldn't start their day without drinking tea. Not me. I don't drink tea, especially when I'm nervous. Like right now. I just wanted to have fun in my old school in London, you know? But when my parents found out that I got detention every week, they decided to send me away to this international high school in Dubai to become disciplined. On my way to the interview, I bumped into a girl who looked exactly like me. She looked like she'd seen a ghost as I picked up our papers on the floor. She quickly took hers and ran away like crazy. The principal finally came out, and I handed him my papers. "Mashallah, Mabrok, Habibi." What did he say? "The very reason we accepted you is that you also speak Arabic. We have a lot of students here from the Middle East, so it's very helpful." What was he talking about? I didn't know how to speak Arabic. I was about to clear things up when he handed me my transferee handbook before leaving like there was a fire in the building. I looked down the paper and saw one teeny tiny problem. The name written on the top was Layla? That wasn't my name. Apparently, I got my papers mixed up with that girl I bumped into. What should I do now? Hi, my name is Lara, and this is my story of how this little misunderstanding almost ruined me. But before that, please like and subscribe. As soon as I stepped out of the office, a beautiful girl suddenly dragged me to the janitor's closet, and before I could even blink, she started kissing me. On the lips? Excuse me? God, I miss you so much it hurts. I love you, babe. Oh, so now I have a girlfriend? Let's go to our dorms. I have been waiting for this moment. What are we going to do there? Suddenly, her face turned serious. Wait a minute. There's something different about you, Layla. Must be the hair color. Oh, shoot. Layla's hair was black. Well, thank God for hair dyes. New school, new look. Your nose. What happened to your nose? I got a nose job. You look better with it. I like it. Before she could do another inappropriate thing to me, I excused myself to the bathroom, but unfortunately, she came in here too. So, now that you're finally here, when are you going to get rid of Ali? Ali? Who is she? Nice joke, babe. You mean he. Oh, so I have a she and a he now? You're so funny, babe. And she was about to kiss me when I finally said, yeah, of course. Ali! Oh, that boy. Gosh, he is annoying. I hate him to the core. Well, it's not easy to get rid of your future husband who was chosen by your parents, so... My what? Oh, yes, we need a plan. Arranged marriages are the worst. That's my girl. Okay, so I had to act like a girl who had a girlfriend and an already planned husband who she hated. Sounded easy enough. I had to find Layla. I spent the whole day looking for her everywhere, but the girl seemed to be suddenly erased from history, leaving me with no choice. On my first day, I was in my locker with my girlfriend when all the girls went crazy all of a sudden. I turned around and my world stopped when I saw the most handsome boy I have ever seen in my life. And oh boy, he was giving me that heart-stopping smile. Habibi, skip school and hang out with me? I didn't understand a word he said because I was practically drooling. My girlfriend whispered, Babe, what are you doing? You hate him, remember? Huh? So this was Ali? My future husband? Get a grip, Lara. He's Layla's future husband, not yours. Dream on, Ali. I hate you. Mashallah. You look even more beautiful than the last time we saw each other. My girlfriend looked like she was about to spit out fire when Ali tried to hold my hand. But in order to avoid chaos, I immediately slapped it away. No touching before marriage. My parents would kill me. Ali just gave me a grin and whispered, But we already did things more than that, remember? We did what? Oh my God. Who was this Layla? It was so difficult to act like I was in love with my supposed girlfriend. I still didn't get a chance to know her name, by the way, and to hate this charming boy. One time, I was in our drama class when I got partnered with Ali. The teacher asked, Who was the first actor in the world? Thespes of Icaria was the first ever to appear on stage as an actor playing a character. Oh, since when did you become this smart? I was always this smart. I was just shy. The play started, and it was so awkward because we had to act like lovers. Girlfriend was nearby and kept giving me death glares. I was literally hugging and kissing the air instead of him. After the play, Ali looked so sad, so I made a note through a paper airplane and flew it towards him. He smiled widely as soon as he read the note and threw me a flying kiss. I swear I almost fainted. The next following days were even crazier. One time, after all our classes, I went straight to our dorm, and girlfriend was already waiting on my bed, looking really excited. I've been waiting for you. Let's play a game. What game? She suddenly took out a chessboard. She looked horrified when I checkmated her in 3 moves. How did you become an expert in just a month? Practice makes perfect, babe. Oh, I think I have fallen in love with you more. She jumped onto me and was about to kiss me again when the door suddenly barged open and poured in Ali. Girlfriend immediately pretended to braid my hair. Marlish, I forgot to knock. I'm just wondering if Layla is free. No! Can't you see we're having a girly time here? I got totally disappointed when Ali left. Poor boy. That guy is getting weird. He literally told your parents that you're not his type, but he's extra sweet to you nowadays. So, Ali also hated Layla? Oh, babe, you're just overthinking. Come on, let's sleep already. I couldn't sleep. I'm having nightmares lately. Can we share beds tonight? Why not? You're my girlfriend. She immediately jumped next to me, and I swear I wasn't able to sleep that night. She thought my tiny body was a giant teddy bear, and she was literally breathing next to my face. One night, I received a message from Ali. It seemed like an emergency, so I sneaked out to the rooftop, only to see him standing on the ledge. Come, I will show you the world, my Layla. You have a magic carpet? An upgraded one. I was stunned when a helicopter appeared from behind him. He offered me his hand, but I still chose to not touch him, just in case girlfriend was watching. The next thing I knew, Ali was already touring me around the beautiful city, and it was one of the best nights of my life. I got really dizzy when he brought me to his palace-like house and saw his pets. I never thought that I'd actually be in love with you. I felt lost in his eyes when he tried to touch my face, but he changed his mind and withdrew his hand. Poor guy thought I was going to slap him. I was still having a great time with him when I saw 58 missed calls on my phone. I thought they were from girlfriend, but no, they were from Thomas, my ex-boyfriend. That guy was a cheater and a gold digger. But what does he want? Ali walked me back to my dorm building, and I froze upon seeing someone who was waiting for me. Babe, finally! You're home! I panicked when Ali's smile disappeared. Who is he, Layla? No! Think, Lara, think! He's Jazim. He's the cousin of the sister of the wife of my brother, and you met him in a family reunion a year ago. Remember? Hamdullah, I thought he was a suitor or something. I'm relieved. I threw a warning glare at Thomas, and thank God he understood it. Hello, brother. I'm the cousin of the sister of the wife of her. Yeah, I heard it the first time, brother. Ali seemed to have bought it, and as soon as he left, I immediately confronted Thomas. You came all your way here to get back together with me? Ew, girl. Dream on. I just need some money. I'm dating this awesome chick in this town, you know? Then don't ever call me babe again. I gave him some bills, but the jerk didn't leave yet. I need more. I pretended to be your relative, so there's a talent fee for that. Was he for real? Your new Arab boyfriend looked very rich. Maybe he can give me a gold bar? I took off my shoes and threw it at him, finally sending him away. When I came back to my room, girlfriend was crying, and the sight broke my heart. I felt like I cheated on her. Babe, I just went on a walk with Ali. I swear there was no touching. You promised me that you will never be swayed by Ali's charms and gestures. You can't even tell me you love me anymore. I'm not Layla. Huh? I'm not your girlfriend. I'm a different person. Yes, you're a different person for sure. No, I mean for real. I will show you my ID. It's crazy, but trust me, we are not related. She's like my Arabian version. I told her everything from the start, and her crying intensified. Then where's my Layla? That's what we're going to find out. But first, could you please tell me your name? Girlfriend suddenly burst out laughing. I'm Rosie. And you? Lara. It was nice to finally meet you, Rosie. We went to Layla's favorite places, but she wasn't there. She even called Layla's family and friends, and they all thought Layla was doing fine in school. She also started looking for clues Layla might have left for her, but she found nothing aside from Layla's bra in her bag. Sorry, we used to borrow each other's stuff, you know? Yeah, I know. It's cool, babe. She told me to continue my act until we found Layla. Everything seemed fine until the homecoming dance. Me and Rosie spent the night together, and Ali was just looking at us like a sad little puppy in one corner. I felt really bad. Suddenly, a familiar voice talked to the mic on stage. Laura, babe, where are you? I need you. Oh my God! What was he doing? I was about to escape when he called out my name. There you are! Why does he keep on calling you babe? I thought he was a relative. Thomas walked up to us and answered Ali. Sorry, dude. I'm actually her boyfriend. No! He's my ex! What do you want, Thomas? Everyone was watching us, and I swear I wanted to cry from the embarrassment.
That chick dumped me, and my money's not enough to go home. You have extra cash?
Oh my God! Leave me alone, Thomas! Ali suddenly called his bodyguards and told them to bring Thomas back to London using his private jet.
Don't ever come back and mess with her again. Whatever.
Ali turned to me with a furious look on his face.
He just called you Lara. Who really are you, woman?
I guess my act was finally over. Suddenly, everyone gasped as they turned to someone who just showed up. It was the real Layla. Now there were two of us. I'm the real Layla, and that girl's Lara. We unintentionally switched places because our papers got mixed up. So she was also here the whole time pretending to be me?
I'm so confused right now.
Layla walked up to Rosie and held her hand. I'm sorry, Ali, but I have finally decided. I'm in love with Rosie. We have been together for 3 years now. You can tell my family if you want. I'm ready for the consequences.
So, you're into girls. It's fine. I didn't love you anyway.
Ali walked up to me and gave me a loving look.
Until this woman took your place.
I think I just fainted inside. Go get him, babe.
It's nice to meet you, Lara. Will you be my date tonight? I mean, will you be my future wife instead?
Ali, it's too early, isn't it? We're only 17. The boy looked like he was about to cry, but I'm not complaining. He suddenly smiled like a happy schoolboy.
So, can I touch you now?
His question made me laugh out so loud. Oh, come here, sweetheart.
Hi friends, my name is Anya and I was born to super rich parents. Growing up, I had every luxury, but what I really wanted was my parents' time. You see, they were self-made billionaires, and for that, they worked their butts off. Every time I'd ask them to go on a holiday, they'd be so busy. Darling, Mama has to go to a conference tomorrow. Why not ask Dad? Sweetheart, I have to close a deal in Japan this month, but we'll plan something soon, I promise. I seriously hated their work. One time, it was my 10th birthday, and I waited and waited for Mom and Dad to wish me a happy birthday, but they forgot. I was so angry that I picked up a baseball bat and started to smash everything around, even the TV. Right when it was about to fall on me, someone pulled me away just in time. It was a boy. I'd seen him around the house before. Oh my God, it could have fallen on you. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Thanks. The boy told me his name was Eli. He was our cook's son. When he asked me why I was smashing stuff, I told him how my parents had forgotten my birthday like every year. To cheer me up, he sneaked me out of the mansion on his bike and took me for ice cream. After that day, we became friends. Once when I was in the 10th grade, I had some super hard math homework I needed help with, but my parents were too busy as usual. So I showed it to Eli, and he solved the problem in no time. Mom and Dad were so impressed with Eli that they got him admission in my school. On his first day, I introduced Eli to all my friends, and he blended in super fast. At school, he was like my self-appointed bodyguard. Our annual school play was coming up, and I auditioned for the lead role of Juliet and got it. But this didn't sit well with the school's most popular girl, Emma. Will your boyfriend, Eli, be there too? I'm sure he'll play Romeo, 'cause he is one. Boyfriend? Are you crazy? Eli's just a friend. Oh, come on, Anya. Don't tell me you don't see it. The weirdo is always around you, like a stalker. I didn't want to say it, but all the kids think your rich daddy bought you a boyfriend. What the what? I was about to tell Emma to shut up when Eli came running with a water bottle for me. Anya, you were terrific. I couldn't take my eyes off you. I know you'll get the part. Yeah, whatever. You don't have to be so dramatic about it, Eli. I didn't want to hurt Eli, but I felt so uncomfortable because of what Emma had said. Is that what everyone thought? A few days later, a boy, Sean, asked me out, and I wanted to say no, but I saw Eli coming my way with Emma right behind him. So I panicked and said yes and kissed the boy on the cheek, and Eli looked super pissed. I tried my best to avoid Eli and even skipped classes because of him. One day I was in the library and Eli came out of nowhere and sat next to me, saying he wanted to talk. But since I didn't, I walked away. And that's when Emma said, "You're too ugly to have a boy dying to talk to you. I don't know what he sees in you." You stupid girl. Not everyone is like you, drooling over boys. Some people have class. Ever heard of it? I was so angry at Emma that I pushed her, but suddenly she crashed right into a bookshelf. And then one by one, all of the bookshelves crashed. The entire library was destroyed. And when the librarian came fuming, Emma put the blame on me. She was acting mad and pushed me so hard into the bookshelf. OMG, I was so scared. I thought I'd die today. I started to panic. No, it wasn't me. Tell her, Eli, it was you. You did it by mistake, didn't you?
What? But Anya, I was behind you.
Yes, you pushed me from behind and I fell on Emma. That's how it happened. Eli looked totally shocked. My parents were called to the school, and since they got Eli admitted here, they had to bear all the damages. He was given a week's suspension too. A few days later, when he returned, he completely ignored me and had frickin' Emma on his arm. And he wouldn't even look at me. By lunchtime, I'd had enough. So I caught up to him and grabbed his arm. Why are you ignoring me, Eli? And what's with you and Emma?
None of your business, Anya. Back off.
OMG? How could he say that to me? I was angry, but I was sad too, for losing my friend. So one day, I skipped school and texted Eli that I was sick. I knew he would come to check on me, and he did. But he instantly caught my lie.
Wait, you aren't sick. Jeez, Anya, did you do this just so I'd come to you?
Please, just listen to me, Eli. I'm so sorry. Eli looked tense, but he eventually gave in.
Oh, come here. Let's forget about it.
I was so happy that Eli forgave me, and I got my friend back. A few months later, Mom and Dad were having some people over who would be investing in their new company. When the guests arrived, I was shocked. It was Emma with her parents. So, this is your mansion? A little too small, isn't it? Why? Does it remind you of your small brain? Throughout the evening, Emma kept rubbing in my face how her dad would soon become my dad's boss, and I was hating it. Before dinner, I had an idea, and I ran to the kitchen, where Eli saw me put an entire bottle of laxatives in the gravy.
Anya, no. Are you crazy?
Trust me, it'll be fun.
No way.
And just as he was about to throw the gravy, his dad came and shooed us both out of the kitchen. Later, when everyone was having dinner, I made sure Mom and Dad didn't go for the gravy, and thank God they didn't. Then, in just 5 minutes, it was chaos. Emma and her parents kept rushing to the bathroom, and I couldn't stop laughing. Mom and Dad seemed shocked, and I was so happy that I could get back at Emma. But the next day, I woke up to a nightmare when I got a text from Eli. I wish you would understand what the consequences of your actions are. Everyone makes mistakes, but some people make more stupid mistakes than most. Goodbye, Anya. What was going on? I ran downstairs and got to know that later at night, Dad had questioned all the staff and everyone had pointed fingers at Eli. So Dad fired his dad and kicked them out. What had I done? This was bad. I immediately told Mom and Dad everything, but it was too late. Eli was gone. My parents even called his dad and apologized, but they never returned, and I felt terrible. One day, I was sitting alone in the school's playground when Sean, my nice classmate, sat next to me.
Why so sad, princess?
Just nothing. Just not feeling well today.
I know something that'll cheer you up.
And then he vanished and got me some ice cream. It was so sweet, but even that ice cream reminded me of Eli. It had been almost 6 months since Eli had left, and to get my mind off of him, I started volunteering at a soup kitchen where Sean also worked. It made me realize I really acted like a spoiled brat at times. Then a week later, he invited me out, and I was super surprised that he remembered my birthday.
Happy birthday, princess.
After we cut the cake, I was eating it like a pig, but he kept staring at me with glittery eyes, and suddenly he inched close.
You've got some cake on your...
Where? Oh God, my heart was about to jump out of my throat. He was so romantic. One day, I was at school, and I bumped into someone and dropped all my books. I looked up to see it was Eli. I was so happy to see him, but he glared at me and left me there. And soon enough, I discovered Eli had changed, and now his life's mission seemed to mock me all the time. One day, we were in math class, and the teacher asked me to come and solve the sum on the board.
Oh wow, looks like my math tutoring paid off. Finally, something entered into that thick brain of yours.
Yeah? I've had a better tutor than you.
Oh really? Did this tutor teach you something like empathy? Or not being a brat? What's your problem, dude? Leave her alone. Why? Are you her new bodyguard now? Beware, 'cause that one...
Eli hadn't even finished his sentence when Sean punched him. I got in between them and they finally stopped.
Oh, so the new bodyguard needs saving.
What's your problem anyway? I get it. You don't like me.
You got that wrong. I really, really, really don't like you.
That stung. I just walked away from him, not wanting to make matters worse. A few weeks later, our school took us for a camping trip, and we went on a tour of the forest. Throughout the tour, Emma was just clinging to Eli like a snake. When I saw him alone for a minute, I walked up to him. Why are you with that awful Emma all the freaking time?
How is that any of your frickin' business? Are you jealous?
Me? Jealous? As if. And just as I said this, I slipped and went tumbling down a slope. Eli came running to me and helped me up.
Oh my god, Anya, are you alright? Can you stand?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Ow. It hurts so bad. And then all of a sudden, Eli swept me into his arms.
I don't think we can climb the slope. We gotta walk around the hill to find a way up.
No matter what, I knew he still cared for me. We'd been out for hours when we realized that we were lost. It was already getting dark, and I felt scared. Eli, what are we gonna do?
Don't worry, Anya. We'll get out of here. They'll come searching for us.
Eli then lit up a fire, and we both sat in front of it. And then I broke the silence. I'm sorry, Eli. I'm sorry for pulling that prank on Emma. I swear I didn't know until the next day that Dad thought it was you. I told him the truth, but you were gone.
I won't say it's okay, but since you realized your mistake, I guess we can let that be in the past.
Eli came really close to me, and he was definitely leaning in to kiss me. Just then we heard something in the bushes. It was frickin' Emma! Buzzkill! Eli, I've been searching for you for so long. I was so scared, and I'm so cold. Of course it was cold, because that witch was dressed in clothes the size of a bikini. But since it was late, we decided to try going back in the morning. The next day when I woke up, I had Eli's jacket on me. He must have put it on me while I was asleep. Just then, I shot straight up when I heard Emma screaming that Eli was missing. Oh my God, we had to look for him. I kept walking for a while and my ankle was killing me. And I was so worried about Eli. Emma, let's go back and wait at that spot. Maybe Eli will come back there and someone will come to rescue us. Oh yeah, someone will. But I need to get rid of you before that. Saying that, she pushed me, and all of a sudden, I was hurled up in the air. I was in a freaking trap. I saw someone had laid this trap out earlier, and I thought it would come in handy. Emma, why are you doing this? Why? You brat. Because of you, Eli doesn't love me. He says I'm just a friend. That stupid boy can't get over you. So I think I'll just leave you here. Sure, he'll be sad at first, but I'll heal him with my love. I'll take care of Sean, too.
You are a crazy psycho, Emma. You sick girl. You were just gonna leave Anya out here?
Thank God. Eli and Sean were behind Emma and had heard everything. Eli helped me get down from the trap. Sean had Emma in his grip, who looked like she'd gone mad. Eli led the way out of the jungle, and we were finally reunited with the group. After the school nurse had checked on my ankle, Sean came to me and hugged me. I was so worried. Gotta thank Eli for keeping you safe. Eli, it was at that moment I knew what I wanted. Sean, you're a nice guy, but you love Eli. Jeez, Anya, everyone knows you both are head over heels for each other. Just too stubborn to admit it. What? He knew and still stuck around with me? I kissed Sean on the cheek and just then saw Eli at the door with a disappointed look on his face. I ran after him and stopped him.
It's all right, Anya. Sean is a nice guy. I just came here to tell you.
I know that you love me. And guess what? I love you too. Now kiss me already. Hi, my name is Anna and I'm from Sweden. Please like and subscribe. I used to live with my mom and my 5 other siblings in an age-old house that looked haunted. And my mom is no less than a witch. Where the heck is everyone? This house is a mess. I'm out for like 30 minutes and you turn it into a pigsty. Well, having 6 kids was no joke, but I was the oldest one, and when anything bad happened, it was all on me. My diamond ring is missing. Who took it? Everyone pointed at me like I was some thief. No, Mom, I didn't even see it. Oh, so now you're blind? No, I just didn't see it. And since when are we so rich that we have diamonds? You don't even have a job. But Mom looked super mad about it. She turned the whole place upside down, only to find it in my youngest sister's diaper the next day. And for some freaking reason, she blamed it on me. You fed her the ring. I can't believe you do that to a baby. Mom, that's crazy. Why would I do that? She glared at me like a raging bull, but then she went ahead and cleaned the ring with a tissue and put it on her finger. Oh, my precious. Ugh, what a psycho. Sometimes I doubted if she was even my mom. Then one day when I was 14, I saw her taking money from some old woman. I stepped closer to hear them, and what I heard next shocked me. I don't care about the money. You can have as much as you want. Just keep that child away from my family like you've done for 14 years. 14 years? And child? Could it be that she was talking about me? Was I adopted? I had to find out the truth. After the old woman left, I confronted Mom. Mom, who was that woman? And why did you take money from her? And what child was she talking about? Ugh, nothing. She's just an old woman who helps me feed you brats. Do you think it's easy for a hot, single woman like me to survive on my own, huh? Go back and clean some dishes, now. Ugh, she was clearly hiding something, and I had to find out what. I kept an eye on Mom after that, and the next month, I saw her taking money from the same old woman again. If Mom wasn't gonna tell me, I was gonna find out the truth from the old woman, myself. After Mom went back inside the house, I secretly got into the trunk of the old woman's car and followed her all the way to her place. And God, this place was huge! As soon as I got out, some guards held me for trespassing, and the old woman looked at me like she'd seen some ghost. You, what are you doing here? How did you even? Suddenly she pulled me to the side and went all bonkers on me. I know why you're here, but I won't let you destroy my family. If you go anywhere near my daughter and reveal the fact that you're her daughter, you're done for. OMG, what? I was her daughter's daughter? She was my grandmother? This was insane. I have a different mom other than my crazy mom? No wonder my fake mom treated me like garbage. I was in complete shock, but just then, she started pushing me out the gate. Go away. Go back to where you came from, or I'm going to lock you up in the dark. What were these kiddish threats? I lived with a psycho woman all my life. I wasn't afraid of anyone. I pushed her away and ran inside the house in search of my real mom and screamed loudly, Mom! Suddenly, a gorgeous-looking lady sitting on the sofa looked at me in complete shock, and surprisingly, I looked just like her. She was definitely my mom. Who are you, kid? I'm the daughter you gave away 14 years back. Gave away? What are you saying? I have no idea. So you didn't give birth to me 14 years back? Oh my God. But how? How is this possible? She looked just as shocked as I was, but then suddenly she came and hugged me. I can't believe this. You look just like me. But the doctors told me you were a stillborn child. Where were you all this time, and how did you find me? But before I could say anything, Granny pulled me away. Oh, you're scaring the poor child with so many questions. She looks so tired. Come, love, I'll show you to your room. She quickly took me into a giant room and pushed me onto the bed. So it was you. You told Mom I was a stillborn child and kept me away from her all these years? Why did you do that? It's good enough that I'm allowing a rat like you to stay in this palace. And now what? You need answers too? Listen to me, kid. Keep your mouth shut and do as I say, or I'll stop sending money to your family and all your little siblings will starve. What an evil witch! I decided to keep quiet for the time being and find out what was really going on. Later that evening, when I went down for dinner, I learned I had a sister, Maria, who was a year younger than me. Mom invited me to sit down next to her and started asking me again how I'd found her, with Granny glaring at me. I made up a story about how I'd traced my family history on a website.
That sounds like complete rubbish. What website? Get a DNA test and prove it.
No, that's not needed. I know she's my daughter. Look at her. She's every bit like me. We don't need any proof. Suddenly, Maria dropped a bowl of soup all over me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It just slipped. Let me take you to the washroom.
She took my hand and walked towards the washroom. But the minute we entered it, she turned into Satan.
This time, it was just a bowl of soup. Next time, it'll be you in a pot of hot boiling soup. If you don't leave this place right now.
Oh my God, this house was full of psychos. But what Maria said was right. I had to get the DNA test done just to verify things. And indeed, I was her daughter. But I still didn't know if she was a good one. Then one night, as I was lying in my bed, Mom came into my room and started talking to me about her life. At first, I was hesitant, but she was just so sweet. Don't mind Maria if she's cold to you. She's just really attached to me. She'll be fine. And honey, I'm so glad to have you back in my life. Suddenly, I had tears in my eyes. For the first time ever, I knew what it felt like to have a loving mother, and she was just awesome. But my happiness was short-lived because Mom was going out on a business trip for some time, and that meant I was stuck with Granny and my evil sister now. At school, she was like the boss of the bullies. Once, she saw a girl wearing the same dress as her, and she said,
"How dare you try to wear the same dress as me?"
Saying that, she grabbed the girl's dress and tore it to pieces in the corridor full of students.
What a witch!
Later, after school, she and her minions surrounded me on the playground and started throwing balls at me.
Dodge this, moron! You think you can come into my life and take away everything from me? Including my mom? In your dreams, jerk!
That was it. I grabbed a ball and threw it right in her face. She fell to the ground on her butt. I have no interest in what's yours, Maria, but I'll rightfully take what belongs to me. And don't you dare think for a second that I'm weak. I picked up my things and went back home, but I knew trouble was coming. A few days later, I was called to the principal's office, and she said I was being suspended for bullying. What? I didn't do anything. I don't even know anyone here yet. Why would I bully anyone? And that's when Maria came into her office looking like a mummy.
I'm the one that you bullied and then hit brutally.
What the heck? She was such a drama queen. I tried to explain the situation to the principal, but she didn't listen to what I said. I stormed out of there in anger and went back home. But then suddenly a maid came running to me, saying Mom was back and she wanted to see me in her room. I went upstairs, but there was no one. And then I saw her cupboard open and jewels scattered on the floor. I quickly went ahead to pick them up when suddenly Maria and Granny barged into the room along with Mom.
I knew it. You're no more than a low-life thief who wants to steal all our riches. Now you're gonna serve in jail, Anna.
What? Are you crazy? I was just picking them up to steal them and then sell them. We know who you are, and we also know that you're not my granddaughter. With that, Granny took out some piece of paper and shoved it in my face. It's a DNA test that proves you're not my granddaughter. So none of your lies are going to work now, liar. What? That had to be fake. But then I looked at Mom, and that look on her face, she was falling for Grandma's lie. And just then, Granny called my fake psycho mom into the room to testify against me too. Yes, she's my daughter. She has a habit of stealing and running away from home, and she keeps having these hallucinations. OMG, how can you even say that? And for what? Money? You're disgusting. Yeah, that's how she acts up all the time. But I have the nurses with me, and we're gonna take her away, don't you worry. What? No. Mom, please, don't listen to any of them. They are all lying. I wasn't stealing, and I am your daughter. I even have the proof. I ran to my room to get the actual DNA tests and showed them to Mom. She looked super confused, but just as those nurses were about to take me, she stepped forward. No,
That's enough. Don't touch my daughter. Get your filthy hands off her.
But Mom, she hit me and broke my hand.
Yeah, liar. The same hand with which I saw you eating like a pig in the kitchen. Mom looked raging mad. She asked everyone to leave and took me back to my room. Mom, I swear. It's okay. You don't need to tell me anything. Just sleep for now. She put me to sleep and went away. But soon after, Granny came into my room with my fake mother. You're so evil. Why did you lie to her? Because I want to get rid of you like I did 14 years ago. But why? Because you were her love child. If word had gotten out, it would have ruined her reputation. I had to protect her.
So you gave me away? Your own grandchild?
Grandchild, you're just a filthy rat. Enough. I can't believe you'd do that, Mom. How could you? But I did it for... No, stop lying. Stop saying that you do things for me. You kept my own child away from me for all these years and let me think that she was dead? You're mean and evil, and you do everything for your own sake, Mom. Just get out. Get out of my house right now. Mom threw Grandma out of the house and gave my fake mom away to the police for lying and keeping me away from my mother all those years. Oh, honey, are you okay? I'm fine, Mom, and I'm so glad you believe me. Of course, honey. I lost you once, and I can't let that happen again. And I'm sorry you had to go through all that, but I promise I'll make it up to you. And I will always love you. I love you too, Mom.
If we'd known what was waiting for us in Spain, we probably would have stayed home. But no, we just had to go. And that's how we ended up being chased by a mafia boss and meeting the most beautiful girl we'd ever seen along the way. The moment Max, Sam, and I, James, landed in Spain, chaos hit. After a grueling flight, our luggage had vanished somewhere between here and nowhere. Guys, where's the rest of our stuff?
Maybe they're just delayed? We should check with the airline.
After screaming at the airline's customer service for hours, the reality set in. Our luggage was lost. They told us they've been dealing with a lot of theft at the airport lately. What a lame excuse. How are we supposed to enjoy the trip? We each had only a backpack with some money in our passports.
Well, this sucks. Who needs clean clothes anyway? We're in Spain! Let's hit the city! We can deal with this later.
Oh, Max is right. We're already here. I mean, how bad can it get? It got bad really fast. Like some unknown force didn't want us to enjoy the trip, because the moment we got to the sidewalk, 3 guys dashed by, snatching Sam's backpack right off his shoulders. Without thinking, we ran after them. The thieves were fast, running through the crowded streets like they knew every inch of the city. Max was ahead, shouting directions.
Left! They went left!
Sam and I struggled to keep up. Just when we thought we were gaining on them, the thieves pulled off some insane parkour moves and vanished.
Are you kidding me? They're like ninjas.
Max managed to jump over a wall, but Sam and I couldn't go any further. Darn, I know I'm not athletic, but I'd never felt so useless in my life. This is not how I pictured our first day in Madrid.
They're gone! Those thieves were pros!
Well, this sucks even more. Now what?
We're not going to let a couple of thieves ruin this. We'll figure it out. First, let's find some food and hit the streets.
Wait! Not all of them are gone! Look there!
We turned and spotted a pair of legs sticking out from a dark alley. The rest of the body was hidden in shadow. We walked slowly, carefully.
It might be a trap. What if they're trying to lure us in?
Lure us in for what?
I don't know. Maybe they'll drag us in and make us rob a bank or something.
You've been watching too many movies.
Shh! I think they're hurt.
We got closer. Max bent down and pulled off the thief's mask and froze. It was a girl. The most beautiful girl I'd ever seen.
Guys, who hurt her? Who did this to her? She stole our money, so what? She doesn't deserve this.
Hey, can you hear us? Are you all right? She didn't move, just stared at us, shaking a little, like she was too scared to breathe.
Maybe she's the shy kind. You guys go get drinks or something. You must get some rest. I'll stay here and talk to her.
Oh, sure. Maybe we'll play the violin too while you charm her. Do you think we're idiots?
Just then, the girl started coughing hard. I pulled out a tissue, but Max snatched it from me and gently cleaned her mouth. She tried to speak, but her voice was barely a whisper. It was like she wanted to talk, but couldn't.
She might be faking it.
But after 10 whole minutes of struggling to understand her, we realized something. She wasn't faking. She was mute.
Who cares? Let's just call the police on her.
She froze, then started crying. A second later, she clasped her hands together, begging without saying a word. She reached into her hoodie pocket, pulled out a pen and a small notebook, and scribbled something down in Spanish. No Spanish. No, nope, none, nada.
Speak for yourself. Sí, señorita. Sergio Ramos. ¿Me o qué? Tortilla. Yeah.
She gave him a look. You know, the one that says, "You're the dumbest creature I've ever met. Me, James. You?" She flipped the page and scribbled something. It was a drawing, and we stared at it, trying to make sense of what it meant.
Poop?
No, idiot, it's gold. Maybe her name means gold in Spanish? The girl just face-palmed herself.
Looks like a pile of rice. Paella, maybe? She's hungry. Let's grab food.
Wait, what should we call her?
We can call her Elsa. The girl looked at me and smiled. She liked it. We couldn't leave her there. I don't know why, but it felt wrong. So we bought some food by the roadside that tasted like stale bread, but that was the best our little money could get. As night fell, the city seemed to come alive in a whole new way. We stumbled upon a lively club and squeezed our way through a crowd to get in. This place is insane! Let's have some fun. Before I could blink, Max was already on the dance floor, pulling out all the moves, hoping to impress the girls, but only made a fool of himself when he tripped and fell horribly. Then he got up and continued like nothing happened. We were having fun, except Sam was too shy. He stayed close to Max and me and avoided contact with all the girls. Max pulled me aside and we made a plan to help Sam talk to one of the girls. Maybe even get his first kiss. You see, when Sam was in 2nd grade, he offered a girl some flowers and got wildly rejected. Ever since, he's not been able to talk to a girl. Well, tonight, we were going to make sure that changed. We tried to convince Elsa to dance with him and give him a kiss. Max tried to explain it to her and even pouted his mouth close to hers. She immediately recoiled and slapped him. Then she hid behind me, like she wanted me to protect her. "It's okay, ma'am. He meant no harm."
Oh, wow. We're calling her ma'am now? The thief?
Maybe she was with them against her will. We don't know. Max gave her a sharp look. "Look, let's just focus on helping Sam right now." Max, being his smooth-talking self, managed to chat up a girl who seemed way out of his league. Turns out, she was the daughter of the club owner. She was so beautiful, like a supermodel sent by the gods.
Him? No way!
Just then, Elsa appeared behind her. The girl walked off with a dramatic hair flip, and we immediately noticed something in Elsa's hand. She had the girl's phone.
What the heck, man?
Wait, where's my phone?
She turned around just in time to see Max snatching the phone from Elsa's hand.
Aw, how sweet. Spain is full of these smug little street thieves like her. Thanks for saving my phone, babe. Wanna dance?
I will, but after you dance with Sam.
Fine, I'll do it because you're a chivalrous guy. American and chivalrous. Can't resist this.
She agreed to approach Sam and dance with him, and even kiss him on the cheek just for fun. We were all standing by the bar when she came by, and before Sam knew what was happening, Max, Elsa, and I bolted.
Hey, handsome. Wanna dance? Don't be shy. I'll show you some moves.
Before he could blink, she pulled him to the dance floor and started dancing. Sam was struggling to keep up, but she did her best to guide him. We made sure to take enough pictures. We were making history. "Hey, Elsa, why did you take her phone?" Elsa made a funny gesture by holding her neck and shocking it, as if she was saying the girl deserved it. "I know you meant to the floor. I mean, it wasn't just a punch. It was like something out of a movie." Max and I rushed over trying to help Sam, but 2 other guys appeared and joined in, shoving us back. Suddenly, it was chaos. Max punched one of the guys, and before we knew it, all hell broke loose. Just then, this weird dude in a torn suit came out of nowhere and crashed right into Sam. He looked terrified, like he was running for his life. The guy suddenly grabbed Sam's hand and put a shiny ring on his finger really fast, like the Flash. Suddenly, more men in suits burst in, yelling and pointing at the guy, and he ran off like a terrified rabbit, disappearing into the chaos.
What the heck just happened?
Dude, why are you wearing a diamond ring?
Sam tried to pull it off, but it was stuck, like really stuck. Then, as if things weren't weird enough, the guys in suits who were chasing the dude stopped and exchanged looks like, "What do we do now?" And I kid you not, they decided the best plan was to kidnap Sam. Before we could react, they grabbed him, threw him over their shoulders like a sack of potatoes, and carried him out of the club. We ran after them, but 2 more guys in black suits suddenly blocked our path. I tried to shield Elsa before they totally knocked us out cold at the same time. The next day, I woke up to the sound of a speeding car. I sat up and looked around, trying to piece together. It looked like some dusty old storage garage, dark, quiet, and full of rusted junk piled in the corners. Max was lying beside me, snoring like a pig. "Elsa, you okay?"
Ugh, you ask about Elsa before you ask about me?
Where the heck are we?
Better question, what the heck happened? Oh no, Sam!
Where's Sam? Oh, this is really bad, man. And I don't have my wallet.
Sam, my pockets are empty. What the heck did we do last night?
I checked my pockets and found something in my jeans. Max, I've got something. Looks like some kind of ticket. I probably got it off one of those black suits yesterday. Oh, darn it, I can't even remember.
Why does it have the name El Toro Loco written on it? That doesn't sound like a friendly name.
This just keeps getting better. What the heck did we get ourselves into?
We need to find Sam. He could be in serious trouble.
Agreed, but we don't even know where to start. The ticket might be our only lead. First, let's find out where or who El Toro, whatever, is. I tried to walk ahead, but my legs felt wobbly and I just fell to the ground. Elsa rushed over to help me.
We can't even stand straight. We're supposed to take on the mafia? And yeah, I thought about calling the cops, but what if that just gets Sam a bullet to the head?
Just then, Elsa stood up like a soldier in command. She gestured for us to wait, then turned and left. Where are you going? Wait.
Let her go. Maybe she's trying to make up for all the trouble she's caused.
It's not her fault some weird dude slipped a ring on Sam's finger and a gang kidnapped us and dumped us here. Why do you hate her so much? Because she didn't choose you?
Choose me for what? What am I, some sack of tomatoes? Don't act so smug. And for the record, the club owner's daughter was into me.
She wanted you because you're American.
How do we know Elsa doesn't want the same thing?
Max, all I'm asking is that you be nice to her. Is that so hard?
Yes it is.
2 hours later, Elsa came back carrying 2 boxes of pizza and some blankets. Max lunged for the food, but Elsa stepped back and he stumbled, falling flat on his face.
God darn it!
Thank you, Elsa, but how did you even get all this? She just shrugged, handed me a blanket, and tossed the other at Max. Wow, green olives, green peppers. You really love the color green, huh?
Like the green card.
We ate until our stomachs were full, finally feeling like humans again. After a while, Elsa pulled something out of her pocket, a small, worn photo. She held it up to me. It showed a younger version of her, standing in front of the Statue of Liberty, with a man and woman on either side of her, arms around her shoulders. I leaned closer. Wait, is that you? Are you American? She shook her head. Oh, just visiting? She nodded once. I studied the photo. Are your parents still around? She paused, then slowly shook her head. I'm sorry. She blinked a few times like she was trying not to cry, but her eyes were already glassy. Hey, I'm really sorry. Thanks for showing me. She looked at me, quietly nodding. A few minutes later, we were curled up under the blanket she brought, and before we knew it, we were out cold. What we thought would be a quick nap turned into 12 straight hours of sleep. We woke up freaking out. I grabbed Elsa's hand and the 3 of us rushed back to the road to find anyone who could take us to the El Toro Loco address. We walked along the dusty road for what felt like forever. Every time we waved at a car, it just sped past us like we didn't exist.
Are we cursed or something? Do we look like hitchhiking criminals?
Well, you are wearing a bloody shoe on one foot and a sock on the other. Max ignored me and kept flailing his arms at passing cars, but no one cared. Then Elsa stepped forward. She barely just raised her finger. A truck slammed the brakes and stopped right in front of her. When she walked toward it, the driver noticed we were following her.
No, tú sola, ¿sí?
The idiot wants her alone.
Let her go. She's been nothing but bad luck.
Elsa glared at him.
I'm joking. Can you please convince him to give us a ride?
I pulled out the ticket and handed it to Elsa. She showed it to the driver.
Pamplona, sí, yo voy allá, súbanse atrás.
He gestured to the back of the truck, which was filled with sheep and goats. Max and I exchanged a glance, both of us holding our noses at the smell. He wanted Elsa to sit next to him. I was hesitant, but Elsa gave me an assuring look and held up her knuckle ring, like she was saying, I've got this. I gave her a nodding smile and climbed into the back of the truck.
And what if she punches him while he's driving? We all die.
Just get in, man. The animals were noisy, and the bumpy ride made it even worse. By the time we reached our destination, we were thirsty, hungry, and covered in a mixture of sweat and animal odor. The truck screeched to a halt in front of a giant, dusty ranch estate, and guards, all dressed in black, stood at the main gate.
This is it, El Toro Loco's place. We're probably about to die.
Play it cool.
We smell like goat pee. I don't think cool's on the table.
We approached the guards, and I pulled out the crumpled ticket we'd been given. We've got this. It's legit. We're here for a friend, Sam. He's short, nervous, and may or may not be married to a cursed ring.
What's the code? No one gave us a code, just this ticket. No code, no entry. We have unauthorized visitors.
Okay, wait, code. Loyalty? Godfather? Paella? Jennifer Lopez?
She's Puerto Rican, you idiot, and your goat stink is giving me a headache. Turn around and leave, or else.
Elsa stepped forward calmly, then reached into her hoodie pocket, pulled out a notebook, and flipped it open to a page. It said, like and subscribe. Haha, joking. But seriously, like and subscribe. It was a detailed sketch of a man, shirtless, heroic, riding a flaming bull through a thunderstorm while wielding a sword. The words, El Toro, King of Fire, were written at the top in bold.
Is that the boss?
On a bull with a six-pack.
Elsa turned the page to show more sketches. El Toro sitting on a throne made of gold bars. El Toro arm wrestling a lion.
Do we show him? We show him.
He took the notebook and disappeared into the building. A few minutes later, he came running back.
He wants to meet her, right away.
The guards opened the gates and led us into the ranch. Elsa marched on forward while we followed in shock.
Did she just fan art her way into the mafia?
I have so many questions for her. We were taken to a room filled with rough-looking gangsters, and at the center was El Toro Loco. He was enormous, bald, had a mustache like 2 overcooked churros and a huge belly. He was holding Elsa's notebook and giggling.
Mira esto! Look at me! I am a god on this bull. I want to frame it. No, better. I want it on a cape. Yeah, no, totally. You look very mythological, sir.
Majestic even, at your peak masculinity. El Toro leaned back and laughed. slapping his thigh, which jiggled for a full 5 seconds.
See, this girl is true artist. Many paint me, but no one get my essence.
So glad you love it. So, we're here about a teeny tiny matter involving Sam.
Ah, you must be his friend. He's here, but he make big trouble. He stole from me diamond ring, and he kissed my precious daughter. This very bad.
Wait, what? We didn't know.
No excuse. Now, he put ring on finger. It must come out. Either he remove or we cut finger. Your choice.
The look on El Toro's face told us he wasn't joking.
What happened to the cape?
The cape is happening. Okay, a deal for you. Maybe I go easy on you if you give me this talented bonita.
Good deal.
No way. Don't touch Elsa, and don't go easy on us. Max, what's wrong with you, man?
I was just saying.
Just then, Sam was brought into the room, looking like he'd seen 2 ghosts. Sam, we're getting you out of this. You just need to, well, you know.
Dude, I've tried. This can't be happening. I think it's a cursed ring. This whole trip is cursed. I should have listened to Mom. She always said you two are walking disasters.
She said that? I thought she liked us.
She was pretending.
So she's a hypocrite. Wow, and she goes to church every Sunday.
Yeah, and she's always lecturing us to be better Christians. She once told me not to play Call of Duty because it's violent and God would torture me the same way I'm torturing those bots.
Can we please stop talking about my mom and just get this stupid thing off? God!
El Toro stood and snapped his fingers. One of the guards handed him a small plastic tub, which he tossed toward us.
Butter, you'll need it.
We caught it, confused.
Butter? Cool. Now we can butter our way out of this nightmare. What are we supposed to do with this?
You find out enough soon.
You mean soon enough?
Sure, fix my English. More importante.
You're right, sir. He's stupid. We'll just take this butter. Don't want you to kill people with greasy hands. They might slip away. Get it? Slip? Okay, sorry. I make jokes when I'm nervous. He gave us a crooked grin and pointed toward the hallway.
Bathroom. You have 15 minutes.
It led us to a small bathroom, and by that point, Sam was seriously freaking out. The ring was still stuck on his finger, and he was yanking on it like his life depended on it, because, well, it did.
Come on, Sam! You've got to get that thing off!
Sam pulled the ring until his face turned red. It didn't budge. Max and I were pacing around trying to think of anything that might help. Try soap! Maybe that'll loosen it up. Sam tried rubbing his finger with soap and twisting the ring, but it was no use. It was like the ring had a mind of its own and wasn't going anywhere.
This is the worst day of my life.
Don't say that yet. Let's try cold water. Maybe it'll shrink your finger.
Or butter. I mean, he gave us that thing for a reason, and it might just work. We slapped the butter on his finger and pulled hard, but the ring was still there. By now, we were sweating. Sam's face was redder than a tomato. The clock was ticking, and I could practically hear the mafia boss sharpening his knife in the next room. Just then, Elsa grabbed my waist, and from her gestures, we understood. She wanted to help pull the ring off Sam's finger.
All right, this is it. One last try. On 3, we pull.
Max grabbed Sam's hand, and Elsa and I grabbed Max around the waist like a human chain. 1, 2, 3! We pulled with everything we had. Sam's face turned every shade of red, his veins popping like he was lifting a car. Max was straining so hard, and I held him like my life depended on it, pulling with all my strength.
Come on! Almost there!
We could feel the ring start to move just a tiny bit, so we went harder, gritting our teeth like we were in some epic battle. Finally, with a loud pop, the ring flew off Sam's finger, and all 3 of us crashed to the floor.
Did we do it?
We did it! We actually did it! Then, Max's face twisted into something like anger mixed with a wild idea.
You know what? We've had nothing but bad luck since we got here. I say we take this ring and get the heck out of Spain. This is the only good thing we've gotten so far.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. Let's make a run for it.
I seriously have a bad feeling about this.
Trust me, we can do this if you just follow my lead.
We could hear footsteps outside. Max looked at me and I knew he was serious. We nodded to each other and quietly hid behind the bathroom door. The guards opened the door but found it empty. Then we burst out from behind the door, knocking the guards off their feet and bolting out of the bathroom like maniacs. Go, go, go! The guards were shouting and soon the whole place was full of black suits. We ran through the halls, desperately searching for an exit. Finally, we found a side door leading to a parking area.
There! Let's steal a car!
We picked the nearest one, an old but decent-looking sedan. Max jumped in, struggling with the wires. Elsa pushed him aside and managed to turn the engine on. We drove out of the parking lot just as more guards appeared, shouting and waving their guns at us.
We need to be at the airport within an hour, or we're done!
Just when we thought we were in the clear, the mafia boss and his men came charging after us in black SUVs, shooting at us like it was a damn action movie.
I told you I had a bad feeling about this.
Not now!
We were driving through traffic, dodging bullets and praying we didn't crash. But then, out of nowhere, the police showed up, probably because of all the gunfire. The police cars started chasing the Mafia SUVs, thinking they were the main threat.
Thank you, Spanish police!
The Mafia turned their attention to the cops, exchanging gunfire, which gave us just enough time to escape. But Max, being Max, felt the need to stick his head out the window and curse at them.
Burn in hell, you sons of witches!
And just like that, he leaned out a little too far, lost his grip, and tumbled right out of the car.
He fell. Someone's gonna hit him. He'll die. He's probably dying already.
Elsa didn't wait. She spun the wheel like a stunt driver and tore down the road in the opposite direction. Cars were honking like crazy, but she weaved through them like she'd done this before.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus, take the wheel and forgive my sins.
In seconds, Elsa got us back to where Max was lying in the middle of the street. I swung the passenger door open, and with Sam's help, we yanked him back inside.
Elsa, you saved me.
Are you gonna say sorry now, or?
Okay, fine, sorry. She's cool, she's awesome, she's James Bond, whatever. Drive, get us to the airport.
We took the nearest exit, speeding toward the airport like our lives depended on it. Because they did. We reached the airport, ditched the car in a no parking zone, and sprinted through the hall like madmen. Travelers were dodging us as we jumped over luggage and pushed past security. But just before we reached the check-in gate, I looked over at Elsa. She was standing quietly beside me, hugging herself, her eyes wide as she took in everything around her.
We're never talking about this trip again.
Actually, I think I'm staying.
Wait, what?
Just for a little while. I'll call my dad, sort things out with the embassy. Elsa's got no one here, and honestly, I don't feel done.
You're gonna walk back out there with a mafia boss still loose?
Relax, I'm staying in the airport. I'll wait right here till my dad shows up. The embassy's already on high alert thanks to all the gunfire.
Wow, look at you, romantic hero vibes.
Yeah, but like, quiet romantic. The strong silent kind.
That's my title. He's more like shy with good hair.
Shut up. We all laughed. Even Elsa smiled. They both turned to leave. I stood there watching them walk off, and then Elsa stepped a little closer, took my hand, and smiled. Despite everything we'd been through, I knew one thing. Spain had more to show me. If you like this story, watch this next story from my friend who was being bullied at school all the time until he found his inner strength. In every good comic book story, there must be a villain. And in the comic book story of my life, it was Rex. But the trouble with real-life villains is that they don't wear capes or monologue about their evil plans. They just show up every day and make your life a living hell. Rex and I weren't always enemies. There was a time when he was my neighbor, and we grew up playing together. But then one day, my dad won a lottery, got rich, and we moved to the richer part of town. And things just got weird between us.
Oh look, the rich guy's here in his big rich car with his tall rich chauffeur. What are you trying to do, huh? Make us all feel like we're losers and you're better than us?
That was the beginning of Rex's reign of terror. If there was an opportunity to shove me into a locker, trip me in the hallway, or call me names, he didn't miss it. I wanted to fight back, but that boy was massive. His biceps were like tree trunks, and his scowl could stop a clock. Next to him, I looked like an ant. Everyone was scared of Rex, and since he hated me, no one dared speak to me. I even tried to switch schools, but my dad told me to face my fears like a man. So yeah, I mostly spend my time alone drawing and staying far away from Rex, but he always found me.
Look everybody, Liam drew his imaginary friends.
No, that's Captain Teddy and his sidekick Ducky.
Looks like your mom, honestly.
His cape is blown over his shoulder as he holds off the meteorite. That's not a dress. Give me my book back.
Or what? You're gonna hit me, pretty boy? You can try, but you'd fail, and I'll puncture your face so badly, your rich dad will lose all his money to give you plastic surgery that won't work because it'll only make you more ugly.
That's enough, Rex.
I turned around and saw Poppy walk towards us. She was the prettiest girl in my class and my all-time crush. I saw her for the first time in middle school and instantly fell in love, but I never really had the courage to tell her that.
Stop bullying him. Pick on someone your own size. There you go. Are you okay?
I nodded my head like an obedient dog, and Poppy just brushed my hair and walked away. Wait, why did that feel insulting? She thought I was weaker than Rex, which I was, but I didn't want my crush to know that. I had to do something to redeem my image, so I decided to man up and ask Poppy out. I sat up all night and made a beautiful portrait for her, wrote a sweet message, and slipped the drawing in her locker while she was in her violin classes. After class, I rushed to see her reaction, but when I arrived, the portrait was stuck to Poppy's locker, and it had horns and fangs drawn all over it. Poppy,
I've never been so insulted in my life before. What did I ever do to
you?
I didn't do this.
It has your name, doofus, and no one in this school can draw as well as you. I should have just let Rex beat you to a pulp that day.
And with that, Poppy just burst into tears and ran away. I was still confused when I saw Rex snickering in the corner. I walked up to him, my fists balled up. What's your problem, huh? Why do you hate me?
I just don't like your face. It reminds me of my old cat who scratched my hand. I hated that little thing, so I left her in the park one day, but she crawled her way back, and my dad went mental looking after her. He ignored me. Can you imagine getting replaced by a cat? Anyway, I hated that cat. You look like her, so I hate you too. What are you gonna do about it?
Rex would have hit me if the teacher didn't walk in. And 2 days later, I found out that he was dating Poppy. It made my blood boil. But did I do anything about it? Nope. I decided to ignore everything and carry on with my day. Life at school was miserable enough already, and I secretly poured my heart and soul into creating comics, and my most favorite one was Star Sketcher, about a boy who saves the world with his magic paintbrush from a menacing alien bully. I carried my work everywhere with me. So one day, when my art teacher saw it, he was so impressed, he pushed me to apply to this top art school in New York.
You're one of the most talented students in our school. Show some confidence in your work.
Yeah, I don't think I have any. Besides, who would even want to read stuff like this? Turns out a lot of people. Because the next day, my art teacher displayed one of my short comics in the school hallway, and everyone adored it.
Hey, Liam, love your comics. Please, make a character for me too.
And me, I don't even mind posing for you. Are you free this Friday?
I was basking in all the attention. I barely noticed Rex climbing into the elevator with me. Before I could get out, he pushed the stop button, took me by the collar, and shoved me against the elevator door. What are you doing?
Knocking sense into you. I saw your stupid comic, and this alien you wrote about sounds pretty familiar, right? Was it me?
Don't be silly. He's Dex, not Rex. And you're not green, are you? And you certainly don't have horns. You do have unusually thick brows, though. Have you considered going to a salon?
You think you're funny? You're nothing but a pathetic loser hiding behind your stupid comics.
My comics are not stupid. People love them. I'm popular now, probably more than you. Is that what's bothering you? That people think I'm cool and not the nerd you want me to be? Are you jealous?
Your mom's jealous, buttface.
And with that, he picked up my bag, took out my comic, and shredded it to pieces. How dare you?
This is just the start of what will happen if you don't stop writing your dumb comics. Next time, it'll be your head.
And Rex simply pushed me away and left. I was so angry, I couldn't stop shaking. And that night, I decided it was time to get even with Rex. He'd taken away Poppy and my comic from me. I was gonna take away everything that mattered to him, his girlfriend and football. With the school championship a week away, I wanted to wreck his game, and I knew just what to do. This cheerleader Ruby had a crush on me, but I'd held back because of Poppy. Now, nothing was stopping me, so I asked her out and she said yes. We hung out all weekend, and she bored me out of my mind.
You look distracted.
I'm not. Look, Ruby, I really like you, but if Rex finds out I like you, he'd make your life tough.
Oh, baby boo. You don't have to worry about me. As for Rex, he's a jerk face. You know, last night in the gym, he almost threw a dumbbell at his teammate because his squats weren't squatting. What does that even mean?
It means nonsense. Gosh, I wish there was a way we could get even with him. Actually, there might just be. Can you get me into the boys' football locker room before the match?
I can try. I know where the coach keeps the keys. What's the plan, though?
I told Ruby everything, and she seemed impressed. As promised, she sneaked me inside the locker room, and we sprayed itch powder all over Rex's gear. Throughout the game, Rex kept scratching his butt, which really slowed him down. The coach eventually noticed and benched him, and blamed him for losing the match.
Your scratchy butt cost us the match. Next time, shower.
Next time, coach better. So what if I was benched? What were the rest of these losers doing? Watching me scratch my butt?
Get out!
Coach benched him for the rest of the season, and Rex was so angry, he lashed out more at the coach and ended up getting suspended for a whole week. This was my chance to get Poppy's attention, but she was still not talking to me. I had to think of a way to get her attention, and one day, I saw her sitting alone in the cafeteria. Oh wow, that's the most appetizing pizza I've ever seen.
Do you want it?
No, I mean I'd love to, but I just can't. I used to have pizza almost every other night as a kid, kid, and I got so fat, it took forever to shed all that weight. Not that you're gaining any weight eating this. You're not fat at all. You have a great figure. Cherry?
No, thank you.
Funny story. I can tie one of these into a knot using just my tongue. Watch me. I popped the cherry in my mouth and started twirling it around. But instead of a cool trick, I accidentally swallowed the whole thing and choked on it. I thought I was gonna die when one of the students came over and gave me the Heimlich maneuver. I coughed up the cherry and it went flying straight into Poppy's eye. I'm so sorry.
Stay away from me!
Okay, so that went to trash, but I didn't give up and decided to give my luck another shot. But this time, I knew I had to do something bigger, so I turned to Dad for help. I told him everything that happened and he stared at me.
Wow, my son's stupid.
Dad, I don't need your judgment. I've got enough of that already.
Okay, fine. Let me tell you a story. Your mom was pretty popular in school, and I was just a geeky kid with a crush on her. I could never tell her. Heck, I couldn't even talk to her. Then one day, I saw some guys bothering her on her way home. I stepped in, saved her, and she called me brave and agreed to go out with me. She said I was her hero.
I never said that.
You don't remember, darling? Now teach me that cherry trick, Liam.
Some other time. Thanks, Dad. Talking to Dad made me realize I had to be Poppy's hero, but her boyfriend ate dumbbells for breakfast. What could I possibly save her from? So I hired some actors to fake trouble her, and I'd swoop in to save the day. She had violin classes near school, so we planned it for then. But on the big day, I got stuck in traffic and was 10 minutes late. By the time I arrived, the guys were towering over Poppy, and they were not the actors I'd hired.
Lose the money or lose your life.
Poppy looked terrified. I had to act, so I grabbed a rock and flung it, accidentally hitting Poppy in the leg.
Ow!
I'm so sorry. One of the guys came at me, but I kicked him in the shin, and he started limping. The other one attacked from behind, but Poppy threw a rock and nailed him in the face. He screamed, and I grabbed Poppy's hand, and we ran for our lives. We finally stopped at a cafe, panting and hiding before those guys caught up to us. Close call. Are you okay?
My legs are on fire. But yeah, I'm okay.
You should sit down. I'll ask if they have first aid in the cafe. Thankfully they did. And while I was gently cleaning Poppy's wound, I caught her stealing glances at me. I'm sorry. I know I say that a lot, but
It's okay. After the way you jumped in to help me, even though you hate my boyfriend, I really can't hold a grudge. Thank you.
Poppy and I got closer after that day. She'd wave at me in the hallway, smile at me in class, and sometimes I'd catch her staring at me in the cafeteria. Rex didn't notice. He was too busy trying to find a way back into the team, but Ruby did, and she was not happy.
I hate the way she looks at you. It makes me so jealous. You know, I even messed up my routine today and chipped my nail.
So? Why don't you get new nails today? My treat. With Ruby at her nail appointment, I called Poppy and asked her if she was free to hang out. We decided to meet at this popular club, and I was pretty excited. That was until 10 minutes later, Rex walked in and pushed me away.
You little weasel! You were the one who ruined my game!
What are you talking about?
What are you? Shut up! Your dumb girlfriend told me about how you put itchy powder in my shorts.
You're lying! Why would Ruby do that?
Because you lied to me.
Suddenly, Ruby walked in and shoved her phone in my face.
My friend saw you walk in with this dumb twig and clicked this picture.
Excuse me? Mind your tongue.
And you mind your hands. He's my boyfriend.
Cool it, girls. This isn't about you. Hey, pretty boy, itchy powder? Seriously? What are you, 12? Why don't you fight like a man instead of hiding behind pretty girls? Or are you too scared? Do you still wear diapers? I hope you do, because you're about to pee your pants.
Rex threw a punch at me, but thankfully I ducked in time. I picked up a ketchup bottle and sprayed it into his eyes. He got distracted, so I pulled all my strength into one tight punch and smacked him in his jaw. He crashed into a nearby table and was about to charge at me when the manager showed up with the police and got both me and Rex arrested.
That looks bad.
Not as bad as your face. And stop talking to me. We're in this mess because of you.
Me? You ruined my future.
You ruined my life. You've bullied me forever, calling me names, making my life hell, insulting my art. You even went after the girl I liked, and don't pretend it was out of love. You're a selfish prick, Rex.
Maybe, but what about you? You got rich and forgot about me. The day your dad won the lottery, I came to congratulate you. You didn't even look at me. Do you know how insulted I felt? You hurt my ego.
Are you freaking kidding me? My place was packed that night. I might have missed you. You could have talked to me, and we'd have sorted it out.
I thought you didn't care.
God, I can't believe you bullied me for years over that. Now I'm here with my right arm injured, not knowing when I'll draw again, and I have my whole portfolio to finish.
Not like I'm in a better situation. I'm benched for the rest of the season. Do you have any idea how mad my dad is? He's already threatening to send me to military school if I don't work on my game. And now I'm in this stupid jail. My life is sealed.
Your dad was always kind of crazy, right?
Nothing's changed, except he's only gotten crazier.
We really messed things up.
Yeah, we did. I'm sorry. I won't trouble you from now on, and you can ask Poppy out if you want.
I don't think I want to. She clearly lied to you when she agreed to go out to the club with me.
So, what now?
I guess we stay out of each other's way and graduate in peace.
I'd like that.
Rex and I didn't talk much after that, and within a few hours, Mom bailed the two of us out. It took some time, but my hand recovered, and I decided to wait a year to apply for a better college in Paris. Rex was out of my life, but he left me with a very important lesson. Never let stupid people ruin your life. They are stupid for a reason.
I fought back my tears as I desperately tried to stop the love of my life from walking away. My love, please, don't go. I don't think I could live without you.
Then prove it to me. Give me one more reason to stay.
You can have everything. My heart, my mind, my body, my soul, and most importantly, my lips. The raindrops danced around us as we shared the most passionate kiss ever.
And cut. Perfect. That's a wrap.
The director had already yelled cut, but Reese kept kissing me. I had to push her away because her breath smelled so bad I almost threw up. It's rotten tuna, isn't it? I told you not to eat something stinky before our kissing scenes.
Ignore my calls again, and it's a dead rat next time.
You're crazy! Having Reese as my female lead was a total pain in the butt. Our agencies told us to act like lovers to promote our romance film, but she was too clingy to be a fake girlfriend. She was even worse than my obsessed fangirls who had no concept of privacy. After filming, I escaped to my private gym to work out, but just as I stepped out of the shower, a creepy girl suddenly descended from the ceiling. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I was just destined to be here. Finally, I got to see you up close. I couldn't believe you're real. You're just too handsome. It hurts.
I immediately alerted my bodyguards, and they caught her in midair as she tried to pounce on me like the hungriest tigress alive.
Leon, please. Just one chance.
Jeez. Can I ever catch a freaking break? The gym incident quickly made the news, and instead of addressing it, my psycho mom/manager was thrilled.
The more obsessed fans you have, the better. It just means you're getting even more popular. I'm expecting more movie offers and brand deals after this.
But we should file a harassment case against that girl. And we also need to do something about Reese.
We don't have to do anything, sweetheart. Just be grateful for your fame and enjoy it.
Then could you at least let me enjoy an ice cream today?
You know sweets are strictly out of your diet plan. Your next role is an expert martial artist who hunts robot sharks on land, so you have to bulk up. Girls love abs.
I thought we were rejecting that offer. You know I can't do action. I'm a clumsy, scaredy bunny, Mom.
That's what stunt doubles are for.
Having my controlling mom as my boss and manager was the worst. I just wanted some peace and quiet, but it was impossible with her. Later that day, while we were filming in a park, Reese kept clinging on to me like a leech, even during film breaks. Reese, for the love of God, get off me!
But you told me that I can have everything, including your body.
That was just a line from our movie. And to make matters worse, a group of jealous fans managed to pass through the barricades and sent our filming set into chaos.
Get off him, you ugly, clingy witch!
As I escaped to my car, I noticed a guy around my age peacefully playing with a claw machine on the side of the street. It was nothing special, but it was all I ever wanted. To be in my own world, without others minding my business. It was just a brief moment, but it finally drove me to confront my mom. I told her about wanting to take a break from my career, and she thought I had lost my mind. I just want to live my life as me. No more fake girlfriends, fake personalities, and crazy women around me 24/7. I'm tired of it. So please, just give me this.
Oh, stop being dramatic. What if you do something stupid and ruin the image that we've built over all these years?
As a celebrity, we have this specific image that we project to the public, and mine was the mysterious prince persona that drove the ladies wild. But in reality, I was the complete opposite. it would be cool for Leon to disappear for a while and just be normal. That's it! I just needed to announce to everyone that Leon had gone abroad to take a break and be a completely different person while he was away. Maybe a disguise would do the trick. I tried on a black wig, swapped my blue eyes for green contacts, put on glasses, then wore some weird cheap clothes and boom! What's up, loser? Mom was bawling when she saw me.
Oh my goodness, what an ugly creature! Bring back my handsome son!
It took me a couple of days to finally calm her down and convince her about my plan. Give me at least a year break or else I will never go back to acting. Ever.
Fine. But you have to live somewhere else with no bodyguards, no private chefs, and no driver. Just one maid and a credit card.
Oh, that's totally fine with me. And just like that, I started a new chapter in my life as the nerdy loser Noel. On my way to my first day of school, I felt like a lost bunny who had just been let out onto the city streets for the first time. My glasses were constantly fogging up, making it impossible to see clearly. As I carefully walked up the city staircase, I unexpectedly tripped. I mentally prepared myself for a painful fall, but out of nowhere, a hand wrapped around my waist and steadied me. My heart skipped a beat as I looked up and saw the most stunning girl I had ever seen.
Watch where you're going, princess.
Just as I was about to regain my balance, she suddenly let go of me. I gasped, but she swiftly grabbed my hand and pulled me back with a smirk. Why would you tease me like that?
Because you're cute.
I was aware that I was cute, but not in this disguise. How dare you make fun of me? Don't you know who I am?
Of course. You're a lost rabbit who needs a little guidance. See you around.
To my surprise, she suddenly jumped over the railings, and I just found myself chasing after her. When I looked down, she was already sitting on a motorcycle while holding her helmet and smirking up at me. Was she expecting me to follow her? Time seemed to slow down when she put on the helmet, turned on the engine, and pumped it up. So pretty and badass. My heart dropped when she blew me a kiss before speeding away. I blinked. Wait! I bolted down the stairs to catch up, but she was already gone, leaving me flustered and intrigued. Who is that girl? Eventually, I found my way to my school building and into my class. As I walked in, all eyes were on me as if I were the president of the Losers Club. Even the girls were giving me a disgusted look, which was totally new to me, and I wasn't complaining. I headed towards an empty seat, but just as I was about to sit down, some dude suddenly kicked the chair away, sending me crashing to the floor. Oh, what the heck, man?
My bad. I was just practicing my signature move for my next blockbuster movie. I'm basically the next action star, you know?
Oh, I didn't expect a fellow actor to be here, but he didn't look familiar at all. Take it easy on him, Paxton.
I didn't even touch the dude.
And that was when the entire class erupted in laughter. So this is what bullies are like in real life, huh? It's no different from the movies. I stood up, quietly walked to the back of the classroom, and just stood there awkwardly. The door slid open, and the room fell silent as a confident figure walked in. It was that stunning motorcycle girl! So she actually goes to this school too? Paxton and the other guys were practically drooling, which was pretty understandable. She's drop-dead gorgeous without even trying. I was busy gawking at her when she unexpectedly turned to me.
Oh, hello, princess. I didn't expect to see you here. Small world, huh? Why are you standing there?
I don't have a seat.
Come sit on my lap then.
I almost choked on my own tonsils. Before I could process her unexpected offer, Paxton suddenly swooped in and offered me a new chair.
Here's your seat, buddy.
Alrighty then.
Paxton's jealous face turned triumphant, while I was left disappointed. During our class, I kept finding myself staring at my pretty seatmate, secretly. Her side profile looked breathtaking, and the way she effortlessly bit on her pen and spun it around her fingers was so cool. I had worked with tons of beautiful teen actresses my whole life, but it was the first time that a girl got me genuinely intrigued. I wonder what her name was. Later that day in the canteen, I found out that I could eat whatever I wanted, and I was ecstatic. All my life, it had always been my mom our private chefs, and my assistants who decided what I should eat. And it was such a bummer.
Dude, are you gonna eat the whole canteen or what?
He's gonna eat everything and nothing will be left to us. We're doomed! Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna pay for everything. I handed the lunch lady my credit card, and everyone was looking at me like I just farted.
That's not how it works here, young man. Is this your first time going to an actual school?
Just then, the pretty girl suddenly appeared.
He took a lot of food because it's actually for 2 people, right?
What is she talking about?
Right?
Yes. We're gonna share.
Come on, I'm starving.
Paxton and the others were looking at us with raised eyebrows as she dragged me to an empty table. To my surprise, she sat beside me and started eating with me on the same plate. Seriously? On the same plate? You're kind of freaking me out, to be honest, but in a good kind of way.
So, you're repaying me with an insult after I saved your clueless butt?
Sorry, it's just weird. Why a pretty girl like you would be super nice to a new kid like me on my first day.
Hello? Do you realize that angels like me actually exist? But I'm not doing this for free, though.
Of course, there had to be a catch. There was no way she was actually flirting with an ugly nerd. I later realized what her favor was. She asked me to cover for her as she snuck out in the middle of class. And it was nerve-wracking. Through the window, I saw her riding her motorcycle and leaving. What on earth was she up to? Soon, I learned that her name was Kiara, and it was her habit to sneak out of class in the afternoon. She was also very famous among the boys, especially with Paxton. But she just kept turning him down. One time, Paxton gave her a bouquet of roses and chocolates, but what she did next earned some gasps around.
Perfect. The trash has been starving.
Another time, he showed off his brand new car and offered her a ride home, but she headed straight to her motorcycle and started it right in front of his car. But it just made me even more curious about her, and Paxton even more determined. One day, while he and his gang were talking in the hallway, I heard something that caught me off guard.
One day, she's gonna crawl to me and beg for my attention once my upcoming film becomes successful.
Of course it will, bro. I'm pretty sure you will be more popular than Leon. Wait, what? Leon? Were they talking about me? The next day, Paxton showed off his pictures from the filming set to Kiara, and it was the movie that Reese and I were currently filming.
This movie's gonna be out soon, and I'm gonna bless your eyes with immaculate visuals and acting.
So your role is a dead person?
Yeah, and it's not easy to hold your breath for 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. This is Leon's upcoming movie, right?
How did you know that? You're stalking me, aren't you?
I'm stalking that actor because I hate him. I hope his movie flops.
Oh, you bet. Sharing the film set with him was traumatizing. He was a total jerk to everyone. He's dating his co-star Reese, and he was so horrible to her.
That's not surprising at all. I heard he's allergic to girls. Maybe he's actually gay.
Hearing Kiara talking bad about me made my sight dim. I don't think it's okay to judge someone you don't know.
Oh look, we have a fan here.
Kiara just raised an eyebrow at me and walked out. Oh no, was she unfriending me for that? Since then, Paxton kept telling fake news about me on set just to get Kiara's attention, and he was succeeding.
One time, he asked for iced coffee and complained that it was cold.
Oh, so he's a moron, I see.
And I also remember when Reese almost threw up during their kissing scene because his breath smelled like rotten tuna.
A disgusting, dumb jerk. What a lethal combination.
Seeing Kiara believing all his lies made me furious, so I started ignoring and avoiding her since then. But one day, she cornered me.
Hey, princess. Are you ignoring me on purpose?
Stop calling me princess. I'm a freaking guy.
You're cuter when you're jealous.
What? I'm not jealous. Why would I? I just don't like people who talk bad about others without even knowing them.
Is this about Leon? Jeez, you're really a fan, huh? Interesting.
I told you I'm not. Realizing how close her face was to mine, my eyes automatically went down to her lips. I had kissed tons of women on screen before, and expertly on that. But why do I feel like farting at the thought of kissing Kiara? Just then, someone called her and she immediately left, leaving me flustered all over. As I walked out of the room, Paxton suddenly blocked my way.
Kiara will never be yours, so stop dreaming, loser. Or else.
Is that a threat? The jerk just answered me with a smirk and left. The next day, I found a letter in my locker, and it was from Kiara.
Hey, princess. Come to the last room on the 3rd floor before our class. I have a surprise for you. XOXO.
What was she planning this time? Driven by curiosity, I made my way to the room. But the moment I stepped inside, the door abruptly locked. Hey! What's happening? Open the door! In that instant, a hissing sound reached my ears, and when I turned around, I found myself face to face with a menacing snake! My face turned a shade paler than snow, and I let out a shrill scream. Just as it was about to strike, someone swiftly grabbed it by the neck, as if it were nothing, and flung it out of the window. She looked so cool. My heart skipped a beat, but I snapped back to reality when I realized what just happened. Did you plan all of this just to tease me again? Because it's not funny.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Frustrated, I dashed out of the room, only to see Paxton and his friends in the hallway, laughing.
He was screaming like a freaking girl!
Everyone was making fun of me all day, so I decided to skip my remaining classes and head straight home. To make myself feel better after a disastrous day, I decided to treat myself to a nearby restaurant. But as I reached into my pocket to pay the bill, panic washed over me. I left my wallet in my locker. I explained the situation to the manager, but they seemed skeptical of my story. So I ended up washing some stacks of dirty dishes. As a clueless billionaire who had never washed a dish before, the scene turned into a complete disaster. Just as the manager was about to flip over me, a familiar face appeared in the chaos. Kiara, what are you doing here?
I'm about to rescue my princess for the nth time.
As we watched, she revealed that she actually worked part-time in the restaurant. Her sick mom had a massive debt with the owner, and Kiara was working it off. So, this is where you go whenever you sneak out of class.
Yep. Oh, by the way, we need to do something about Paxton. What he did to you earlier is totally not cool.
What do you mean?
I saw him putting that letter in your locker. I got curious, so I followed you after you read it. And thank God I did.
Now that makes more sense. I need to teach that jerk a lesson that he'll never forget.
Let me help you with that.
Kiara and I planned my revenge together, and the opportunity came the very next day. Our drama club teacher chose Paxton as the main character, and I was casted as the waiter. In one scene, Paxton's character caught his girlfriend cheating in a restaurant and was supposed to cry. But he looked more like a constipated frog.
Paxton, is that how an aspiring actor acts? You look so constipated. I need more emotions. Let's do it again. From the top.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you, but this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch?
Oh, for the love of God, you are such a hopeless case. Finally, our teacher had enough and decided to replace Paxton. That was Kiara's signal to start our plan.
Excuse me, sir, but why don't we exchange the roles of the lead and the waiter? Just a suggestion.
Oh, he's ugly, but okay, let's give it a try.
All right, Noelle out, Leon in.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you. But this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Out of anger, I grabbed the entire table and threw it in Paxton's direction, sending him crashing into the janitor's bucket. I then offered my hand to him with a smirk. Sorry, I just got carried away.
You planned this for revenge, didn't you?
As he tried to get up, Kiara pushed a button on a remote, and everyone gasped as smelly black paints fell over him. But everyone was too amazed by my acting to care about Paxton, who spent the rest of the day smelling like paint.
Hey, best actor. I didn't know you had it in you.
Nah, it's nothing.
Anyway, did you see the look on Paxton's face? That was epic.
I know, right? That scumbag deserves it. Kiara and I became closer over the next few months. We even sneaked out of school together, and I helped her out at the restaurant. Then one day when we were at the mall, she showed me her sketchpad. It was full of awesome motorcycle drawings. She told me about her dreams of becoming a motorcycle designer once she pays off her mom's debts. Looking at her eyes shine as she talked about her dreams made me feel like farting again. Oh! But her mood changed when she saw my face in a clothing store where I was the brand ambassador. To my surprise, she grabbed a pen and doodled on it. The security caught us, so we ended up catching our breaths in the basement. Why do you hate Leon so much? I swear, I'm not a fan of his. I'm just curious.
Well, I have a friend who used to be a huge fan of his. One time, she tried to visit him on set to give him a gift that she had prepared for months. She begged for hours, but his assistant said that he couldn't spare even a second to meet his fans. I've also heard stories about him snubbing his fans and even getting them into trouble. It's just awful.
Wow, that's terrible. But maybe he also has his reasons. Fans can be overwhelming sometimes. Celebrities are humans too.
Look, let's not talk about him. Just the thought of him ruins my mood.
Okay. What she said bothered me all night. I felt like I needed to change her mind about Leon. But how? It was the weekend when Kiara invited me to play at the arcade. While we were struggling with a claw machine, she suddenly received an emergency call.
My brother was rushed to the hospital. I need to go.
I insisted on going with her. Thankfully, he just had a minor tummy infection, and he would be fine in a few hours. And seeing Kiara taking care of her little brother melted my heart.
Is that your boyfriend?
No. He's just a friend, and his name is Noel.
Hey, Noel! Don't ever hurt my sister, or else I'm gonna beat your butt!
Loud and clear, sir. I bought him an ice cream and a burger, and he instantly declared me as his favorite human. That night, while he was sleeping, Kiara asked me to follow her. She led me to the parking lot and went straight to her motorcycle. Where are you going? She pushed an extra helmet on my hands and kicked the engine on. I felt my cheeks burn as she looked back at me. The light of headlights glinted over her helmet, and through her eyes is pure beauty.
You're coming with me. I'll show you something special. Hop in.
I snapped out of my daze and quickly put the helmet on. My heart pounded as I mounted the back of her motorcycle and awkwardly placed my hands on her shoulders. I didn't see her rolling her eyes amusingly and deliberately jerked the motorcycle forward, which made me panic and hug her waist. Kiara laughed. Could you stop teasing me?
I can't help it. You're so cute. Well, hold on tight, princess. Let's go. Yeah!
Then off we go. Kiara drove fast, but it felt like the world stopped moving. The wind touching my face made me feel free, and I never felt free for a very long time. The warmth of Kiara's back seemed to pass right into my heart, and I couldn't deny the fact that I was truly falling in love with this lady knight in her shining helmet. After several minutes, we stopped in front of a lake.
This is my special place. I don't know if it's just me, but whenever I'm here, it feels like paradise.
It truly felt like a peaceful paradise. Thanks, Kiara. I really mean it.
For what?
For always coming to my rescue and for being a good friend. Thanks to you, I'm just really happy these days. It's my first time living without my mom, and I was worried at first.
What's your mom like?
She used to be really nice, but ever since Dad left us, she transformed into this evil witch who controlled me like a puppet. And it was suffocating.
That sucks. So, you ran away from home?
Kinda.
I'm glad that you did. You deserve to breathe, you know? And I'm always here for you.
I looked away as I noticed her staring at me.
Am I making you nervous?
Yes. No, I mean, a little bit.
Look at me, Noel.
Wow, look at those frogs. They're jumping around. Just then, she reached for my face and turned it to meet hers.
You're driving me crazy. Do you know that?
Do you really mean that?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is crazy about you. But why me?
To be honest, I don't know. You're just something else. Something special.
I closed my eyes as she leaned in, and when our lips finally touched, it felt so magical that I felt butterflies, and I had this unbearable urge to fart. I couldn't risk becoming a walking embarrassment in front of her. I had to save my dignity. I need to go.
What? Why?
I'm sorry. I was super ashamed about it, and the fact that I wasn't being truthful about who I really was made me feel bad. A few days later, I finally decided to come clean and confess. As I was looking for Kiara, I saw some guys drooling over a girl in the hallway, and blood drained from my face when I realized who it was. Reese! Holy crap! What was she doing here?
Have you seen my Leon around? I swear my heart tells me he's just here, hiding.
Panicking, I immediately ran to the back of the school and called Mom, and she begged me to come back because Reese had been out of control lately. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. After talking to Mom, I made sure Reese was gone before I came out of hiding. But Kiara saw me.
What were you doing here?
I was just...
Look, if you don't like me, then just be clear with it and reject me instead of making me look like a fool.
How could I reject a goddess like you? Look, there's something that you need to know, and I need to... Just then, my phone rang, and I excused myself to answer it. It was Mom, and she informed me that we needed an emergency meeting about Reese ASAP because she was throwing a tantrum right now, and she might tell the press that I was in hiding.
What is it you were gonna tell me?
I'll tell you next time. I need to go. After an emergency meeting, we tried looking for Reese, but she was nowhere to be found. The next day in class, I got the biggest shock of my life when Paxton arrived with her, and there were a lot of reporters with them.
Everyone, eyes on here! Reese and I got a little movie to show you.
He suddenly played a video of me talking to Mom about Reese yesterday, and everyone was so confused. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. I was about to escape when suddenly Paxton grabbed me by my hair.
Let's welcome the best actor in our class. No other than the superstar Leon, who got bored with his life, so he ghosted his girlfriend and decided to deceive us all.
Paxton then snatched my glasses and took off my wig.
Oh, Leon, my Pookie Pie, it is indeed you.
As Reese jumped on me, I met Kiara's eyes across the room, and she looked horrified. No, this couldn't be happening. Just then, the ladies went wild. Before they could devour me alive, I ran out of the school and hailed a cab to go straight home to Mom. We then found out that Reese had arranged a press conference immediately and started spilling everything. Mom and I decided to do a counterattack. It's true that I had enough of the celebrity life, and that is the reason why I decided to take a break. I wanted to be with people who aren't crazy about me. Don't get me wrong, I love my fans, and I'm always grateful. But we celebrities are human too. We also need some peace and privacy. I truly love acting, and I won't quit. But I don't want to live a fake life anymore. I just wanted to be me. Also, Reese and I aren't dating. It's just for the show. I don't like crazy, obsessive girls. Most importantly, I'm in love with someone else. My lady knight in her shining helmet. I hope she feels the same way. Reese went completely bonkers, so I was forced to file a restraining order against her, and our movie was eventually canceled. But who cares? I only cared about one person right now, but she suddenly vanished on Earth. I asked the restaurant manager for her address, and when I went there, her brother told me that she didn't want to see me.
I told you not to make her cry, but what did you do? Now go away!
Please, just let me talk to her.
Fine. Consider this as my payment for the ice cream and burger.
He then led me to where she was hiding. Inside the fridge! Are you planning to freeze yourself to death here? Do you hate me that much?
No, I just feel so ashamed of myself.
Ashamed of what?
Because it has always been you, you idiot! I hated Leon because the fangirl that I told you about was actually me!
What? So you were actually my fan turned hater?
Yes. Maybe that's why I was drawn to you the first time I saw you as Noel. Maybe deep inside, I always knew it was you. And then I got to know the real you and fell in love, but I hated myself for not realizing it sooner.
I should be the one to apologize for deceiving you. I swear. I have been planning to tell you.
I know. I watched your statement earlier, and regarding your confession, I feel the same way. I mean, isn't it obvious?
I love you, Kiara.
I love you too, Noel. Leon, my princess, or whoever you are.
She finally leaned in for a kiss, but But when we finally pulled away, I screamed when she suddenly turned into a guy. A familiar guy. Babe, wake up. It's time for your shoot.
Huh? Marcus?
Are you okay?
And then it clicked. Everything was just a dream. I dreamed about a handsome man.
Oh, so you're cheating on me in your dreams.
No, he was the male version of me, and he was actually—
Too late. I'm already mad. And only a kiss could make me feel better.
Okay. Now let me tell you about my dream. It was crazy.
Fine.
My grandfather started a superglue company centuries ago, like 1970 or something, and he made a fortune, because everyone uses superglue, right? You need it for school projects, broken shoe heels, fake eyelashes. I was raised by my single, adoring dad who inherited the family business, and growing up, my life was a fairy tale. I wore clothes from global designers, had food flown in from Europe, and an army of servants waiting on me hand and foot, and I went to the best private school, where I met my BFF forevs, Nicolette. She joined my school in the 4th grade, and we were sitting together in art class when our teacher, Mrs. Humphrey, started laughing at my work.
Liana, why did you make your elephant blue? It looks so silly.
Why? Have you seen all the elephants in the world?
No, but I know there are no blue ones.
How can you be sure until you've seen every elephant? Maybe one is blue.
Nicolette, I said there are no blue elephants, and you'll listen to me.
Why? I don't even listen to my parents. Everyone, color your elephants blue, purple, yellow, green, the whole rainbow.
Mrs. Humphrey carried Nicolette off to the principal, and she was fired. Apparently, Nicolette's dad was even richer than mine, and the principal wasn't about to piss him off. I thought it was cool of her to stand up for me, and we've been friends ever since. And yeah, she can be vain, and she's kinda bossy. Like, we always have to eat where she says or watch the movies she wants. But overall, she's a first-rate bestie. Together, we practically ruled the school. Everyone either wanted to be us or be with us. For my 16th birthday, Dad said he had a special gift for me.
Did you buy me an island?
Another car? The Eiffel Tower?
Eee, a credit card!
Yes, darling. It's time for you to understand how things work and how much stuff costs.
Oh, thank you, Daddy!
And boy, did we make that card work. Nicolette and I went on shopping sprees, got makeovers, then invited our friends for dinner to a fancy new restaurant. We ate till we were about to burst, but the next morning was not so pleasant.
How did you spend $30,000 in a day? $3,000 on a handbag, $2,000 on shoes, and $4,000 for a lock of someone's hair? Liana, why?
It's Himmen's hair from BTS.
$15,000 on 20 pounds of gold-plated onion rings?
Oh, those were delish. You have to try them. Okay, I hear you, Daddy. I had no idea it would add up to so much.
I gave you the card to learn exactly that.
I'll be more careful now, promise. It wasn't so hard, because I had new shoes and clothes for a few weeks. Then Nicolette got us invites to a super exclusive costume party, and she'd already taken care of our wardrobe. We're going in some German princess's gowns. Daddy pulled some major strings to borrow them from the museum. Oh, wow. But do you think that's a good idea? They must be worth a fortune. That's the whole point, duh. You should wear the green one. It'll bring out your eyes. Me? Well, who am I kidding? I can pull off anything. I think we're gonna make some headlines, babe. And we sure did. As we waved at the paparazzi, I didn't realize Nicolette was stepping on my dress, and I walked forward, and then I heard a loud rip. We came under fire in the media for being rich brats who ruined a historical dress, and my dad had to pay a lot in damages. Daddy, it was an accident.
No, it was a stupid decision to wear that dress. I'm not always gonna be around to clean your messes, and you don't have a clue about money. Do you think it grows on trees?
Well, money is paper, and paper comes from trees, so technically—
Liana!
I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you.
Yes, you will. You'll start by paying off your credit card debt of $30,000, and you'll have to figure out how. Till you show me you can act like an adult, I'm cutting you off.
And he was dead serious. Why don't you just order another credit card to pay this off? It doesn't work like that. I've got it. Just start your own makeup line. I need money to start that? You've got to meet me halfway, babe. You're shooting down all my ideas. Okay, how about you get one of those job things? What are you qualified to do? Spend money? This is hopeless. And then suddenly, I had an idea. OMG, I should become an influencer and tell other people what to buy. This is perfect. I set up my Instagram page, and the first 300 likes were super easy, cause that was everyone in high school. But I felt anxious when I posted the first makeup video with my favorite products. To my surprise, it was quite well received. I became obsessed with my channel and got really busy shooting videos. I was being approached by sponsors and finally started making some dough. Okay guys, we got these vegan, gluten-free bananas shipped from New Zealand. Highly recommended. Now I'll show you how I eat them. You guys, this snail cream from Korea is what you need for glass skin. Yes, snails are gross, but their mucus is everything. Someone sent me these delicious diet cookies. Oh, God, they taste like sawdust. Ugh, Liana, when will you be done? I'm bored. Come on, let's go for sushi. I can't. I gotta shoot this video again. Ugh, fine. I'll order in. I was thinking of doing a video about eating on a budget. Can you order from someplace that's not so expensive, please? Now I gotta eat bad food because of you? Ugh, you suck. But when I posted that video, I was met with some outrage. You think the average person's meal costs $200. What planet are you living on, princess? I hope you rich brats lose all your money. My subscribers were going down. I had to do damage control. So I decided on a charity drive where Nicolette and I would give away some of our things at homeless shelters. Please take care of those shoes. Blind children in Milan made them. You know what? Maybe I'm not ready to part with them yet. Nicolette, I'm live streaming. Let the freaking shoes go. One girl looked really displeased when I handed her a makeup kit. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't even have enough to eat. Well, it's better to be pretty and poor than ugly and poor, no? Gosh, you rich people are awful. She threw a cup of coffee at Nicolette, who had a total meltdown. What have you done? This is a real fur coat that my daddy got from Russia? Ugh, you are such a cruel creature. You've ruined the sacrifice of 1,000 squirrels. Oh God, why is life so unfair? Well, that was the end of my Instagram channel. No one wanted to work with me after that. I'd barely made $5,000. So I had to get a waitressing job at a cafe. Girl, are you saying you're not going to the concert because someone else can't wait on tables? Yes, my shift ends at 10 p.m. Also, I can't waste money on a concert ticket. You're crazy for doing all this work when all you need to do is cry harder to your daddy. Ugh, I'm out of here. Nicolette started hanging out more with our other friends, but with school and long shifts, I was honestly too tired to care. Waitressing was hard. I asked for a non-fat soy milk double shot cold brew Spanish latte with sweet foam and cinnamon. Well, that's a lot to remember. I'm just one tiny person. Here's your order, sir. I'll take this one away. Liana, you're needed at the counter. I looked up at this boy who just swooped in, and his dreamy blue eyes left me dazed. Just then, I tripped on something and fell on a customer's table. The manager sent me to the kitchen to do the dishes for the rest of the day. Hey, you okay? Accidents happen. Please, don't be upset. Oh, I'm not upset. It's just that, how should I put this? What? I don't know how to wash dishes. The boy smiled and rolled up his sleeves. He spent the next hour teaching me, and I found myself enjoying it. His name was Jamie, and he just joined as assistant manager. So, Jamie, how'd you know my name? Did you ask around as soon as you got here? No. Your name tag kinda gave it away. Oh gosh, of course. Ugh, I'm so dumb. Nah, you're cute. You got some soap on your nose. Where? There. Work got a lot more bearable with Jamie around, and he even asked me out. We had an amazing date by the beach after our shift, but Jamie had a request. I'm gonna tell you something ridiculous, but please don't judge me. A few months ago, my friend's sister confessed in front of a lot of people that she's in love with me, and she's super weird and smells like tuna, so I just panicked and said that I'm gay. Now, I've been living that lie, and I need to fix it, but till I do, please don't tell anyone that we're dating, not even your BFF. God, I'm such a dummy. Don't worry about it, I won't. Later when he dropped me home, he kissed me. I walked into my room humming, and then I screamed. Nicolette, you scared me. Why are you here? To put an end to all this stupidity? I can't watch you working like a donkey anymore. And she threw cash on my bed. I went into Dad's office and threatened his stupid assistant to give me money. And when he refused, I threw ketchup at him. He cried and said I made him feel unsafe. Like, what does that even mean? Anyway, I think he hates Dad because he gave me double of what I asked for behind Dad's back. So here, take the money. I knew I should have said no, but man, I was so tired of working. So I gave Nicolette a big hug and gave Dad the money, and he returned the credit card. I won't be keeping checks on you anymore, darling. You've proved that you can be responsible. Nicolette and I were back to hanging out, except some evenings I'd be busy with Jamie, and some nights she was away on dates. One day I went to the mall alone when I saw something that made my heart drop. It was Nicolette in Jamie's arms, and they were kissing. What's going on here? How dare you kiss my boyfriend? Oh, what? Have you hit your head somewhere, Liana? Jamie stared at both of us, then ran away at supersonic speed. What the heck? I've been dating Jamie for weeks. He works at the cafe. I know. I dropped by once to see you, but it was your day off, and I met Jamie there. We've been dating since. He told me not to tell anyone. Oh my god, I can't believe he played us both. What a weasel. Total jerk. But if he had to choose, we know who it would be, Avi. Oh, you think it's you? Why's that? You know, I'm prettier and richer and definitely more fun. Come on, you'd be so boring without me. Oh yeah? Remember that time I had to shut down my Insta channel because of you? Or how about that whole dress disaster? That was so fun. It's not like I forced you to wear it. Yes, you did. You're so bossy. You always decide things for me. It's not my fault you're a pushover. You've always had the backbone of a jellyfish. Remember in 5th grade when I had to defend you in art class because I felt sorry for you? Did you feel sorry because I'm a jellyfish or because I'm ugly? Or maybe you just acted like that because you've always been a spoiled brat. You're one to talk, Miss Gold Onion Rings. You ordered those. At least I was there on your birthday, unlike you. Oh my god, I missed one birthday in 8th grade because I was getting my appendix removed. So you say. Except I'm pretty sure you flew to Paris that weekend to buy the bag I wanted. I felt so annoyed that I tugged at her hair. She pulled hard at mine, and we broke out into a huge fight in the middle of the mall. We finally stopped to catch our breath. You know what? We can't be friends anymore. Why would I want to be friends with you? You've already told me that you think you're better than me, and anyone would choose you over me. Well, we'll see about that. After that, Nicolette and I went to war. We openly declared the end of our friendship in school, and our friends had to choose sides. We always decided the cafeteria menu together, but now we couldn't agree on anything. Liana, we are not eating salads 3 times a week. Fried chicken for the win, am I right, guys? Has no one told you that your butt looks bigger lately? I can tell just by looking at you that you've gained 5 pounds. Ugh, you take that back, witch. And another fight broke out. We were co-managers of the dance club, and an important performance was coming up soon, but we just fought non-stop over the routine. We took a vote, and most members wanted to go with my ideas, so Nicolette gave in. But during the performance, half the team started doing a totally different dance. There was complete chaos on stage, with dancers bumping into each other in confusion, and Nicolette was cackling like crazy. Needless to say, we were both suspended from management, but things really got to a head when I announced a party at my place, and Nicolette announced one 2 hours later for the same time. There's gonna be a giant bouncy castle at my party. How lame. There will be exotic dancers at mine. I'll be serving the best food in town, and a mystery pop star will be performing. I knew Dad would be away that weekend, and I'd been really good with money lately, so I decided to go all out. The whole school ended up at my place, and I knew Nicolette's heart would burn. But then some kids started fighting, and it turned into a riot. They completely trashed my place, and our security team had to throw everyone out. I felt squeamish with guilt and anxiety. Dad was gonna kill me this time. But the next morning, I got a phone call from the hospital. Dad had been in a car accident on his way back home. My whole world had turned upside down. Dad was in a coma, and the doctors had no idea when he'd wake up, or if. His manager walked me through the hospital bills and explained Dad's finances, but I just felt so overwhelmed. Hey, Liana, I came as soon as I heard. I'm so sorry. Thanks. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry, too, for everything. Me too. I can't believe that stupid Jamie set us off like that. FYI, I got Daddy to get him fired. He deserves that, but I don't think our fight was really about him. Clearly, we've had issues with each other that we just never talked about. Let's just call it a truce now, okay? Of course, and I'm here for you, babe. She did try, but Nicolette was Nicolette, and my responsibilities bored her soon enough. I had an entire household to manage, and I even had to learn more about the family business to make decisions on Dad's behalf. I had some serious growing up to do, and one day when I went to visit Dad, I screamed when I saw him sitting up and smiling. Oh my God, Daddy, please don't scare me like that again.
I'm sorry you went through all this alone. My manager tells me you've been handling everything really well, and I am so proud of you, darling.
Dad recovered fully soon, and things went back to normal. Well, almost. Hey, babe, let's go to Hawaii to party. Actually, I just want to focus on school and college applications. I hear you, girl. I am so serious about college, too. I need to get in to access my trust fund. But come on, a week away can't hurt. I'm gonna pass, Nicolette. See you around. A year later, I'm doing really well in business school. Nicolette and I keep in touch, but sometimes you realize you've outgrown certain friendships, and it's totally okay to go down your own path. You know how how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him, and that was it.
My life changed forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used Mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else. Not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter, nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg! Lucky you! You just won a tuition discount from Dad! I quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, beaut.
Bees! It has bees!
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was gonna kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up, and finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but
I'll take that. It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
I know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for, and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend, and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star? A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors. Of course! You can't make great music if you don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next. But just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance. Hi there. When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that for a moment, I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not a horrible name.
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, pigmatitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it one final shot, so I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. Two mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. Ah! I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say, when nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah. I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music, love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us?
That can happen. Love is not perfect, but believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom! Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camilo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camilo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem.
Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camilo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, I wasn't gonna give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camilo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camilo, I wrote you a poem.
Oh, okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking? Are we going or not? The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camilo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice, you can't give up so easily.
What else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me, and he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me, and after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camillo will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Uh-huh. Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camillo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camillo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up, and the way Camillo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon.
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on, what do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist, both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. Although Quan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Quan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Quan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Quan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Quan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Quan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Quan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I felt that slowly, we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice!
Thanks, I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
if you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
And he walks around in sunglasses indoors too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camilo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now.
Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camilo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Quan and Camilo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camilo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camilo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camilo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Quan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Quan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed.
Quan, we are too young to be here.
Relax, what is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous? Okay, I admit it, I was scared, but you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Quan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Quan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Quan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Quan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure.
After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other.
Why did you invite Camilo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my
brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But...
No buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doofy. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some eight-legged roommates, but I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top bed's mine!
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it. In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my God! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of this story. Now relax, I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey, Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. I mean, iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Juan and Camilo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camilo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Juan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking. Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh? Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so... Camilo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camilo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camilo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camilo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course, my inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys, I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camilo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi, they got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drummer ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camilo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camilo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camilo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now.
show. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers?
Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Quan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Quan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Quan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my god, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my god, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started.
and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we three reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks! We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe, what are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy.
Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me?
Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot, but I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him. How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks, leave him alone. I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it. Mom needs that surgery soon. So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane. and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No, Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like, gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing?
Ew, she smells like cattle.
But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then, Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so...
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer. but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
You see this mess? It's all my fault. Even though this may look like an action movie, this is actually a love story. When I was 15, me and my mom went on vacation. I basically didn't say a word the whole time. I had just gotten braces and I felt so ugly.
Come on, honey. Just try to enjoy your vacation.
How can I? I look like I just ate a fence.
But you need your braces.
I know I do. That's why I told you I didn't want to leave the house all summer. Yeah, I was a bit of a brat. But can you blame me? I was a moody 15-year-old girl and my smile looked like a meat grinder. I stayed in the vacation house all day and would only go out at night to take walks by the beach. One night, I was walking and I saw someone in front of me. It was a boy. I couldn't really tell what he looked like because we were both in the shadows. The moon was the only light we could see.
Can't sleep either?
Something like that.
Actually, that's not why I'm out here. I don't want people to see me during the day because I have braces and I look horrible.
You have braces too?
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, I look like I ate a can of tuna fish.
Well, your shadow's pretty.
We hung out for a while and talked about how we both loved musicals and theater. He was funny and I made him laugh a lot too. He told me his name was Kyle. The next night, I went out and I saw him again. We kept meeting up in the darkness every night. And then, on our last night there, the sun's coming up soon. We should go.
What if we stayed and waited for the light? I don't care if you have braces. I already think you're beautiful.
So we sat there and waited for the sun. And when it rose, I finally saw him and he saw me. He was the cutest boy I ever saw, especially because of the braces. He leaned in to kiss me, but his mom called him. And then my mom called me. It was time to go.
Promise me something. Never hide yourself in the dark again, okay?
Okay. I watched him go. His words stuck with me. And from then on, I started auditioning for shows and didn't mind my braces. Pretty soon, I was the most famous dancer in my whole town. Kyle and I talked online for a while, but I got busy doing plays and eventually we lost touch. I never thought I would see him again. And then, a few years later, on the opening night of the play at my community theater, everything changed. I had a slow dance solo in a sad scene, but I was really nervous because at all of our rehearsals, the boy who was working the spotlight could never keep up with my dancing. I danced, and to my surprise, I didn't slip out of the light at all, not even for a second. It was like I was dancing and everyone stood up and cheered when I was done. It was exactly what I'd been dreaming of all my life. After the play, I ran upstairs to thank the boy for doing such a great job. Steve, that was amazing.
Thanks. Steve got sick, so I filled in.
Oh, hi. I'm Abigail.
Everybody knows who you are. I guess you don't recognize me without the braces.
Wait, Kyle? What are you doing here?
We moved a few months ago. I didn't know you were here either.
Steve couldn't keep up with me on the spotlight. How did you know where I was going at every step?
I didn't, but I figured you've been in the dark long enough.
Oh, good thing we both got our teeth fixed.
I'm just glad you couldn't see me. I've never cried at a play before.
You cried? I don't believe you.
Look for yourself.
Liar.
I guess they tried. Let me make it up to you. How about a celebration dinner?
My family's here, but tomorrow's good. The next 24 hours were the longest of my life. All day I tried on different outfits and experiments with makeup. The truth was, even though we lost touch, I never forgot him and never felt that way with anyone else. I rushed outside when he called. What I wasn't expecting was that he had a motorcycle.
Wow, you didn't even bother to dress up?
Excuse me, do you know how long—
I'm kidding. You look beautiful.
Yeah, I do. And don't you forget it. And you better have something good planned. I'm expecting a real effort and will accept nothing less.
I was planning on going to the Taco Bell drive-thru. Is that good?
You better be kidding.
0 points for the joke, but you have to admit, I have good taste. Ow! Don't worry, I have something planned. Not Taco Bell, promise.
We rode his bike and I felt just like I did when I was dancing, totally free. It was like no time had passed at all, like we had known each other forever. He actually took me to this amazing new restaurant, paid before the check even got there, and took me to the beach after where we got ice cream and went for a long walk. I didn't want to show it, but I was already falling for him. With Kyle, it was just comfortable. We almost kissed when he was dropping me off, but I could tell he didn't want to pressure me and I didn't want to move too fast. So we shook hands. A little awkward, but kind of funny too. Needless to say, that night, he was all I could think of. If I knew how messy things were gonna get, I might have ended things right then. I'm freaking out. This job would make me totally independent. I could finally save enough to get my own place and not have to live with my stepdad anymore. That's great. Why are you so scared? My last job interview, I froze. I'm terrible at interviews. I get so anxious.
So, why do you want to work at our store? Are you serious right now? Sorry, we don't accept that kind of attitude here at our big fancy clothing store. You're fired.
After a while, he finally took it seriously, and we actually did a little mock interview. It went well, but he was still totally freaked out. You're doing great. Relax, just be yourself.
I really appreciate the help. I feel much better already, but the interview's not the only reason I'm nervous. There's something I have to tell you. I don't just want this job, I need it. It's part of my probation.
Probation? Like, you got arrested?
Yeah. If I can't keep a job, I could go to jail. They arrested me for reckless driving, but it wasn't my fault. My sister called me and she was having an asthma attack, so I had to drive her inhaler to her. The police were behind me, but I didn't stop. The judge gave me a break because I helped my sister, but he said if I get into any more trouble, I could go to jail.
I'm so sorry, but I'm sure you'll get the job, especially since you have all these interviewing skills now. And you know, I have asthma too, so I thank you for your service. We need people like you. Just then, my phone rang. It was my theater director. She said if he saw me dancing at our next show, I'd have a real chance of being hired on Broadway. It was my dream. And the next day, Kyle told me the interview went great and he got the job. Everything was perfect. All I had to do now was nail the performance and dance my heart out. But then, on the day of our next show, I was stretching at home trying to stay calm when Kyle called me in a panic.
Abby, I need your help. Yesterday, my boss sent me to deposit the store's money in the bank 5 minutes before they closed. I didn't make it on time, so I kept it under my bed to do it today, but now he's asking me to stay late and the bank closes early. Can't you just tell him that? They won't suspect you if you still have the money. My boss is already suspicious of me. He knows about the probation. If he knows I took it home, he'll think I wanted to take it. Please, Abby.
I would have to run, but I still had time before my show, and I knew how much trouble he could get into if they suspected him of a crime, so I said yes. I never ran so fast in my life. When I got to Kyle's house, no one was home and the doors and windows were locked. Time was ticking. I knew the banks closed at 3. That only gave me 20 minutes. Then I saw the attic window was open. So I started climbing. Oh no. Come on, Abigail. Use those strong dancing legs of yours. Finally, I got in. I went to his room, grabbed the envelope from under the bed, and dashed back out. Everything went blank for a moment. Then the world came back into focus, and I saw that I had run into a boy who was staring at the envelope. It got ripped, and he could see the money inside. I grabbed it before he had a chance to do anything and kept running. I saw the bank. Finally, it was right there. I had made it with 2 minutes to spare.
Miss Abigail.
Oh my, it's really you. I couldn't believe it. I had only seen him on TV before. I was totally starstruck for a second.
I'm coming to your show tonight. I can't wait to see you. We have an opening for our next show. We need someone just your age, as long as you can dance, of course.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I can't talk right now. I have to run. I'll explain later. I'm sorry. I was in too much of a rush to think about the fact that I had just very rudely turned my back on the guy who could give me my dream life. Oh no, what was I gonna do? When in doubt, just tell the truth. I could just say it was my fault. What a jerk! I ran after him, but he was too fast on the scooter. By the time I turned the corner, he was gone. Oh no, now Kyle was really in trouble. I couldn't move. I didn't know what to do. How could I explain this? No one would believe me. At the store, I told Kyle everything. When he saw his boss, he told me to hide behind the rack of clothes. But I can explain.
He won't believe you, and you'll be involved.
He pulled the rack in front of me as his boss rushed up to him.
The bank says they didn't get the money, Kyle. Where is it? I'm sorry. It was my responsibility. The money was stolen. Thief! I knew this would happen. They told me you were on parole, but I wanted to give you a chance. Now, I'm calling the police. I'm sorry, Abigail. I'll have to miss your show.
He rushed to the motorcycle. I couldn't believe it. He was gonna run?
I know it seems crazy, but without the money or any evidence, they'll think I took it. There's no option for me now.
But I was totally lost, confused, and so upset with myself. There had to be a way to fix it, but I couldn't even think about that now because it was time for the biggest performance of my life. The producer was right there in the front row, watching, and he didn't look too happy. I had been so rude to him. All I could do now was rely on my dancing skills to get me through, except Steve was on the spotlight, and I was still out of breath from running and so upset that Kyle was in trouble with the police. When my solo came, I was so upset I fell on stage and cried in front of everyone. I ran off, and the show was canceled for the night. As I was walking home, totally crushed, I decided to only focus on what I could control. The show was over, but I could still help Kyle. I would tell his boss it was me who had stolen the money. Of course, I would get in trouble, but not as much as Kyle. This is where we began. The big mess I had made. He looked at me as he passed. I wanted to stop the police, but they were too fast. But I knew the park next to me would take me right to where they were going. If I could run across, I could catch them and stop the police to tell them it was me. Once again, I was running. Only this time, I didn't have my inhaler. I forgot I had left it in my dressing room when I ran out crying. As I cut through the park, I couldn't breathe. I saw Kyle's bike on the other side. He saw me too, but before I knew it, I was fainted on the muddy ground. When I woke up, I was in his arms. He had stopped to help and the police cars were rushing towards us. I was in the hospital for a day. My mom told me that Kyle was arrested, but I knew he would have to see the judge before they really made any decision. I asked her when it was, and she said today. I made her drive me to court as soon as the doctor said it was okay. I rushed inside. Stop! It was me. I lost the money. Kyle didn't do anything wrong, I promise. Even though the judge believed me, he still said we were to blame. And Kyle ran from the police, so if he was going to be released, we needed to pay back the money to the store. I started working at the theater, and Kyle also had to go back to his job. We both made no money because we had to give it all away and were too exhausted to even hang out. It was the perfect punishment for me since I could barely see him and had to watch other people perform while I cleaned and took people's tickets. Of course, anytime I did have a free moment, I danced.
Hey, hero, you have a second?
He had come to surprise me at work. He took me to the auditorium where everything had been decorated for what looked like a big party. What's going on?
Well, I figured you have to pay the money back, but that doesn't mean it's gotta be a punishment. Why not have some fun? I talked to your boss, and we're throwing a fundraiser for us to get the rest of the money. And the best part, you're the star of the show.
This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Sorry I ruined your chances of going to Broadway.
It doesn't matter if I only dance here and not on a big stage. As long as I have you, I can dance anywhere. He held me in his light again. This time, I knew I wouldn't get lost in the dark. I sat in the audience for the 1000th time watching my annoying sister Mara's talk show. I was just about to fall asleep when suddenly a spotlight shone on me.
There she is, my twin sister Brooke. Come help us play the game, sis.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, the audience started chanting my name and my parents nodded at me encouragingly. Mara was waiting on stage with her guest star, who was some famous model. So, Brookie, you and Iris are gonna play the card game War, and whoever wins breaks an egg on the other's head. Can I jump off a building first?
Always such a little party pooper.
I played the dumb card game until I won, so I cracked an egg on Iris's head before turning to go off stage. Ow! You just hit me in the head with an egg. That was the goal of the game, genius. Well, you did it way too hard. Ow! The next day, my accidental egg assault was all over YouTube and social media. Sister of talk show host Mara gets violent with popular model Iris. So melodramatic. My life wasn't always like this. I'd never asked to live in the public eye. All of this started when my bimbo sister got her own show a year ago and became a child millionaire. Then here I was, just trying to get through high school without punching or kicking a wall. Everyone at school brought up the stupid talk show incident.
Look, it's Mara's extra crazy sister Brooke. Should we refer to her as the egg beater?
I can beat an egg over your head, but don't worry, I'll avoid smashing your new nose.
You're always such a witch. This is why nobody at school likes you.
And she was so cute for thinking that I cared. Anyway, around lunchtime, I headed to the bathroom when suddenly I jumped. One of the most popular guys in school, Lance, was right behind me, smirking. He was a part of a clique of 4 other heartthrobs who all looked like Wattpad princes.
You are looking lovely today, princess.
You just followed me into the girls' bathroom.
I wanted to ask you out on a date.
You've never even made eye contact with me before.
I used to think you were just Mara's mean loser sister, but when I saw what you did on TV, I practically fell in love with you, babe. I've always wanted a girl with that kind of fire, so I'll pick you up tonight at 8.
I didn't answer. I just pushed Lance away from my face and towards the toilet bowl.
He landed head first, and I couldn't help laughing.
Except later that day, I noticed the rest of Lance's dreamy friends kept staring at me with that same smirk on their faces. In fact, all 5 of them slipped envelopes into my locker asking me on a date. This had to be some kind of joke. I decided to ask Mara about it, since she was the school queen bee and full of gossip. But surprisingly, Mara didn't know anything. Then later that night, she gave me some crazy news. She'd invited all 5 of those guys to come onto her talk show, where she'd set up a competition over who could win a date with me, without even asking me. So what if they're just hitting on you for a joke or a bet? It'll be so much fun. You've never been on any kind of date, and you're in the 12th grade. Please. I finally gave in, but I knew those boys were up to something, and if they were gonna mess with me, I was gonna mess with them too. On the night of the show, I sat center stage behind a table while the 5 idiot heartthrobs lined up behind a rope. Each of them had 30 seconds to impress me.
After you pushed me into the toilet, I went and bought you flowers. I also have chapstick to put on before kissing you for our date.
Too bad your breath smells like a sewage drain. Next!
If you were my girlfriend, I'd take you to a restaurant right on the ocean and buy a giant ice cream sundae with
ice cream makes me puke.
So, I used to be an underwear model, but then
I'm embarrassed for you.
I had this flown over from Japan.
No! By the time the 5th guy, Zeke, came over, I was already exhausted. Then I noticed he was holding a guitar. Oh my god.
Brookie, oh Brookie, honey, my heart is yours. Yeah, Brookie, oh Brookie, Brookie, my sassy princess I adore.
The audience went wild, and I wanted to cringe. But for some reason, I found myself smiling. So when it was time to choose the guy I'd go on a date with, I chose Guitar Boy Zeke. I just had to remember that he probably didn't really like me, and if he was planning on humiliating me, I had to beat him at his own game. So when I met Zeke for our picnic date, I came wearing my mom's wedding dress.
What's that you're wearing?
A wedding dress. That way, we can imagine what it'll be like when we get married one day. Ever since the talk show, I've fallen head over heels for you, and after that song you sang for me, I know now that you feel the same way. I'd hoped the guy would run scared and crying, but instead, he laughed.
I must have really won you over with that song I played you.
I'm not done with you yet, Prince Charming. During our picnic, I sat on his lap and made him feed me every bite of food and hold the water cup up to my lips. And when he turned to get a napkin, I started fake crying hysterically. We were staring into each other's eyes, but you looked away. Is it because my eyes are ugly? Or are you breaking up with me? I have nothing else to live for now.
You are so extra. I know what'll cheer you up. Let's have a romantic dance.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, Zeke turned on classical music and pulled me up to dance. He started spinning and twirling me around and even threw me in the air. God, he was crazy. Later on, Zeke drove me home, but he said he needed to stop at his house first for something. I decided then I'd confront him. Look, I know you're either dating me because you bet your friends money or you guys want to humiliate me as a joke. Either way, I'm just telling you, I didn't fall for it.
I told those guys you'd be too smart to trick. It was Lance's idea to bet money on which one of us can win you over. I never wanted to do it, but I couldn't tell Lance that, because whatever Lance wants, Lance gets.
Zeke then told me his dad and Lance's dad were friends, and because Lance's family was rich, his dad was going to pay for a music college Zeke got into. Therefore, he could never afford to ever piss off Lance.
And don't tell Lance I said any of this. Please, just let me tell him you fell for me and you asked me to be your boyfriend. I really want to go to music school. Come on, you don't care what anyone thinks, and you're already unpopular and barely have any friends, and no offense.
How little self-respect did this guy think I had? I wanted to give him a good slap in the face, but just then, Zeke stopped by this really run-down trailer next to a pile of garbage.
Okay, we're here. My dad's sick, so I have to check on him every few hours.
Holy crud, this is where he lived? This place was a single room, and Zeke's dad was in a bed with an oxygen tank. I guessed with his dad's medical bills, he'd never have enough money to even think about music school. So I decided to let Zeke tell Lance he was gonna keep dating me for a bet. The next day at school, I saw Lance and the other 3 heartthrobs looking at me and snickering to themselves. Even other kids seemed to be onto the bet, but I could live through it. I was doing a good deed by humiliating myself. Plus, Zeke was fun to be around, and I didn't mind having him as my fake boyfriend. One night, I decided to invite him to a celebrity party Mara and I were attending. I even bought him a suit and tie, and secretly, I thought he looked super handsome. At one point, I was walking by the entrance when suddenly I saw Zeke standing with Lance and his friends, and Zeke was saying he had to go. What do you mean? This is a huge exclusive party that I invited you to.
Listen, cranky face, I came to pick up your boyfriend for some last-minute plans. Surely you two can reschedule.
With that, Zeke took off with the boys, and for some reason, I felt really angry about it. Just then, Mara came over to ask if I was okay, and I ended up telling her everything. Look, I know you feel bad for Zeke because of his home situation, but you don't have to sell your dignity for charity. If you think he doesn't genuinely care about you, just dump his sorry butt in front of everyone tomorrow. Or I can talk tomorrow in school, like an actual mature person. But I know maturity is kind of a foreign concept to you and the other kids at school. Okay, listen, sis, you've never had any real friend or boyfriend before, and I'm at the top of our school's social ladder. I know how to deal with these things. I can handle this myself, thanks. Just because I don't date a different guy each week doesn't mean I need boy advice from you. So on Monday at school, I headed to the bleachers at lunch where I knew Zeke practiced guitar, except he spotted me first and immediately came over to hug me.
I am so sorry about what happened at the party. Lance decided at the last minute that he wanted to have a betting party. Kids at school are betting on how I'm gonna break your heart and everything. I realize this may be going too far.
It's going way too far. I tried to do a nice thing for you, but you're totally taking advantage of me. Also, how long are you gonna be Lance's slave for? Can't you get a scholarship to the school or something?
No, I'm not talented enough. It's cool. I'll tell Lance the truth and stand up to him. I'll just find something other than music that makes me happy.
Zeke turned to walk away, but I just couldn't let him give up his friends, his reputation, and his dreams. So I told Zeke I'd help him apply for a scholarship because even though he didn't believe in himself, I knew he was talented enough to get one. And 2 weeks later, he got accepted.
You just made my dreams come true. Brooke, no one has ever believed in me like that before. You're amazing.
Zeke suddenly picked me up and spun me around, which made me feel butterflies. After that, Zeke and I became really close and started hanging out all the time. I helped him take care of his dad, and he helped me make some friends at school. Except there were a couple of issues. One, I started to develop real romantic feelings for Zeke, and 2 was Zeke still hadn't told Lance the truth, even though it was part of our agreement. So finally, Zeke decided to confront Lance one day after school as I hid behind a tree to listen in.
Look, man, I told Brooke about the bet. It's not right the way we're manipulating her. Plus, I've been hanging out with her, and I think I want to date her for real. You know, she helped me get a scholarship to the music school you were going to pay for. Now, you don't have to. Are you kidding me? What am I going to tell all the kids who've been giving us money, betting the different ways you can dump her? You're one of us, Zeke, and she's an unpopular loser. It'll make the whole squad look bad. If you date her, then you're dead to us. Fine then. You guys are jerks anyway. I'm gonna get myself an awesome girlfriend.
I held my breath as I watched Zeke ditch his friends for me. And just like that, Zeke and I became an item. He held my hand, kissed me in public at school, and didn't even seem to care that he'd lost all his friends in popularity. Everything seemed to be going well, at least for a couple of weeks. Then one weekend, I went away with my family for a camping trip with no Wi-Fi or cell reception. But when I arrived back at school on Monday, something horrible happened. I was sitting in the cafeteria when suddenly Zeke stood up on one of the tables with a microphone and speakers.
Can I have everyone's attention? I have something to say to my girlfriend, Brooke. I'm sorry, babe, but I just can't date you anymore. I've realized that I don't want to be with a stuck-up sourpuss who's way below my league. It's also really lame that you've never dated anyone before. So for all of you out there who bet money how I dump Brooke, the ones who selected public humiliation win.
I stood with shock as I watched a bunch of kids run over to Zeke, Lance, and the other guys with cash. None of this made any sense. Had it just all been a setup? I ran out of the room and into the hallway to collect myself when I saw Zeke behind me.
Brooke, I am so sorry I had to do that, but I had a good reason.
What good reason could you possibly have for humiliating me like that?
Please, just listen to me. My dad had to have an emergency medical procedure over the weekend that I couldn't pay for, and since there was no way to reach you, I had to ask Lance for help. He said he'd only pay for it on the condition that I publicly dump you. I'm so sorry. I still want to be with you, though. It just might have to be in secret.
You know what? No, I don't care what your reasons are. I am so freaking sick of all of your excuses to manipulate and humiliate me. We're done, Zeke. That night, I refused to let myself cry. Zeke didn't deserve my tears. I didn't need any cowardly idiots in my life anyway. The next afternoon, I was studying in the library when I decided to take a break for some coffee and MSA videos. But while I was relaxing, Lance suddenly sat down next to me.
Ooh, MSA. I watch them on TikTok all the time. Let me help you pick an episode.
If you come anywhere near me or my computer, I'll squeeze your head until your brain pops out. Oh wait, I forgot, you don't have a brain. Probably why you watch MSA on TikTok instead of YouTube. You know, YouTube, the site for smart people.
Wow, Zeke must really regret dumping you.
Yeah, about that. I know it was you who forced Zeke to break up with me. Why do you have to go around messing with his life and mine? The way you and your friends bet on me and tried to break my heart for fun? How sick do you have to be to want to do something like that?
Maybe some people just enjoy messing with other people's lives. You should ask your sister. After all, the whole betting game was her idea.
Lance got up and left, leaving me very confused. What did he mean by that? He was probably just messing with me, but I still asked Mara about it, and she got really quiet. Okay, it's true that it was my idea, but let me explain. I just felt bad because our whole lives, you've lived in my shadow. I have everything. Fame, popularity, friends, and you didn't get any of that. So I wanted to find you a cute boyfriend to make you happy. Except none of the guys at school wanted to date you. The only ones who were willing to were Lance and his friends, if they could make money off of it. But I had hoped one of them would fall for you for real. I was stunned and silent as Mara apologized over and over. I knew her heart had been in the right place, but she'd gotten me into such a giant mess. God, I just needed space from everyone. The next morning, I was going through the mail when I saw an envelope from Zeke's music school. To my surprise, they'd returned a check I'd paid as a deposit to confirm his place in the program. Apparently, Zeke had called the college and declined the offer to attend. I thought right away of his sick dad, and suddenly I got a bad feeling. I drove immediately to Zeke's house, but when I reached there, he was sitting outside and playing guitar, looking perfectly happy. Zeke, is everything okay? Did you call your college and decline the offer?
Yeah, I just didn't feel right taking your money to attend there, not after the way I treated you. So I'm just gonna save up and reapply next year. In the meantime, I got a job and my dad's doing better. Thank you for believing in me, Brooke. You have no idea how much it means to me.
Zeke came over to hug me, and I felt those stupid, happy butterflies again. Hey, listen, are you still friends with Lance?
God, no. I'm done being his slave. I took a loan and paid him back everything I owed him for Dad.
So, if I give you a second chance, that means you can't be an idiot this time.
I swear on my life I won't be. I want you back, and I won't have it any other way.
So, I guess my sister did achieve her goal of finding me a guy, even though it was in the craziest way possible. Still, maybe one of these days I could thank her for it. I grew up happy. My dad worked in marketing and my mom was a teacher. We had a beautiful big home, white picket fence, even a dog named Biscuit. Every birthday I got a huge party, and every summer we stayed at a house by the lake. My friends and I spent every moment together. Everything was wonderful. Then my dad lost his job. Suddenly, everything in my life became horrible. We had to sell our beautiful house, and I said goodbye to all my childhood friends since we moved to a completely different state. Our new place was a tiny little apartment. On the first day there, I saw rats. They didn't allow animals either, so we had to give Biscuit to a friend. Dad had to take on 2 jobs, and my parents began to fight all the time. I went from being happy in every part of my life to just wanting to be someone else. Without my friends or parents around, I turned to basically just watching TV. Everyone there seemed to have the perfect life. Beautiful apartments, sparkly dresses, fun parties, and friends. They also had something else in common. They all moved to New York to start a new life of glitz and glamour. Maybe if I went to New York, I could be someone totally new too. As soon as I turned 15, I started working at the local ice cream shop. I saved every single penny, smiling even as the rudest people came into the store.
This strawberry ice cream is too pink. My kid dropped his ice cream. We want a new one.
This is melting. I want my money back. It didn't matter what they said to me. All I cared about was saving for my new life. Slowly, my savings started to add up. By the time I turned 16, I had enough for a weekend in New York. I knew I couldn't have a whole new life yet, but for now, a weekend would be enough. I finally told my parents on the morning of my birthday. I'm going to New York for the weekend.
New York? That's so expensive. We can't pay for that, honey.
I saved up from the ice cream shop.
Okay, but call us every day, okay?
Yeah, sure, whatever. They dropped me off at the train station and I was off. I was so excited to finally be on my own and knew that at least for the weekend, I could be whoever I wanted. New York was so exciting. I could go wherever and do whatever. I tried on dresses at a fancy department store. I bought a hot dog from someone off the street, then got sick an hour later. But it was okay. I was living my dream. Finally, I went to the hotel I booked. I dreamed of gold chandeliers and well-dressed doormen and expensive steak dinners the whole train ride here. Instead, I got this. The hotel was tiny, dirty. Flies buzzed in the lobby. I didn't even have my own room. It was filled with other people and I just had a single bed. I think there's been a mistake.
Nope, this is what you booked. Welcome to New York.
This was not what I imagined my New York trip would be like, but it was all I could afford. Even in my dream city, I was still the same person and my life hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, New York didn't seem that great. It was smelly and dirty and there were way too many people.
Hey, watch where you're going. Who are you looking at?
Nothing, Hey! Someone bumped right into me and I nearly fell over. As I stood up, I realized he had stolen my wallet. I ran after the thief, but after a few minutes, he was gone. Now I didn't have anything. It was all too much. People were so mean. I started to cry in the middle of the street and people began staring and pointing. It was so incredibly embarrassing. Finally, I decided to just go into the nearest building to get away from everything. Wow. This was the hotel of my dreams. Big, beautiful chandeliers, doormen in fancy suits, rich women drinking champagne and dressed in sparkling gowns. This is who I wanted to be. I was so enchanted by everything that I ran headfirst into someone. Ow!
Elena.
Huh? That wasn't my name. This man must have confused me with someone.
Where have you been? You can't just run off without telling someone.
Who even are you?
I'm Stefan. Your parents sent me to make sure you stayed safe. You have to tell me when you leave the hotel. Come, let's go back to your room.
My room? The one with the bed surrounded by other strangers and mice? It was the last place I wanted to be other than home.
I almost ran. Then I noticed that Stefan wasn't taking me out of the building at all. Instead, he was taking me further into the hotel. I was shocked as I stepped into an elevator completely made of gold. It whisked us away so high and so fast, I almost got sick. It felt like we were flying. The elevator doors opened directly to a hotel room. No, not a hotel room, a penthouse. This is my room? I know it's not big enough, but you have to deal with it for now. And again, if you want to leave, you just have to ask. Your dad just wants to make sure you're okay. Not big enough? This place was a palace. Stefan left, and I had the whole room to myself. The bathroom was all marble with a built-in hot tub. The TV was huge, bigger than I was, and there were so many chandeliers, I lost count. Even the bed was luxurious, so tall and soft I could barely even climb on. Who the heck had such a nice hotel room? I knew I should have told him he had the wrong person, that I wasn't Elena and I didn't belong here. But then again, this was exactly what I had dreamed of. My stomach started growling, and I decided I would have to figure all that out later, after some free food. I raided the mini fridge in the room, snacking on soda and chips. I even ordered room service. By the time I was done, I was almost gonna fall over. Life had never been this good. My phone rang and I saw it was my parents. All I could think about was the fighting and the rats and losing our sweet biscuit. I hung up on them and decided I couldn't go back there, ever. I would stay in New York and start my life now, even if I had to take over this Elena girl's life to do it. I looked around and found her diary and laptop. I opened the laptop and, is that me? Suddenly, I realized who she was. Elena, a famous actress. My friends used to joke that she was my alter ego. Jaina and Elena sounded similar after all, except while Elena was living a perfect life, I was stuck with nothing at all. Elena would probably be back soon. If they caught me in the room, I would get in huge trouble. I had to get out of here before I was arrested or kicked out. But maybe I could go with a little something extra since my wallet was stolen after all. After changing into Elena's clothes, I told Stefan I was going shopping. He insisted on coming with me. When we got to the store, I said, I forgot my card. He just sighed and handed me the money, no questions asked. It was more cash than I had ever seen in my life. With this kind of money, I didn't have to go back to Pennsylvania at all. I grabbed a bunch of clothes and told him I was going to try them on. But as soon as I was out of view, I made a run for it. Maybe New York hadn't been that great at first, but things were going to be different now. Or so I thought. I hadn't even walked more than a few blocks when I realized I had forgotten my phone. But that was the least of my problems because suddenly, someone grabbed me from behind and everything turned dark. I woke up a few hours later, feeling dizzy and confused. Where am I? You! Hey, you! I looked around and saw a girl staring at me from across the room, but she was in total dark, so I couldn't see her. What are you doing here? I don't even know where here is. I don't even know who you are. Well, I've been kidnapped. It happens a lot, to people like me. What I don't understand is why you're here. I've never been kidnapped with other people before. Oh my god, does that mean I'm not special? She stepped into the light and I realized, Elena? That's me. Now, who in the world are you? I'm Jaina. Jaina. You seem familiar, but I don't remember meeting you at a party or a ball. We look a bit alike. As if I could never have such ratty, dull hair. Or put together an outfit that horrible. Horrible? It's your jacket. Oh my god, it is. You're stealing from me? What? No, well, kind of. Are you working with the kidnappers? No, Stefan thought it was you. Ugh, I can't believe he mistook you for me. That's so gross. I was starting to get mad. This girl was so rude. We have bigger problems here. Maybe you get kidnapped a lot, but I definitely don't. I'm gonna get out of here, with or without you. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Elena stared at me for a long moment. Fine, but only so I can yell at Stefan. The two of us sat down and hatched a plan. The kidnappers come to check on us every few hours. They have to unlock the door, which means we can escape. How about I pretend to be hurt so they have to come all the way in? Then you can knock them out. I'm the actress. You knock them out.
Fine, okay, then what? We have to tell someone where we are. How the heck are we gonna do that? We gotta steal a phone. Suddenly, our planning was interrupted by something outside the basement. We eavesdropped through the door. What are they saying? They don't know which one of us is actually famous. That's why they kidnapped us both. We only have a little time then. Once they figure out which one of us is the real Elena, who knows what they'll do? Probably wonder how they could possibly have been so dumb to think someone like you could be someone like me. That kinda hurts, you know. Oh, sorry. I'm not very good with people. They usually just want my money or a picture with me. No one really talks to me except bodyguards. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I gave Elena a big hug and she began to tear up. You know, I actually liked things better when we didn't have money.
Really?
Yeah, my dad doesn't care about me anymore. That's why I keep letting myself get kidnapped.
All my dad does is work and fight with my mom.
I don't think it's the same.
They care about you, right?
Right. My dad doesn't even remember my birthday.
Elena looked very sad.
I felt guilty about not answering my parents' call earlier that day. I knew Elena would do anything to have her dad call her. Suddenly, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Quick, the plan. I hid behind the door while Elena retreated to a far corner. She started crying and pretending that she was hurt. It felt like it was straight out of a movie. One kidnapper entered the room and looked concerned. As he walked towards Elena, I used the chair and hit him. He was knocked right out. I rummaged through his jacket until I found his phone. Got it! We dialed 911. Then quietly, Elena and I tiptoed up the stairs and out of the basement. We took off our shoes to be extra quiet and snuck past one of the kidnappers snoring on the couch. We were almost out the door when someone suddenly shouted,
"Hey, they're getting away!"
One of them ran and blocked off our exit and reached out to grab us. Elena and I ran in opposite directions. We ran into the dining room. I started throwing everything I could find. A fork, a napkin, a frying pan. Throw your shoes! These are designer! You matter more than your shoes! I grabbed a plate from the dining table and chucked it at the kidnapper. It shattered against his head and took him down. Go, go, go! Elena sprinted to the door. To freedom! Yes!
Not so fast, girlie.
The last kidnapper grabbed me by the arm, yanking me away before I could make it out. That hurts!
You're coming with me. I'll get that ransom if it's the last thing I do.
Jana! Elena was standing in the doorway, frozen in fear. Why hadn't she left yet? Go! I won't leave you! Suddenly, the front door came down entirely.
Give us our daughter back.
Dad! Mom! I was so relieved to see them. I almost started crying. Behind them, I could hear the sirens. The police were on their way. The kidnapper's grip on my arm tightened.
Where's our money? Your money? How about our daughter? You're not getting her back without it. Ow!
Elena grabbed me and dragged me away from the kidnapper. Come on, Jana, let's go! You threw the shoes! Of course I did. You matter way more than shoes.
Police, hands up!
And just like that, the police came and arrested all of the kidnappers. They told us that they would be going away for a very, very long time. My parents wouldn't let me go, constantly hugging me and making sure I was okay. How did you know I was kidnapped?
You left your phone at the hotel. Stefan called us when the kidnappers demanded they pay up for both girls, and we realized that they had you too.
We should have never let you go into the city alone. I didn't think you cared.
We love you so much, Jana. Maybe we're not the best at showing it, but at the end of the day, you're our daughter. We might not have a lot of money, but we would give anything for you.
I love you too. Let's go home. I smiled at my parents, but I noticed that Elena started to look really sad. Her parents hadn't come at all. It was only Stefan. Are you gonna be okay? I'll be fine. I just wished my family cared as much as yours did. You know, friends can be family too. We smiled at each other, and I reached out and squeezed Elena's hand. Come visit me in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? I would love that. My parents were billionaires, so I got whatever I wanted growing up. Dad was the head of a huge fashion company that my mom helped him run. Dad was ruthless in the boardroom, like an ancient warrior,
But when it came to me and my mom, he was a total pushover. He gave us everything we could ever want.
Just one island? Anything for my girls. I'd give you the moon if you asked for it.
Even though my life was practically perfect, I had a bad stutter, which made me a laughing stock at school.
Wow, that's a pretty skirt. Where did you get it from?
Shouldn't it? It's cool. I'll just check some stores. It was awkward, and my parents took me to the best doctors, tried speech therapy, medication, and even hypnotism, but nothing helped. I started to lose confidence, but my parents were always supportive and inspired me to accept myself, just as I am.
It doesn't matter if it takes you 1 try or 100. Never stop speaking your mind. Your voice is just as important as anyone else's.
As I grew older, I became more comfortable with my condition and even made friends at school. But my favorite thing in the world was being the princess of my house. Life was good, till I turned 13 and everything changed. My parents told me they were adopting from the orphanage, but it wasn't just 1 girl, but 5. I wasn't as thrilled as they were, but I didn't show it to my parents. Besides, it could be fun to have so many sisters. So I got on board. The day they were supposed to come home, I decked up the whole place and must have tried 100 dresses before finding the perfect one. I wanted to make a good impression. The oldest one, Olivia, was my age, and from the looks of it, she loved fashion just as much as I did. I'm Grace. Pleased to meet you. Olivia was so busy sizing up my outfit, I don't think she even heard me.
I like your dress, but the ribbons are so tacky. And what's with those shoes? You know what? You look so cute with braids in this outfit, even though it's a little, weird. I think she looks nice. Ignore Olivia. She's just jealous.
It was clear from the beginning that Olivia had an issue with me for some odd reason, but at least the other 4 were gentle. Margot and Beatrice didn't care about fashion, but they were easy to talk to. We became friends in no time, gossiping about boys and school and fighting over the best spot by the pool. Harper and Quinn were younger and stuck to themselves. Harper was obsessed with insects and was always collecting ladybugs and other creepy crawlies. Quinn was like her sister's shadow, silently following her everywhere. A week after my sister's arrival, my parents took us on a shopping spree so they wouldn't have to wear the same clothes from the orphanage. And Olivia bought everything I did. At first, she just wore the same belt or hat, but soon she was copying my whole outfit. Why are you copying me? I think you're copying me. But it's cool. I know I have a great eye for fashion, so it's a compliment. Oh my god, the new Gucci bag! I didn't care if Olivia wanted to dress like me. It just bugged me that she was lying about it. So one day, I pretended I was gonna wear the ugliest outfit, but then I changed at the last second. Olivia showed up to breakfast looking like a clown. Wow, Olivia, you look so good. Yeah, right? I saw Gummy Hadid wearing this. You mean Gigi? And I don't think that she would ever wear something this funny. The only thing funny here is the way you talk.
Olivia, apologize this minute.
Why? It's just harmless jokes between sisters, Dad. Whatever. Sorry, Grace. Please don't cry now. After that day, Olivia stopped copying my outfits, but we just couldn't see eye to eye. I tried to be friendly, but she was just a mean witch. So after a while, I stopped being nice and just ignored her. While Olivia was a pain in my butt at home, in school, I had Pearl. She was the head cheerleader and a total bully. One day, my sisters and I were eating in the food court at the mall when Pearl swooped in like a vulture. How are you doing, Grace? Just leave me alone. What? I didn't quite catch that. Were you trying to say something? Zip it, moron. Don't you have something else to do? Like bore people with your dumb cheerleading moves? Oh, but I'm getting bored. And you're so entertaining. Did I do that right? That was perfect. Before I could say anything, Harper pulled out a jar of ladybugs from her backpack and dumped them on Pearl's hair. What have you done, you moron? Pearl screamed and ran off. Instead of staying with us, Olivia took off to help her. Thanks for sticking up for me, you guys. Of course, we sisters need to have each other's backs. I just wish Olivia wasn't such a blind duck. Oh, she'll come around. Only she didn't. She started getting weird around me. And then one day, something unbelievable happened. Pearl turned into Olivia's evil minion. She followed her around like a shadow. If Olivia made a dumb joke, Pearl laughed. If Olivia wanted a cookie, Pearl brought her one. Pearl would have helped Olivia make a monster in a lab if she asked. This was so weird and fishy. I tried to find out what Pearl's deal was, but then I got busy with school assignments and forgot all about it. They were a match made in hell anyway. A week later, Mom and Dad called us into the study for a big announcement.
It's my dream that my girls join the family business one day. And with Fashion Week coming up, I want all my girls to help with their brilliant ideas. The best ones will end up on the ramp, so give it your best shot.
Oh, my God, Dad. This is such an amazing opportunity. I won't let you down.
Yes, Dad. You'll love our designs.
Olivia smiled at me, but the moment Mom and Dad left, she went back to her devilish smirk. Ugh, dramatic much? This opportunity is mine, and I will own it. You can relax and watch me work if you'd like. Think of it as a learning experience. Say what you want, but I know Dad will pick my designs, so watch out. I stayed up late every night working on my dress. My other sisters made their own dresses for fun, but everyone knew Olivia and I were the only ones taking it seriously. We both really wanted to impress Dad. The night before Dad judged the dresses, Olivia snuck into the studio and destroyed my dress. Luckily for me, Harper and Quinn saw her sneaking out and told me what happened. I knew she was jealous of me, but this was an all-new low. How was I supposed to make a new dress overnight? That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't beat Olivia fair and square, I'd just have to play tricks with her. So, I swapped her dress for my ruined one. The next day, when Dad walked into the studio to judge our dresses, we both took the sheets off of our mannequins, and Olivia's mouth dropped open in shock to see what I'd done. But obviously, she couldn't tell Dad that the dress was really hers without admitting that she'd destroyed mine.
Grace, I pick you. This isn't your usual style, but it's certainly beautiful. Olivia, it's a shame you gave up on your dress. It looks like it could have been something special.
I know, Dad. Wonder what happened. Oh, don't be a sore loser, Ollie. I'm sure you'll do just as good as the next time, if there is a next time. I wasn't one to gloat usually, but the look on Olivia's face was so satisfying. A few days later, we were all on a flight to Paris for Fashion Week, and Olivia couldn't stop glaring at me. That's my dress that's about to go down the runway. You shouldn't steal credit, and you shouldn't sabotage people. Olivia, why can't we leave this stupid fight and just be friends? Friends? With you? No thank you. And I know you hate me, so please stop pretending. I don't. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Olivia then got up, and for the rest of Fashion Week, she totally ignored me. Pin that hem. Olivia, hand me that hat. Olivia! What? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Can you help? Who are you even talking to? Ugh, just leave me alone. This girl was so weird. Even when we got back, she wouldn't talk to me, not even rudely. She'd either stay in her room or hang out with Pearl. And worse was that she'd started inviting Pearl to our place, which really annoyed me. Oops, I got to that first. Ugh. After a successful show at Fashion Week, Dad started getting a lot of orders. He worked for months on a new line, and all the designs were kept under lock and key in his studio, and nobody was allowed inside. But in less than 2 weeks before his runway show, someone leaked pictures of the new collection all over the internet. The tabloids went wild guessing who it could be.
I can't believe someone would do this. All my hard work is gone. Nobody has access to my study except you girls. If anyone knows something, tell me now.
I took a quick look at everyone, and all of us were equally shocked.
Fine. If that's what you want, you're all grounded with no phone privilege or allowance.
But we didn't do anything. That's not fair. But Dad simply frowned and left. We all know you did it, Olivia. Just admit it. It wasn't me. I would never do that to Dad. Relax, guys. This is not the time to turn on each other. Dad didn't talk to us for days, and it really hurt me to watch all my sisters so sad and depressed. But Olivia looked extra worried. She would stay in her room, refusing to talk to anyone. One day, I was taking an evening stroll in the garden when I noticed Olivia slipping out of the house, and she looked really anxious. I wanted to stop her, but then I decided to follow her, and she stopped in front of Pearl's house. Ugh, what do you want now? I know you're the one who stole my keycard and then stole Dad's designs and leaked them, Pearl. I should have never taken you into the study that day. Yeah, that was kinda dumb. Especially since you know my mom's company is your #1 competitor. You made it so easy to steal your designs. And now we'll be on top, while you guys will eat dirt. In your dreams, you sick psycho. No, not when the whole world would know what big fat cheaters you all are. Olivia looked at me in shock as I pulled out the phone and started playing back the recording with Pearl's confession. Give me that. Not so easy. Besides, I've already uploaded it, so there's nothing you can do. Pearl was at a loss for words, and suddenly her phone started ringing. Must be your mom. If I were you, I'd think of going underground for a few days. Pearl ran away crying, and Olivia turned to me. I'm so sorry, Grace. I should have been smarter. You should have. But right now, we need to figure out how to help Dad. We don't have much time before the show. So are you with me? Yes, of course I am. My sisters and I locked ourselves in the mansion for a week straight, staying up late every night, altering his designs. Harper and Quinn did all the sketching, and Marco and Beatrice gathered all the fabrics and accessories Dad would need. Then Olivia and I helped Dad put everything together. When the day of the fashion show arrived, we were ready. The paparazzi and critics were waiting for the curtains to rise, expecting the show to be a disaster with all the leaked designs. But when the curtain rose and the spotlights came on, the entire audience gasped. The new designs were even more beautiful, and the show was a massive success. And Dad was super proud.
You set aside your differences, and you worked hard. You pulled together as a family. I'm so proud of all of you.
It was Grace. She's the one who brought us together on this. Team effort. That's what sisters are for. Olivia and I smiled at each other as the rest of my sisters hugged me. I just knew everything would always be fine, as long as we stuck together.
I was just a month into my freshman year at college, and I never in a million years would have guessed that the night I was pinned against the bleachers of the school football field by bullies was the night that would change my life forever.
Well, Sydney, you have two choices. You can kiss my shoe or lose your hair. I have a rule that I never kiss cheap shoes. Now get away from me. Oh, look, she's gonna cry. I have a lot of practice holding in my tears, and these bimbo bullies weren't gonna break me. Hair grows back. I guess you've made your choice then. After they threw me to the ground, I prepared myself for what was coming, but a voice boomed from behind them.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Leave her alone.
The girls turned around and sprinted away. The person walking toward me was silhouetted by the field's lights, so I couldn't see him. When he got close and helped me up, I saw who it was, and my jaw nearly fell off my face.
Are you okay? Did they hurt you?
It was Ian Gallagher, the son of the president. He also just started at my school and was the image of perfection. Flowing blonde hair, a chiseled jaw, and deep green eyes. Other than my pride? No, but there wasn't much of that to begin with, so I'm good. Thank you.
Maybe you and Sydney should go get some food, Ian.
Who was this guy, and how did he know my name?
Yes, absolutely. Are you hungry? Joe Jr.'s Diner is just up the street. I'm Todd, Ian's assistant. Our driver will be happy to take you and then bring you back to your dorm room afterward. Right, Ian? Yeah, absolutely. Please stop saying absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, right.
I wasn't sure what was happening here, but whatever it was really frickin' weird.
Okay then, shall we go so you two can eat and get acquainted?
Can you two hold on for just a minute? I need to pause this here. As you already guessed, my name is Sydney, and it would be awesome if you clicked like and subscribe. And while you do that, I'm gonna fill you in on some quick backstory. I grew up in a huge house with everything a girl could want. Giant stuffed animals, so much chocolate that Willy Wonka would be envious, and an arcade packed with every video game that ever existed. There was only one thing missing: my parents. Sure, I had an amazing nanny who hated children and would lock me in my room when she wanted to be left alone. But all I wanted was to spend time with my mom and dad. They ran an international hotel business and traveled the world visiting their properties.
Even when they were home, all they would do was criticize me and compare me to others, like my spoiled brat of a cousin who screamed whenever she didn't get what she wanted, or their friend's daughter who was forced to perform at the most ridiculous beauty pageants, or even the little girl on the cereal commercial who ate the cereal, acting like it was the best thing ever. That little girl appreciates her life. I've never seen you enjoy your cereal that much, Sydney. I felt so bad about myself that I developed this nervous facial tic where I would squeeze my eyes shut and then open them really wide. Yeah, weird facial tics are like catnip for bullies at school, and when you're the smartest kid in class, it just adds to their joy when they stuff you in the garbage can. So I kept to myself and didn't care about my appearance because there was no point. No makeup, big glasses, and my hair in a bun. I looked like a mini version of the school librarian. Okay, I did have one friend, Monty. We were friends since kindergarten because he was as awkward as me. He was also really smart and had asthma, so he was always walking around sucking on his inhaler, also catnip for bullies. Okay, that's enough backstory. I think you get it. I thought college would be better, but clearly I was mistaken. Once an outcast, always an outcast, it seems. Now, back to the night I met Ian, because it just gets weirder from here. He took me to the diner, but our table was guarded by his two big, serious-looking Secret Service agents. His tiny assistant, Todd, sat in the booth across from us, just staring. Sorry about all this. It must be really weird for you, Sydney.
This? Weird? Nah, I'm used to it. Happens every time I meet a president's son. He laughed. Someone actually thought I was funny besides me. And then he leaned in.
Just imagine that your whole life is like this. It was manageable when I was a minor because the media left me alone. But now that I'm 18 and my father is running for re-election, it's like every move I make is under a microscope. Sometimes I just want to disappear. In a weird way, I completely understood. I felt the same way, except I always wanted to disappear. Just then, reporters swarmed into the diner and started taking photos of us. Todd signaled for us to smile, so I did, but I had absolutely no idea what was happening. Okay, that's enough. Everybody out.
Why do they want pictures of me with the president's son? My own parents didn't want pictures of me.
I think it's time you head back to your apartment, Ian. If it's okay with Sydney, I'd like to stay and chat some more.
Considering all the insanity of the last couple of hours, the one thing that didn't feel completely nuts was the connection I had with Ian. It's like we instantly got along. I'd like that.
Yeah, no. Sorry, we're leaving. Car's waiting outside to take Sydney home, so it's time to say goodnight.
I couldn't believe how Ian's assistant was treating him like a child. And then I felt something touch my hand underneath the table. Ian slipped me a piece of paper with his cell number. But then, Tiny Todd stuck his face in mine.
Listen to me carefully, Sydney. Under no circumstances are you to try and make any contact with Ian unless you check with me first. Is that clear?
Sure.
Good girl. And if he or the press tries to talk to you, you call me.
Wow, this little man just good-girled me. Yeah, no. Maybe I won't feel like it.
Well then, I'll make a single phone call and have you expelled, which I will also do if Ian learns about this conversation. So we're gonna keep this between you and me, right?
I was frozen. If I got expelled, my parents would disown me. All I wanted to do at that moment was to wrap my fingers around Todd's throat and choke him. But instead, I just nodded. When I got back to my dorm room, the first thing I did was call Monty. Yeah, we both applied to and got into the exact same colleges. And then, like the weirdos that we are, we chose to go together.
That's crazy. So you hit it off with Ian Gallagher, like for real?
I wouldn't say we hit it off, but I feel like we kind of get each other.
You mean like you and me?
Yeah, but the difference is, he's the president's son. But why me?
Because you're amazing, Sydney. You're like the smartest person I know. You're funny, you're
not deserving of Ian's attention, that's for sure.
That's not true. You're deserving of anyone's attention.
You're just saying that because you're my best friend. I want to call him, but I'm scared his tiny jerk assistant will find out and get me expelled.
So don't let him find out.
I stared at the number on the piece of paper for like an hour before I got the courage to call Ian. And then, late that night, he snuck out of his apartment and picked me up.
I am so glad you called. Now hold on to me.
They let you have a motorcycle?
Nope. They have no idea.
And then we sped down the road.
and it was thrilling. I actually had to pinch myself to believe that I wasn't dreaming. We raced up to a narrow, twisting road to a spot that looked out over the city below. Wow, this view!
I found this spot when I first got to school. I needed a secret place to get away from everything. My dad, his re-election campaign, Todd.
He was so sincere. When he looked into my eyes, I thought I would melt into a big puddle. He's such a jerk.
He really is.
Why do you let him treat you like that? Why don't you just fire him?
I wish I could. My dad hired him to manage me, and now you're in it too. I'm so sorry.
What do you mean I'm in it too? He then handed me a copy of the morning newspaper. On the front page was a photo of Ian and me at the diner with the headline, Ian Gallagher's new college girlfriend? I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
If you never want to see me again, I totally understand. This is my life, but it doesn't have to be yours.
I had spent my whole life avoiding attention, and here I was, about to be on the front page. My instinct was to run away as fast as I could, but Ian needed someone, and for some reason, that someone was me. We just sat on a rock and talked and laughed for hours, but as the sun came up, Ian looked at his watch and panicked.
Oh no, they're gonna be looking for me. We have to go, now.
We sped down the road, but suddenly there were flashing lights behind us. It was the police. At that moment, I knew I was gonna get expelled. My life was officially over. But instead of being pulled over, Ian floored it. We raced down the road away from the police car. Forget about being expelled, I was going to jail. Ian pulled behind a tree and shut off the motorcycle lights. We watched as the police car sped by. My heart was racing, but Ian looked at me, and we both just burst out laughing. The next day, when the papers came out, I walked through campus, and everyone at school was just staring, including the 3 bullies. All I could do was smile. For the first time ever, I cared about how I looked. Monty went with me to get a prescription for contact lenses, then to the salon to get my hair done, and finally to Sephora to get a makeover.
Listen, Sid, something feels off about this whole thing with Ian.
Wow, is somebody getting jealous because someone else is taking up my attention for once?
No, that's not it at all. You said it yourself. Why did Todd know your name?
But I wasn't listening. All I could think about was seeing Ian again, and then the cosmetologist turned my chair around. So, how do I look? That bad, huh?
You're beautiful.
I hugged him as hard as I could. I don't know what I would have done without him all these years. For the next few months, Ian and I snuck out nearly every night and went on crazy adventures. We went to a closed amusement park and turned on one of the rides, did a Ouija board in an abandoned house, and went for a midnight swim in the park fountain. During the day, I struggled to stay awake in class and my grades went down, but I didn't care. I was falling in love. I was so caught up in Ian that I barely ever saw Monty anymore. I didn't even care that Todd kept posing us for the press. Until one day, when things took a dark turn, Todd had Ian and I meet.
Well, look at you 2 lovebirds. It just warms my heart.
I didn't know you had one of those, Todd. Every day there's a new surprise. Ian tried to contain his laughter, but Todd was not amused.
When the press gets here, Ian, I want you to kiss Sydney.
Ian and I hadn't kissed yet, which I thought was strange, but I felt like he was just taking it slow. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Monty sitting alone on a bench eating his lunch.
Is that necessary, Todd?
Of course it's necessary, Ian. And I want you to kiss her like you mean it. Understand? What the heck was that supposed to mean? Why wouldn't he mean it? And like clockwork, Ian's bodyguards ushered a dozen reporters over to us. But Ian looked so uncomfortable. He gave me the most awkward, quick kiss. Now, I'm no kissing expert, but I would have to say it was pretty terrible. I looked over and Monty was gone. Ian and I got to the back seat of his limo. Todd got into the front and just exploded.
What the hell was that? I'm sorry, Todd. I'll do better. For your father's sake, you better.
For your father's sake? What does that mean, Ian?
What does it matter to you, Sydney? You're not bullied anymore. People admire you, which I'm guessing is a first. So be a good girl and keep your mouth shut. Hey, don't talk to her like that. Or what, Ian? You gonna fire me?
I was waiting for Ian to defend me, but he just went quiet. When I opened the door to my dorm room, Monty was waiting. I had given him his own key at the start of the year. I was so happy to see him. Monty! But that happiness didn't last long. You're being played, Sid. Played? Oh, stop it, Monty. You and Ian? It's a setup because his father is running for re-election, and Todd was hired to craft his image for the public.
You're just jealous because I fell in love and I'm spending my time with someone else.
And then, Monty held up a printed photo of Ian embracing another boy. I did some digging, and this was Ian's high school boyfriend.
Boyfriend? You're saying that Ian is...
Yes, I'm so sorry, Sid. And they're using you to give off the image that he's straight, so it doesn't affect his father's re-election campaign.
Wow, Monty, you are pathetic. I was a loser until I met Ian, and you're just upset that you're still one. I can't believe I was ever friends with you. Now get out.
Monty looked like I just slapped him as I slammed the door in his face.
That night, when Ian picked me up, I told him I wanted to go to our spot on the cliff overlooking the city.
I'm so sorry about today, Sydney. The pressure to perform in front of the camera just...
Before he could finish, I held up the photo. Have you been lying to me, Ian?
Where did you get that?
Who cares where I got it? This is the reason why you've never kissed me, isn't it?
Todd says if the world finds out about this, my father will lose.
I was furious at myself. Monty tried to warn me, but I didn't listen. And now I've probably lost him forever. But it all suddenly made sense. Right. Choose a girl with low self-esteem who wouldn't question what was happening, who would be so thrilled with the attention that she would just go with it. And these adventures at night, were they part of it?
Not at first, but the police officer that first night ID'd me, and Todd thought it was a great idea to keep them going. He threatened to tell my dad if I told you. I am so sorry, Sydney. I never wanted to hurt you.
Your dad doesn't know about you?
No. That was the only photo ever taken of my boyfriend and me in high school, and Todd found it too.
Goodbye, Ian.
Sydney, you need to see this through until the election. My dad is coming to campus tomorrow, and if you're not there, Todd will have you expelled.
Doesn't matter. I'm dropping out anyway. I'm done. Ian dropped me off in front of my dorm, and I turned to him one last time. If you want to live your life trying to be someone you're not just to prove yourself, it will crush you. Trust me. The next morning, my face was puffy from crying. I loaded up my car with all my stuff and was preparing to head home, back to a life where I wasn't worth anything, back to face the judgment of my parents who already thought so little of me. I got into the car and tried to close the door, but it didn't budge. Monty was standing there holding it. What are you doing here?
Stopping you from making a huge mistake?
Didn't you already try that?
Yeah, well, that's what best friends do, right?
And then I just lost it. I am so sorry. I was such a huge jerk. Why do you even want to talk to me after those horrible things I said? I don't deserve you.
Because I love you, Sid. I always have. Why do you think I chose this school? It was to be with you.
And then he kissed me with a passion that I had never experienced before. My body felt like it was plugged into an electrical outlet.
The president's about to speak. Shall we go watch?
Why would I want to watch? And so we went to the football stadium, where Ian was standing on the stage next to his father. Todd was standing behind them.
And as I stand on the cusp of the next presidential election, I want to hand the mic over to my son Ian, who means more to me than anything in the world. During my dad's first election, nobody paid attention to me because I was only 14 years old. But now that the world is paying attention, I want them to meet my true love.
And suddenly, the boy from the photo walked onto the stage. The whole stadium burst out into applause. It was incredible. And then Ian turned and hugged his father. Todd looked horrified. After the speech ended, the Secret Service let Monty and me backstage, just in time for Todd to walk out.
I hope you enjoyed your time here, Sydney, because you're as good as expelled. Nah, but you're as good as fired, Todd.
Ian walked over, and for the first time, Todd looked terrified.
You can't fire me, but I can. Mr. President, I was only doing this for you. Who told you to do that? You harassed my son for years and misused the power I gave you. Get him out of here.
And the Secret Service dragged him away, kicking and screaming. It was glorious. I forgave Ian, and 4 years later, he and his boyfriend became the best men at Monty's and my wedding, at the White House. My parents were there, glowing with pride, but winning their approval didn't matter to me anymore. I was happy that at least they were there. And finally, I was just happy being me.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Amy, and before I tell you my story, there are 3 things you should know about me. 1, I have a very normal family. You won't believe how normal they are. 2, I am not allowed to date. And 3, you will never be able to guess who my mom married. Sounds intriguing, right? But before I continue, please click the like and subscribe buttons. Thanks. I flinched as I washed my wound in the kitchen sink. I knew it was stupid of me to slide into home when I wasn't wearing a long-sleeved shirt, but I just had to make it to the plate. And we won the game. Besides, this wound was nothing compared to what would happen to me if Dad found out I had been playing baseball. Before I could even finish the thought, I heard him walk into the kitchen behind me. Uh-oh, busted. He took one look at me, threw up his hands, and started yelling, "How many times have I told you to stop playing that stupid game? This is not how girls are supposed to behave. You will never be a good wife." I tried to lie about how I got hurt, but he wasn't fooled. He knew I played baseball. As if that wasn't bad enough, Mom walked in just as soon as he was done. Sometimes my mom's a pain too. And obviously, with my stellar luck, I had flunked my math test that day, so it was her turn to go ballistic on me. How are you going to be a lawyer if your grades are so bad, you idiot? You're just going to end up on the streets if you don't get serious already. Blah, blah, blah. I had heard it all before. She was always on my case about school. I was so tired of being criticized all the time, so when they finally left me in peace, I decided to do the only thing that cheered me up. I baked. Chocolate was bound to make me feel better. But just as I was about to bite into a big, fudgy piece to drown my sorrows, my dad walked in, again, and knocked it out of my hand. I looked at him sadly. He shrugged and said, "You can't eat brownies, stupid. You have to stay fit and attractive. Otherwise, you'll never find a husband by the time you're 18. There's plenty of fruit in the fridge. Eat that." How am I supposed to find a husband when I'm not even allowed to date? I thought. I can't really catch a boy because I can't go out with anyone till I'm married. And why is Mom on my case to become a lawyer when apparently I'll be taking care of kids before I hit 20? Ugh. These psychos were driving me crazy. That weekend, my best friend Katie was having a pool party. Obviously, I wasn't allowed to go, so I sneaked out when Mom and Dad went to bed. When I got there, I was thrilled. I needed to let off some steam so badly. When Paul, the cutest guy in our class, arrived with his friends, I decided to talk to him, but when I saw my stick-thin reflection in the patio doors, I heard my dad's voice telling me I wasn't girly or feminine enough. I stepped back into the shadows and smoothed down my hair, feeling shy and sad. But then I had an idea. I grabbed a couple of water balloons and dashed back inside. Thank goodness I had packed a sweater in my bag. I stuffed those water balloons inside my bra. When I turned sideways, the effect was amazing. I looked so curvy and spectacular, just like that cheerleader he was always talking to. I slowly and very carefully went back into the pool, but I couldn't spot Paul anywhere. Where he had been standing was only one of his lame friends. No, where was Paul? He needed to see my curves. I was about to rush past this boy when he suddenly spoke to me. "You're Amy, right?" he said with a shy smile. "I'm Liam." "Hi," I replied, keeping my arms crossed firmly over my chest. "Why are you in a sweater?" he asked, looking puzzled. "Don't you feel hot?" I brushed a strand of hair away from my sweaty face. I was feeling hot, and looking really stupid, too. I was wearing a sweater while everyone around me had changed into swimsuits. Amy," he added quickly, "you've got something on your shirt." I looked down. Oh my God! The water balloons were leaking. Everyone standing close to us had noticed, and they started to laugh. I ran back inside, feeling horrified. There was no way I could look like a cool cheerleader, ever. For the next few days, all I wanted to do was stay in the kitchen and make more brownies. I felt like a complete fool. I just couldn't do anything right, except make brownies. Obviously, it was time for my parents to add more drama to my life. They were just always fighting. One day I walked in and found them at it again. I heard my mom cry out that she always felt Dad had no interest in her and he barely even noticed her. Dad sounded really annoyed. "For God's sake, woman, stop saying the same thing over and over again. I have to get dressed because I'm expecting an important guest. Just shut up for a while and let me have some peace." A tall, handsome man came to our house that evening, and Dad introduced him as Will from his law firm. Boy, was my dad a different person around his guest. You'd think he was the kindest, calmest man on earth. He'd laugh extra loud at Will's jokes, most of which were pretty lame. He was so attentive, topping up Will's glass with more water or filling his plate with more food. And he had even ordered some fancy pastries from a French bakery that Will apparently loved. Yeah, I love pastries too, Dad, but you never get them for me. Look how your dad is acting like a little puppy around his guest. He looks like a fool, Mom muttered while we were taking the empty dishes to the kitchen. Uncle Will started coming around at least once a week for dinner. I didn't mind that too much. At least my parents weren't screaming at each other with him around, and he was pretty nice. He tasted my brownies and said I could definitely be a chef. But of course, Mom shook her head and said I'd be a waste of space and a failed investment if I just stayed in the kitchen. Dad had gone upstairs a few minutes before, and now he was back with a big box. He was just full of excitement. He told us he had asked his mother to send this, and it had arrived in the mail today. He lifted the lid and removed something from it, which he held up for us all to see. "Well, what do you think, Amy?" he asked. What did I think? I stared at the white dress in horror. It was clearly a wedding dress, and not even a pretty one. With its puffy, full sleeves and frilly high neck, it looked like something a bride in a horror movie would wear, one from the last century. I was speechless. Looking at my face, he frowned at me and said that I'd better start working out if I wanted to fit into his mother's dress. Dad spent the next half hour going on about how he wanted me to just settle in with a nice boy in a few years. What was wrong with that? Then he said the worst imaginable thing. Besides, sweetie, everyone dreams of having a son. He said it so matter-of-factly that I just walked out of the room. I cannot handle this. I was so confused about what I wanted from this life. It clearly wasn't the things my parents wanted for me. I decided to finally find something that I could be good at and be proud of myself. So I began talent hunting. I tried out for the Glee Club, but I didn't make the cut. No surprises there. I'm completely tone deaf. Then it was the chess club, but oh my God, what a snooze fest. I would be falling asleep during my partner's turn. I thought my mom would be proud if I joined the literature club. My dad should join it. Jane Austen's books are all about proper ladies and catching husbands, but I couldn't stand those boring old books. All my tryouts were turning into major disasters. What made it worse was that there was one person who was just always there to see me mess up each one. Liam. I swear, he was such a creep. I was just as clueless as ever. To make matters worse, Mom and Dad were fighting more than ever before. It was almost a relief when my mom had to visit my aunt for a few days. Finally, there would be some peace around here. But of course, there wasn't. Dad told me we were going out for dinner, and I'd better wear that pretty lilac dress he got for me a month ago. It was just perfect for my complexion, he said. I really didn't want to go anywhere, but there was nothing to eat at home, so I agreed. If I'd known what was in store for me, I would have chosen to starve. Dad walked toward a table for 3, where a nervous-looking young guy in a suit was already waiting for us. He shook hands with my dad formally and introduced himself as an intern in my dad's law firm. Oh my God, this was a setup. Dad had really crossed a line. I didn't even bother sitting down. I just stood there with my hands fisted in the fabric of that stupid lilac dress. Are you insane? I hissed. He flushed. Sit down, Amy. Even with the clink of the dishes and the sound of other people talking, I could hear the threat in his voice. It was the last straw. Before I knew it, I was yelling, "Why is it so important for me to get married? I'm only 15. You will sit down right now," he replied, glancing around at the strangers and the waiter, who were all staring at us. The poor boy looked terrified. And for just a second, I felt bad for him. "I won't," I cried. "You can't force me. I don't belong to you. You're going to need all the help you can get to find a nice boy to marry you." I heard Dad screaming as I stormed out of the restaurant. We didn't talk for the next few days, and I didn't mind at all. Soon enough, Mom was home, and they were back to fighting as usual. I was miserable. I started to have sleepless nights, and my grades began to drop. Dad was always on my case about the dark circles under my eyes. When my report card came, Mom had a fit. I didn't know what to do about all the stress. My skin started breaking out, and Dad started buying all these creams for my face. I somehow made it to 10th grade, barely. But then another life-changing thing happened. Mom and Dad got divorced. Dad packed all his things and moved out. I felt like it was my fault. If I had been a better daughter and made them proud, maybe they would have been happier. But I was so furious at them too. It wasn't my responsibility to make their marriage work. It didn't turn out to be such a bad thing, though. At least there was no more fighting and screaming. Mom soon got a job, and she looked much happier. I could see she was making more of an effort to dress up and would go out in the evenings with friends more often. Dad had gotten a nice little place, and I visited him twice a week. He was still going on about my marriage, but I didn't have to hear about it all the time at least. I thought things were looking up, and I started to feel better. But I spoke too soon. One day, not long after I had that thought, Mom took me to dinner one day when I was surprised to see that she had invited Uncle Will as well. I hadn't seen him in a while. When we finished our dessert, which, by the way, was disgusting, she cleared her throat and then did something even more disgusting than the dessert. She took Uncle Will's hand. Oh my God. Amy, I feel like a different person. A big reason for that is that I'm in love. They both smiled at me. I wanted to gag. I didn't even know how to hide how horrified I was. I didn't even know they were dating. She asked me why I looked so pale and quiet. She and Dad had just got divorced, and now she had just sprung this news on me out of nowhere. I liked Uncle Will, but I couldn't be happy for them, not yet anyway. Pretending that I had a headache, I stood up and left them. I went back home, but I didn't stay there. I packed up some clothes and went over to my dad's place. When I reached his house, I heard laughter from the kitchen. Dad had company over, it seemed, but I didn't care. I just wanted to hurt Will. I decided I'd smash the windows of his car. I ran to the garage. Dad had a lot of tools that would be perfect for the job. But in the very first drawer I opened, I came across a letter addressed to Uncle Will in Dad's handwriting. That was odd. I knew I shouldn't, but I felt too curious not to open it. And then I couldn't believe what I was reading. I felt dizzy with shock as my eyes scanned the page. It was a confession. Dad said that he'd had feelings for Uncle Will, but he knew about Mom and him, and he was okay with it. In fact, he was happy that Uncle Will had made him face the truth about himself and finally get out of a miserable marriage. What? I sank to the floor, completely dazed. My dad was gay? My dad was gay. So many things started adding up. So much of his behavior made sense now, and I could see why he and Mom just never got along. But this was a lot for me to take in. I rushed back to the kitchen and saw a smartly dressed, gorgeous guy pouring wine into glasses. Dad jumped to his feet the minute he heard me open the door. His hair was a little messed up and he had stubble on his face. Seeing me walk in, he grabbed an apron and tied it around his waist. He introduced the guy as a friend from his law firm. The liar. I literally just snapped. It was your stupid friend from a law firm that ruined this family before. I yelled and started throwing things around. I hate you and Mom and Will. Angrily, I grabbed the wine glasses and threw the wine all over the carpet. I needed fresh air. I rushed out of the house and started running back to my place, tears running down my face. I nearly bumped into someone on a bicycle. Of course, it was Liam. The boy was everywhere. But for once, I was so relieved to see him. I just burst into tears as soon as he asked me what was wrong. He took me in his arms as I let everything spill out, and I told him everything I had found out about my parents. He just listened to me and said maybe things would be better for me now if my parents were happy. Of course, he was right, but all I could think was, my dad's gay, and as unbelievable as it may sound, my mom was about to marry my dad's old crush. I couldn't go back to my dad's place that night, and I didn't want to go home to my mom's either. I decided to crash at Liam's house for a while, and that's where my parents found me the next day. They wanted me to come home, but I refused. I don't have a home, I shouted at them, and it's your fault, both of you. Then Mom took a deep breath, and I could tell things were about to get even worse. Amy, she said, I'm moving in with Uncle Will. You can stay with Dad or at the house. We'll make sure your expenses are paid. I didn't want to take their charity, but I agreed, resentfully. It's just for now. Soon I'll get a job and I'll pay my own way. I know all your secrets and I'm done with all your lies. Just leave me alone, I said. Thankfully, they did, and after all those years, I felt like I could finally breathe. Finally, I could escape their nagging and learn to be myself, whatever that meant. Liam had been waiting tables at a restaurant and told me they had a job opening. I took it and I realized it was really nice to have Liam around. I realized I was starting to have a bit of a crush on him. One day, my dad came by the restaurant during my shift and asked if we could talk. I reluctantly agreed. When we sat down at a table, I noticed he had tears in his eyes. He told me that over the last few months,
He realized what a terrible father he had been to me. I was speechless. I felt a bit angry, but mostly I felt relief. I was glad Dad was finally learning to accept himself and the people he loved. He asked me if I wanted to move back in with him, but I told him with a smile that I was happy being on my own for now, and I needed this space to figure out my life. After he left, I went over to Liam, who was wiping some glasses clean. I gave him a big kiss. His eyes widened, but I could tell he was super pleased. "What was that for?" he asked. "For always accepting me as I am, and for always supporting me."
I woke up to the sound of glass shattering. It was 4 a.m. My heart was beating fast as I hurried out of my room. "I hate you! I don't want you in my life, you jerk!" I froze. That was my mom's voice, but she didn't normally sound like that. My parents often fought, but this time it was different, and it scared me. "Goodbye, George!" she shouted, and I heard the front door slam. Wait, did she actually leave? I ran downstairs as fast as I could. "Mommy, please don't leave!" I screamed as I opened the door. She was already in the cab. I was sure she'd wait for me, but she didn't. Our eyes met as she gazed at me through the window, and in just a few seconds, she was gone. Watching the cab leave seemed like a dream. Everything was moving in slow motion, and my vision started to go dark. Suddenly, I felt my dad's arms holding me as I fell down onto my knees. He was shaking uncontrollably. We held each other tightly until the sun came up. "Mila, are you awake? I'm asking a simple question. Why does a mother bear hide her children from their father?" My teacher was angry. There was silence. I didn't want to answer. "I don't know, ask someone else," I shouted. The whole class stared at me in shock. I stormed out and slammed the door behind me. I knew I was getting detention, but that was the least of my worries. I was seeing the flashbacks. The memory of the last day I'd seen Linda began haunting me once again. I blamed Jason for it, my boyfriend who's always pushing me to talk about my feelings. He kept nagging me to tell him what had happened until I had enough of it. To be honest, I couldn't reveal to him that my own mother had left me 10 years ago without so much as a goodbye or an explanation. So I lied and told him she had passed away from a disease. Jason seemed to pity me, but his sorrow meant nothing. Even if I told him the truth, he wouldn't realize how I really felt, abandoned. I waited outside for my driver, Andrew, to come pick me up. Andrew was like a father to me. He always listened to my problems. Sometimes it felt like we had a better relationship than the one I had with my dad. As soon as I got into the car, Andrew informed me that my father wanted to have a talk with me. It seemed strange as my dad never asked to have a talk, not even when I did terrible things at school. When I walked into the living room, my father looked devastated. "Hey Dad, did the school call?" "I swear I can explain," I started nervously. But then my father covered his face and started to cry. Feeling really worried now, I asked him what was going on. His reply completely shook me. "Mila, it's Linda. She's back and she wants to take you away from me." Completely taken aback, I just stood speechless as Dad went on to explain that she had finally filed for divorce after 10 years and was demanding full custody of me. The world felt like it was spinning. My mother? That's impossible. Why now? I clenched my teeth. I hated her guts. I went over to my dad, and even though it felt a bit awkward, I hugged him and promised that there was no way I would ever abandon him to go live with her. "You're my only family, Dad. We'll get through this together." The date for the divorce trial arrived. My father and his lawyers had prepared me well on what to say. I wasn't really nervous about going to court, but the idea of seeing Linda after 10 years kept me on edge. What would she look like now? Would I be able to recognize her? I was going to keep hating her, of course, but a part of me was kind of excited to see her. When I went inside the courtroom and looked around, she wasn't there. I thought she'd show up at some point, but she didn't. It was just the lawyers. I couldn't believe that she'd be this heartless. After 10 years, she didn't even make the effort to show up in court. As the trial went on, things just got worse. Linda's lawyer claimed that my dad was an unfit parent who kept my mother away from me by force. They also claimed that my father was involved in some serious illegal activity and should be in jail. On top of that, they made it very clear that they had evidence to prove it. After the court session, I was shocked when my father pulled me aside and admitted that he had stolen money from his company. It was a long time ago, but it could still send him to jail. He went on to say that he only started doing those things because Linda had left him. Life had been so cruel to him, and he had temporarily stopped caring about right and wrong. "I'm not proud of it, but it was your mother's fault," he said, looking ashamed and avoiding making eye contact with me. It's okay, Dad," I stuttered, with tears in my eyes. "I can't judge you for what you had to go through. I will stay by your side and help however I can." My dad went silent for a while, but then he said, "There's actually something you could do." "There is?" He told me that Linda's lawyer had suggested that I spend the week with her, and if I agreed to it, I could help my dad find the evidence she had against him. I immediately agreed, even though it kind of scared me. Spending a week with the mother I hated sounded like a trip to hell, but I had to save my dad. As soon as we got home, I packed my bag and sent a message to Jason telling him I would be away for a few days. Linda sent a cab to pick me up, and apparently she had moved back to the city. When I arrived at her house, I was shocked to see that she was staying in a huge villa. My heart stopped for a second when I saw her waiting for me outside. I hated to admit it, but after 10 years, she still looked beautiful. She greeted me with tears in her eyes and said, "Welcome home, honey." She hugged me tightly for a very long time. All I could think was, if she missed me that much, she should have shown up a little sooner. Linda showed me around the house as she explained that we'd have a lot of time to argue about the past. For now, she just wanted us to relax and get to know each other. I mean, sure, let's just skip over the fact that you were gone for 10 years and act like a normal mother and daughter, I thought, but didn't bother to argue. I was here on a mission, to get rid of her for good. The next few days were a bit of a nightmare. I wanted a little time by myself to snoop around the place, but my mom was stuck to me like a magnet on a fridge. Every time I thought I had a chance to look through a drawer or closet, there she was with a tray of freshly baked cookies, asking me to come try one while they were still hot, or asking me to go on a walk with her. As it was such a lovely day, it was always one thing or another. The only option I was left with was to try looking for the documents at night when she was asleep. On my third night at her house, I crept out of my room and looked down the corridor. The room and her light was off. Good. I quietly went down the stairs and headed straight to the library. I was really hoping I'd find a folder or something there. As soon as I turned the doorknob, oh my God, make that terrible screeching stop! I just stood there completely in shock as alarms blared all around me. In a matter of seconds, my mom had come running down and switched all the lights on. She had a baseball bat in her hand, and she looked pretty scary. "Mila, oh thank God, I thought it was a break-in," she said as she lowered the bat. I stammered, trying to think of something quickly. I couldn't sleep. I thought I'd just come downstairs and grab a book to read. "Don't do that again, Mila. It would be better if you didn't leave your room at all at night," she said in a quiet voice. I just nodded and headed off to bed without saying another word. Okay, that was really creepy. Other than the fact that I was completely failing at my mission, I eventually found myself having a good time with her. I didn't want to like her, but I couldn't help myself. She was charming and funny. It would have been nice growing up with her around. The thought made me really angry too, and gave me the urge to confront her, but it wasn't the right time. My father was my priority, and I had to stick to the mission. On the last day of my stay, I was very nervous. My time here was about to end, and I still hadn't found the evidence. "Mila?" I jumped as Linda shouted from upstairs. "Can you get me some shampoo? I'm in the shower." I went into her room and handed her the bottle from behind the door. But as I was heading out, I noticed something that looked like a folder peeking out of the drawer near her bed. My eyes widened as I opened it. These were the documents I'd been looking for all week. I grabbed the folder and hurried outside with my packed bag. Andrew came to pick me up in seconds, and he started asking questions, but I refused to tell him why I was upset. I stared at the house with tears in my eyes as he drove off. I would have had a nice life, if only it were real. When I arrived home, my father greeted me with the joy of victory. "You're my little hero," he said as he looked through the documents I gave him. After my return, the court arrangements stopped abruptly. Linda knew that I'd taken the evidence, and she had nothing to go to court with. Now that my father was safe and my manipulative mother was no longer an issue, I thought things would be different between my dad and I. But I was wrong. The truth was, I couldn't blame him. How could he love me when I reminded him so much of her? After a few days, I was unpacking the bag I had with me at Linda's when I noticed an envelope inside. I opened it with shaking hands as I read my mother's words. "Dear Mila, in case we part ways before I get a chance to speak to you, I want you to give me one last chance. Go to your father's office. He has a secret drawer near his desk on the bottom left side. That's where he hides all of his secrets. You must remember, there are two sides to every story. Love, Mom." My heart started racing. How did she slip the note inside my bag? Suddenly, I heard loud knocking at the front door. Oh God, it was her. "Open the door right now." You scared the hell out of me," I shouted at Jason as he walked in, looking a bit angry. "I scared you? You're the one who disappeared for 2 weeks. What is going on with you?" I handed him the note and confessed that my mother was alive. His jaw dropped. I promised I would explain everything, but first I needed his help in finding my dad's secret drawer while he was still out. We both went to my father's office. We looked around for the secret place for a long time before we found it. What we found was shocking. Hundreds of old envelopes with my name on them. The envelopes seemed as if they belonged to a fake magazine subscription. As soon as I opened one, I found that they were secret letters from my mother. Quickly, I took everything out of the drawer and we ran to my room. I quickly told Jason everything about my past and what had been going on lately. As I started reading the notes, I couldn't stop. There was so much information to process. I started to understand a lot of things. How my mother was kicked out of the house, how my dad forbade her from ever contacting me, and how he even threatened her and demanded that she move to another state. She had left him after she found out that he was embezzling money. She wanted me to go with her, but my father was a very powerful man, and he knew dangerous people. She couldn't do anything about it. Just then, I heard a loud knock on my door. It was my dad. Quickly, I slid all the notes under my bed and pretended to kiss Jason. I needed to hide what I was actually doing. My dad opened the door and said angrily, "What is this?" I moved away from Jason and saw to my horror that my father had a letter in his hand. We must have dropped one by accident. My father smiled, and I felt a shiver down my spine. "You stupid girl. You just opened the gates of hell. Don't talk to her like that," Jason warned him. My father started laughing like a lunatic. "At least I can tell you now how much I hate you. You're just a copy of your terrible mother. I guess it's time that you know that the only reason I've kept you around was to make her suffer." I stood still as a statue as I tried to process what was happening. I remembered the way he was crying when Mom left. That was all an act? Jason grabbed my hand and said, "Mila, grab your stuff. We're leaving." I gathered my things quickly. I wasn't going to live with this monster anymore. I didn't even know who he was. "You can't leave," he laughed. "You're still in my custody. I'll have the police bring you back soon." He stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, blocking our way. "It's too bad that you think the police will return her to a monster like you," Jason said, shoving him aside as we stormed out. Jason's car was outside. We got in fast and drove off. "This isn't over," my dad shouted. Shocked at what had just happened, I hugged Jason and told him I was sorry he had to witness all this drama and that I wished I'd told him the truth sooner. He wiped away my tears and said he was just glad he'd helped me get out of my evil father's clutches. Jason dropped me off at my mother's where she was waiting at the door, as if she were expecting me. I went inside quickly. My whole body was shaking. My life was a lie. For 10 years I despised my mother, while the real enemy was him. "He's gonna come for me, Mom," I said, shivering. "I know him. He won't let it go. He's gonna hurt us both, Mom." I was scared to death. "I won't let him, honey. I've been preparing for this." She held my hand tightly. Life with him was a nightmare from the start. Not only was he cheating on me, I found out that he was a criminal and a very dangerous man. I started to secretly gather evidence against him, but when he found out, I had to leave. I always wanted to come back to you, but he always had people looking for me to find the proof I had and destroy it. I was always on the run. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I had no idea you—" Before I could finish my sentence, the house alarm went off. "He's here," my mom said calmly. I hurried to call the police, but it was too late. My dad had already broken in with 2 of his men. "Oh, Linda, it's such a pleasure to finally see you after all these years. Boys, why don't we give her a nice welcome gesture, eh?" The 2 men grabbed my mother by the arms. "I'm not scared of you if that's what you think," my mom said, daring him. My dad came closer to her, smiling. He placed his hand gently around her neck and said, "You know what I'm capable of, Linda. Don't test me." "What if I do?" she said with a smile. My mother was acting insane. "I will finish you," my father said, not smiling this time, as he started to tighten his hand around her neck. "Father, no!" I cried while trying to get him off of her, but he was too strong. All of a sudden, everything went completely dark, and I felt my body hit the floor. I saw Andrew coming in before I lost consciousness. "Hey, honey, are you okay?" my mom said with her soft voice. "She's alive, but how?" I looked around, and the police officers were all over the place. My father and his men were nowhere to be seen, and one of the investigators was speaking with Andrew. "What is Andrew doing here?" I asked. "Did you really think I would leave you without making sure someone was watching over you?" Mom said. Andrew looked over at us. "Glad to see you 2 back together," he said with a wink. I was speechless. The only thing I could do was hug my mom and cry. I was so glad she was okay. Andrew came along and joined us. I couldn't thank him enough for what he did for me. As for my father, he was going to be behind bars for a good long time. If he were to come back for revenge one day, my mom and I were strong enough to face him. He didn't scare me anymore, but I do know him well. He said this wasn't over, and he's a man of his word.
I made my way towards the boys' locker room, my eyes darting from side to side. paranoia on the rise. As I near the entrance, I feel my gut churning. Unable to hold it any longer, I rush to the bathroom, throwing up. After washing my sweat-drenched face, I look up. This is such a bad idea. I check once again to make sure my disguise is working. The face goatee and stubble still in place. In small steps, I enter the locker room. My eyes move from guy to guy before settling on a single guy. I couldn't help but sigh. He's just so perfect. I shook my dreamy expression off. That's why this is so important. I gaze around and see my friend George looking at me. He nodded. Together, we came up with this plan. For me to disguise as a guy and enter the guys' locker room. George kept insisting that my boyfriend was cheating on me with Giselle, saying that basically every time after gym class, he'd spend a good 5 minutes bragging about how Giselle and I were clueless and how long this had been going on. Now, here I am, in the boys' locker room disguised as a boy. Already, I feel like ripping off everything and making a run for it out of here, but I have to know. All the boys are half-dressed with towels wrapped around their lower halves. Seeing me, Charles's best friend Anthony says, "Who the heck are you?" Lowering my voice an octave, I tell him I am a new exchange student from Brazil. My boyfriend Charles seems to brighten at seeing me. Thinking that he recognizes me, I panic and make for the door. But my friend George stops me, and I remember why I am here. I apologize to the others and explain that I thought I had forgotten something. Charles is eyeing me oddly, but I think he's actually buying my disguise. Now we go into the gymnasium with everyone for gym class. I quickly realize another problem. The gym teacher, Miss Luna, doesn't know anything about a new student. George and I go to try and make her believe that I'm an exchange student who hasn't been added to the class list yet. She still seems uncertain, eyeing me suspiciously. She even tries calling the principal to confirm our story, but luckily, he doesn't pick up his phone. I'm beginning to realize how crazy this idea is. Miss Luna finally allows me to play volleyball with everyone else, but warns me that she'll be watching me with a menacing glare. I gulp and go to join the others. Everyone is already in position to play on either side of the net. It's my turn to serve. When I do, the ball goes way off the court. People laugh, and Charles tells me that I serve like an inept girl. I can only gape at him in response. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Charles always seemed like the sweetest man alive, to myself and others. Maybe he just dislikes this new kid? The rest of the game, I try to keep a low profile. I'm actually really good at volleyball, but I'm worried if I show off my skills, my boyfriend will recognize me. He did go to a lot of my volleyball team's games over the past few weeks. I'm determined not to get caught yet. I still have to go into the locker room and find out what Charles has been saying about me to the other guys. Finally, the game is over, and we return to the locker room. Despite my efforts, I wasn't able to fully disguise my volleyball skills. And it's majorly thanks to me that my team won the game. Charles and some of the others are glaring at me with jealousy. Once we are back in the locker room, everyone starts taking off their shirts and changing. I have to keep my eyes to myself to stop myself from admiring all their toned physiques. Charles's best friend, Anthony, asks me why I'm just standing around. I excuse myself to the bathroom. Inside, I try to calm myself down. I have no change of clothes or anything. I really didn't think this through. I'm sure that I'm going to give myself away. George comes to visit me. He brings me a change of clothes and reassures me that I only have to make this work for a few more minutes. Charles is bound to start his bragging any minute now. After George leaves, I quickly change and hurry back to join the others. Charles grudgingly admits that I did a good job at volleyball. I smile, but then duck my head away. I don't want him to see me too closely or recognize my smile, even though he must think that this new guy is acting like a weirdo. I sneeze and my hand goes to my mouth, coming away with some of my fake stubble. I groan, but luckily, Charles is too busy admiring his reflection in the mirror to notice, while the others are busy getting changed. I pretend to lean over and retie my shoelace. Charles asks me if I want some advice on girls. Knowing that this may be it, my heart skips a beat, and smiling, I tell him that I do. Charles takes out his phone and tells me that for girls, the more's the merrier. Take him, for instance. He has 2 girlfriends, and they don't have a clue about each other. One of them, Patricia, is even a little crazy, but he's been getting away with 2-timing her and Giselle for weeks. I laugh in his face. This must be some kind of joke. I'm Patricia, and I'm certainly not at all crazy. No way would Charles cheat on me, especially not with Giselle, the stupidest girl in our school. But Charles gets angry and grabs me, telling me that I have bony girl arms. He shows me 2 pictures on his phone, one of me and him holding each other, and another of him and Giselle kissing. Something in me snaps. I rip myself free and tell him that the first girl looks like a nice girl and that he is scum. He gets mad and lunges for me, the other boys cheering. I punch him in the face. He falls to the ground and starts moaning. Good thing I'm a whiz at Krav Maga. It's dead silent in the room. All the other boys are staring at me. I have to get away. No way do I want to get caught and prove Charles right that I'm a little crazy. I make a run for it, but slip and fall on my butt on the slippery floor. Charles scrambles up and after me, and the other boys move to block my way. This is my worst nightmare. If I get found out, I will never live this down. I try to back away, but there is nowhere to go. Suddenly, George says, "What's that in the shower?" With the boys wheeling around to look in the shower and distracted, I make a run for it. Outside in the school hallway, I run as fast as I can. I pass Giselle and yell to her that Charles is going out with her and me at the same time. She gets confused and asks, "Who are you?" I remember that I'm still disguised as a boy and keep on running. I almost run right into Miss Luna and the principal, who she must have got because she was suspicious of me. They order me to stop and I run in the opposite direction. As I pass the locker room door again, I can see the boys coming out, including Charles and his friends. Seeing me, they start to rush after me. I need to get to the exit and get out of here. The bell rings and students come out of the classrooms and fill the hallways. I groan. There's no way to go fast now. I quickly duck into the nearby classroom, hoping that I won't be seen. Inside, there's a miserable-looking janitor sitting on a chair with a mop in his hand. Seeing me, he stands up. He asks me not to tell on him for slacking off. I agree not to, but ask him what's the matter. I really should hide into the closet in the back of the room, but I want to put it off as long as possible since I get scared in confined places. The janitor makes me promise not to tell anyone. I promise. He then tells me that his toupee is falling off and that he's completely bald underneath. He was teased by his ex-wife about being bald, so he's very self-conscious about it. He also tells me that he's bored by his job and wants a bit of excitement, even just for a day. I get an idea. I tell the janitor my situation and suggest that we switch disguises. Without my fake goatee and wig, and with the janitor's uniform and toupee, hopefully I can escape the school unnoticed. The janitor thinks the idea is funny and agrees. We switch disguises. Just then, there is furious knocking on the door. In marches Charles, the principal, and Miss Luna, all looking furious. The janitor looks at them, says, "Oh no!" and runs for the window. Luckily, we are on the first floor, so he is able to open the window and jump out and run off, whooping as he does so. "Get him!" yells Charles, and he goes to follow him out the window, while Miss Luna and the principal rush out of the room. Now alone, I wait a few seconds before leaving. Now I have to get out of the school. If they catch the janitor and he gives me away, I could still get caught. Outside, I run into George. He asks me if I've seen a guy with a goatee, and I laugh at him. I whisper and tell him that it's me. He is very relieved to see me. Together, we shove our way through the students milling around, rushing through them as fast as we can. Some students got angry and yelled after us. One even swore he'll get me fired for this. Finally, we reach the school exit. Once we get outside, check to make sure that no one is around. Change back into my normal clothes. I breathe a sigh of relief. It looks like I've actually gotten away with everything, but I feel bad for the janitor who helped me. I want to return his toupee, too. I'm also crying because my perfect boyfriend, Charles, is anything but. I sink onto the grass, not caring who sees me now. George tells me to cheer up, that Charles is a jerk anyway. I realize that he's right, as well as the best way to make myself feel better. Get revenge. George and I quickly come up with a rescue and revenge plan. George and I go back to school. Everyone is talking about the crazy goatee guy who punched Charles and was chased through the school. Miss Luna is back too, and seeing us, starts hurrying towards us, glaring at us ominously. We head straight for the principal's office. Inside is Charles's rich father, who is threatening to sue the school if they don't find the goatee man and expel me. Charles has clearly told him some kind of lie and won't even look at me. I get out my phone and show it to the principal. He is shocked and left speechless. When Charles's father demands to know what is going on, I show it to him too. He can't believe what he sees. Evidence that his son is a criminal. Charles goes white in the face and demands to know what's going on. I show him it too. A screenshot of the test answers he has been selling to other students. Charles gasps and asks me when and why. I tell him that I took the screenshot last week after trying to convince him to stop doing it, even though he cited the reason as wanting to take me on a luxury vacation. Charles grabs my phone and makes a run for it. Everyone just watches him go. Even the principal secretly wants him to escape since his father donates so much money to the school. George and I rush after Charles, but we don't have to run far. Charles runs straight into the janitor, who came back too. The adults rush after us. I grab for my phone, but Charles throws it. It smashes onto the hard floor. Even though it's clearly broken, I grab the remains of my phone and tuck it into my bag. I laugh at Charles, telling him that all my data is backed up, including that incriminating photo. The principal looks at the janitor suspiciously and asks if he's the janitor people were complaining about. Francis tells him that he's been at McDonald's for lunch and has the receipt to prove it. The principal tells us all to go into his office since he doesn't want to cause a scene. Inside his office, the principal tells Charles that George and I won't be punished and that he's being suspended. Charles's father gets furious and begins throwing things and threatening to shut the school down. He's sure that the evidence against Charles is fake. Charles maintains his innocence and throws things too. Everyone leaves in the pandemonium, including Charles's father, swearing that this school will pay. But my revenge isn't complete yet, especially not after Charles destroyed my new phone. George and I sneak back into the now empty office. I access my Google Drive files on George's phone and start to play one audio file over the loudspeaker. A weepy song Charles made for me the one time I did try to break up with him. On the loudspeaker, Charles's teary voice declares his undying love for me, how he'd do anything for me, absolutely anything. He sobs a bit, then tells me he's nothing without me, life is nothing for him without me, that he hates everyone in the school and feels like a slug, a horrid little slug, without me. After George and I sneak out, the hallways are dead silent. Seconds later, the school erupts in laughter. A few paces away, Charles's father leaves with disgust, while Charles has sunk to his knees. Giselle stalks by and screeches at him that it's over. Seeing me, Charles hisses that this is all my fault. I tell him that it's his own fault for cheating on me and bragging about it, then stealing test answers at school too. Students walk by and laugh at Charles, who insults them. Charles's old friends pretend not to see him. As I walk away, Charles snivels after me, asking if this is it. I tell him, sorry, my horrid little slug, but it is. As we walk away, George and I chuckle. To think this was the guy I disguised myself as a boy to get into the boys' locker room for.
Hi, my name is Elaine. I was an average teenager finishing school with dreams of getting into college. I'd had a crush on Ben, the most gorgeous guy in my school, since middle school, but I'd never had the guts to approach him. He was one of those silent, brooding types. That made me want to get close to him even more. That was easier said than done. Ben wasn't a part of any clubs and he showed no interest in making friends. I was afraid that he'd just shoo me away, so I decided to slip him a note and ask him out on a private date. If he didn't want to go, he could simply ignore me. During a school football match, I sneaked up to the bleachers where Ben sat. I quickly stole his bag. I had seen him carrying it around, so I recognized it easily. I stood under the bleachers where no one would see me. Then I unzipped the bag to slip my handwritten note inside. The moment I saw what was in his bag, I shrieked and I dropped it on the ground. I knew I wasn't supposed to draw attention to myself, but I couldn't stop screaming. There was a snake in Ben's bag. A snake! I turned to run away and slammed into someone who was standing behind me. "What are you doing?" he demanded angrily. "Is that my bag?" I couldn't breathe. Snake, I managed to whisper. Snake! Under the bleachers! Ben looked at me and sighed. I watched him walk behind the snake and grab the empty bag. I begged him to be careful, but he seemed to know what he was doing. He shocked me by lunging forward and grabbing the snake by its head. I had to scream again. The sight of the snake's enormous fangs was just too much. "Stop yelling," Ben said before throwing the snake back into his bag with considerable force. Then he zipped it shut and hung the bag on his back as if it had nothing more than books inside. Ben asked me why I was peeping into his stuff. He asked me if they sent me. I didn't know what he was talking about, and I told him that, but he didn't seem to believe me. He demanded to know if I was searching for his father. Why would I be searching for his father? I showed Ben the note that I had written and explained why I stole his bag. He seemed relieved by seeing the note, and he requested me not to tell anyone about the snake. I told him I wouldn't tell anyone if he could explain to me why in the world he was carrying a snake in his backpack. I demanded to know the truth. Ben said he couldn't speak freely here. He asked me to meet him in the parking lot after school. We would drive to his house. With that, he left me standing there in awe. Had I just gotten the weirdest date ever with Ben? I met Ben in the parking lot after school, and he drove us to his house, which was only a few blocks away from my own. I asked him why we couldn't simply talk outside, but he told me to hold my questions till we were in a secure location. I was getting a bit nervous, but the fact that I was so close to my own house made me feel better. We reached his house and entered the mansion. It was gloomier and older than ours. I asked him where his parents were. He told me his mother passed away when he was young. His father spent all his time in his lab in the basement. Ben took me up to his room and shut the door behind him. Ben told me his room was soundproof and he was sure it wasn't being bugged. We were alone. I couldn't hold my curiosity anymore. I let all my questions spill out at once. Ben told me that his father was working on an important secret mission. He'd asked Ben's help in this mission, which involved catching some poisonous snakes that lurked around this side of the city. I was horrified to learn that the snake was poisonous. I could have really died. I asked Ben why he was doing something so dangerous for his dad. What mission could be worth this? He refused to tell me. He said he couldn't trust me yet. Ben took the snake in his bag and placed him in a tank in another room. There were a few more snakes in that tank. They were the snakes he'd caught that week. The rest were housed permanently in his dad's lab. Ben said he didn't mind catching them so much. They were interesting creatures to him. He began to tell me more about them, and I couldn't help but listen. This was, hands down, the most interesting boy I'd ever met in my life. He told me the names of the snakes and all about their individual personalities. He said he usually caught the snakes after school. This was crucial work for his father. He was confident that with it, they could change the world. He said this work often made him lonely, though. It was very important to his father that all of this stay hidden, so he had to spend a lot of his time after school by himself. I was the only friend he'd made in years. I offered to help him catch his snakes and keep him company. He asked me if I was insane. Why would I want to help him, a strange guy, catch terrifying creatures? I told him that I was intrigued by him and the work he was doing. I wanted to learn more about snakes, maybe see him catch one. Ben seemed hesitant at first, but he came around quickly. He said he couldn't believe how well I was taking all this. I'd had a crush on Ben for way too long to let a few snakes ruin it. He dropped me home and we agreed to meet the next day. Our connection grew stronger quickly. I would meet him after school every day and we would go hunt for snakes. We would go to the forest, abandoned construction sites, and riversides, anywhere these pesky creatures could make home. With my company, Ben overcame his loneliness. He was grateful to me for not judging him for this work and enjoyed my company thoroughly. He could be his true, goofy self around me, and he loved that. Ben was funny, intelligent, and sensitive in an honest, unique way. I was simply crazy about him. He loved animals and taught me so much about the world that we shared with him. I wanted nothing more than to be with him. I no longer cared what his father's great secret was, but Ben did. One day, he sat me down in his room, looking incredibly serious. He said that over our time together, he had begun to have feelings for me. He said he'd never met anyone that he could be his true self with until now. I nearly swooned with joy. I told him that I too had feelings for him. Ben didn't look as excited as me, though. He said that being involved with him was dangerous, that if I really wanted to be around him, I had a right to know the truth about his father. The whole truth. He trusted that even if I chose to leave, I wouldn't betray his trust. He began to speak, but was interrupted by sounds of heavy footsteps.
"Who is this young lady?"
came a voice. Ben and I turned to see a man.
Dad, she's a friend,"
Ben said. His outlook changed from relaxed to alert, while I made sure I was presentable, meeting his father for the first time.
"A friend? I'm sorry to disturb you, but can you do what I asked you to do earlier? I'll keep her company."
Ben nodded and went inside while his father sat beside me.
"I am so happy to see him making friends," he said.
I nodded my head and smiled.
"Yeah, he has been so lonely since his mother passed away."
His dad looked so sad. I wanted to tell him that I'd never leave Ben, but maybe it wasn't the time. "Oh, he never mentioned his mom. What happened?" I asked.
"She died because she couldn't get treatment in time. Now I devote myself to make sure that the same never happens again, no matter what I have to do,"
he said, and he got up, wiping tears off of his eyes.
"It's late. You should go home."
I took the hint and got up. That's when Ben came back. He walked me home but kept silent, so I did the talking. "Your father is a great man," I said.
"Your home is here,"
Ben said. Before I could say something, he pulled me into a hug. It was blissful until I felt him slip something into my hand.
"Open it when you're alone,"
he whispered. Before I could open it, he rushed away. Once I was in my room, I opened the note. Ben finally told me the whole story. His father was collecting these snakes in order to manufacture antidotes for their venom. He was making several thousand vials, preparing for a massive outbreak of snake bites in town. His father was the one creating the outbreak. He was going to take all the snakes that they had captured and release them into a very posh, high-income area in our town. I was horrified by this. They were going to release poisonous snakes in an area with people? That was terrible. Ben explained that these snakes already existed throughout the town. The rich people here had cleared their own area of them and left the snakes to bite the poor people. One of these venomous snakes had been the cause of his mother's death all those years ago. The hospitals owned by the rich refused to manufacture antidotes because they were cheap compared to the extensive treatment they provided for snake bites. The same treatment had failed on Ben's mother and she died, leaving his family broken forever. Moments after I finished reading the note, I learned that my parents were planning a weekend at a resort in a posh area of the town, a part that could be flooded by poisonous snakes any day now. I tried to convince my parents to change their plan, but they'd already made their reservations. There was no way I was going to put them at risk, so I had to come clean. My parents were furious. Boys, vigilantes, poisonous snakes, these were all the things I was supposed to avoid. They called the cops immediately, in spite of me begging them to wait. They alerted them about the plan Ben's father had made. The cops arrived within minutes and forced me to tell them the whole truth. They immediately took off to Ben's house, but the entire mansion was empty. No snakes were found in the building, nor did they find Ben or his father. I couldn't believe this. Where were they? I found a note on their front porch which said, "I know what you did, Elaine. If you cooperate with the cops, I will fill your house with snakes. Ben." Suddenly, I was terrified. Had Ben found out that I'd tipped off the police? How? My head started to spin as I looked at the note. This wasn't Ben's handwriting. I read and reread the note and became certain about one thing. Ben didn't write this note. He may have been brainwashed by his father, but he was not a threatening person. Perhaps his father wrote this. Ben must have told him about me after he kicked me out. After all, I had been so against the plan that he must have gotten scared that I would rat him out, which I did. I immediately alerted the police officer about this, and they put out a search to find Ben and his father. I told the police they should increase security near the posh areas of the town. If Ben's father knew he was going to get caught, he could have decided to implement his plan early. The police thanked us for our help, and we went back home. When my mom, dad, and I entered our living room, we nearly had a stroke. Our living room was full of slithering snakes, countless snakes creeping and crawling all over our furniture. In the center of it all stood Ben's father. He had a gun in his hand. I knew it was him because he looked exactly like Ben, just older and worn and angry. He accused me of ruining his life and lives of thousands of other people that his antidote would have saved. He said I seduced his son to derail his plan, and he would get back at me for that. I called him sick and twisted for manipulating his son. I demanded to know where Ben was. He laughed at me. He told me Ben would never choose to be with me. He was dedicated to him, his father, and the plan they'd made for this town. Didn't he care that he was ruining Ben's life? He would land up in jail or worse if this thing got out of control. My questions didn't affect him. He said we all had to do bad things for the greater good. We all had to make sacrifices. He was ready to do his duty. Suddenly, the door of our house busted open and police officers filtered into our home like ants. Ben's father tried to run out of the house, but the police had surrounded our house and they restrained him within seconds. We ran out of our snake-ridden house. I yelled at Ben's father to tell me where Ben was, but I didn't need to. Ben was standing right behind me. I turned around when he called my name. My heart was racing in my chest. Ben was here. I raced up to him and hugged him tightly. How did he get here? What was going on? Ben revealed that after my fight with him, he'd gone to meet his father. He was worried that I would reveal their plan, and he felt like he had a right to let his dad know. When his father declared that he would hunt me down and silence me, Ben got frightened. For the first time, he could see the cruel hardness in his father's eyes. This was a man who would do anything to get what he wanted, no matter the price. Ben tried to stop his father from coming after me, but he wouldn't listen to reason. He was convinced his son had been deluded by childish feelings. He told Ben he was implementing his plan early and asked him to load the snakes into his truck. He was going to release the snakes and avenge his wife's death. He had gone mad with grief, Ben realized. He just didn't see it before. Any effort to stop him was useless. There was only one thing left for Ben to do. It was to destroy his father himself.
It was Ben who'd tipped off the police about his father's attack on our house. He'd revealed everything to them in exchange for immunity from prosecution. He'd saved the lives of my whole family. My family was eternally thankful to Ben, especially my mom. We got Ben to stay with us in our house while his father was in jail. The police charged his father with conspiracy to murder, animal cruelty, and about 10 other smaller crimes. He was sentenced to jail for 10 years.
Hey friends, I'm Daisy from Texas, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who was thrilled to see that I was a beautiful baby. Everyone at the hospital wanted a glimpse of me because my mom was a superstar figure skater. OMG, look at her eyes, just like her mom's. Gosh, her eyes, nose, lips, everything screams perfection. Of course, she is my daughter. She can be nothing less than perfection. Growing up, Mom wanted me to follow her footsteps and become a world-class figure skater, and I wanted that too. Watching Mom on the TV mesmerized me. When I was just 3, Mom hired the best coach for me and even built an ice rink in our mansion. When I was 6, I won my first gold medal, and Mom made my routine even tougher. I had to wake up early and practice every day, no matter what. I so hated the routine, and I wanted to be like normal kids, have fun, have friends, and yeah, go to school. So on my 7th birthday, I asked Mom to send me to school, but she totally freaked out. School? Gosh, among common people? Never.
What? Fine then. I'll never skate. By making me practice all the freaking time, you've already sucked the fun from it.
Saying that, I threw the worst tantrum ever and ended up kicking the cake off the table. Well, Mom was pretty pissed, but I was as stubborn as she was, and I stood my ground. When I didn't practice for weeks, she had no choice but to cave in. I was pretty excited for school, but it wasn't exactly what I expected it to be. All my life, I was used to wearing shiny clothes and makeup, but when I entered the school, I felt all eyes on me. The staring and whispering really made me nervous, and I didn't even see a girl coming my way with a glass of slushie in her hand, and we both ended up bumping into each other.
Oh my God, I can't breathe. This jacket costs more than $4,000. I'll have to send it to France for dry cleaning.
Huh? This trash? Gosh, you're a rich snob, aren't you? You should thank me that I dropped slushie all over that ugly jacket. It really looks better now.
And then all the kids standing around us started to laugh. I just ran to the bathroom and washed my face and took off the shiny jacket. I so wanted to be normal, and my first day started off on the wrong foot. As for studies, I learned I had a lot of catching up to do. So I started working my butt off to be at the same level other kids were. Come on, Daisy, it's time to practice.
No, I have to figure out this math problem first.
What? That's why I was so against you going to school. Seeing Mom lose her marbles, I had to leave my homework and practice. But the next day, when the teacher saw my notebook, she was furious and said I wasn't taking studying seriously. I was made to stand in a corner, and I so wanted to just magically disappear. Kids avoided me, and I was even called the Ice Princess just because I felt nervous talking to people, and they'd already decided I was a snob. When someone thought I was being rude, I was just struggling inside to say the right thing. Things were pretty much the same till high school. I was doing figure skating and also studying, and because of the many breaks I had to take to compete, my studies were suffering. One time, I came back from school feeling angry because I'd gotten a C on a math test, and the moment I entered my bedroom, a crazy-looking girl hugged me. Oh my God, stop it! Who are you and why are you in my room? Someone help me and get this crazy girl away! But the girl just gave me a goofy smile and started saying something in a language I didn't understand. Who was she? Right then, my coach came running and moved the girl away from me. Daisy, I'm so sorry. This is my niece Gabriella from Spain. My sister sent her to me. She wants to be a figure skater, and she's kind of your fan.
Just fan? No, I am your greatest fan. Daisy, you are like my idiot.
She means idol. Her English is not the best. I then got to know that Gabriella was staying at our place with her aunt. But the next day, when I was getting ready to go to school, I was shocked to see Gabriella with a backpack. Turned out, the coach had gotten her in the same school as me, and she was even in my class. Bummer. because I knew how ruthless kids could be towards new students. The entire way to school, I kept telling her how I had her back. If anyone messes with you, you tell me, and I'll tell the principal. Don't let anyone bully you. The girl instantly grabbed my hand and started kissing it.
Oh, Daisy, you're so kind. I love how you synthesize with me.
Synthesize? You mean sympathize?
Yes, that.
At school, I kept Gabriella with me. I was protecting her like a mother goose. I wasn't gonna let anyone make fun of her. But during our health education class, something bizarre happened. The teacher was giving us a lesson on how to rescue someone who might be drowning. And seeing a dummy in the water, Gabriella just lost it.
I save her. Nobody panic. I got her.
But Gabriella, it's just a dummy.
No, Daisy, you can't call people that word.
She then jumped in the water and dragged the dummy and performed CPR on it.
Don't you dare die on me! Don't you dare!
The whole thing looked like a scene from a movie. In the end, when Gabriella realized it was actually a dummy, she started laughing, but right then the teacher clapped, saying that she had never seen any kid take CPR lessons so seriously, and she was proud of her. What? I literally can't even. I soon realized I didn't need to worry about Gabriella at all. Even though the girl seemed to have an IQ lower than a plant, all the teachers and kids loved her, and I just kept wondering how. Even worse, it seemed like every guy in school had a crush on Gabriella. All the boys would be talking about how cute and funny she was. Every day when Gabriella opened her locker, chocolates and love notes would fall out.
Sometimes I think this school is Hogwarts.
Hogwarts? Why?
Every day I wish for chocolates and I get chocolates. Totally magical. Here, have some.
I didn't get why everyone liked her so much. One time, Gabriella and I were sitting in the cafeteria and having lunch when a guy came and sat next to me, making me so nervous that I couldn't even look up. He was the school's most handsome guy. So I was wondering if you would like to go out with me this weekend.
I don't think so. I have to practice for a tournament.
How about next week? Oh, Daisy, don't get so ahead of yourself. I would never want to date the Ice Princess. Gabriella, what do you say?
OMG, I felt so embarrassed.
And when I realized that everyone was looking at me like I was some animal straight out of a zoo, I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in. I felt humiliated. A while later, I heard Gabriella knock, and right when I opened the door, she looked worried.
Oh, Daisy, that was so rude of that jerk. Don't worry, I gave him a slap.
But why? It wasn't his fault. It was me being stupid. Why would I think anyone would like me? Everyone thinks I'm a snotty witch. They call me the Ice Princess. But why does everyone like you? How can I be more like you? Gabriella smiled.
Just stop caring. I know I appear dumb sometimes. Okay, maybe a lot of times. But I don't care what anyone says or thinks. Just be the awesome you.
Her words warmed my heart, and I hugged her. After that day, Gabriella and I started hanging out together. She would be with me at school and would always be watching me practice in the ice rink. In a few weeks, I was going to compete in the biggest figure skating competition and was pretty excited for it. One time when I went to practice, I saw Gabriella skating and I was totally blown away by her moves. So much so that I told her that she should compete too, and she seemed to like the idea.
Be on the same ice rink as my idol? Yes, yes, yes!
I couldn't help but smile. Gabriella was kinda adorable. But when Mom found out about Gabriella also participating, she went ballistic, saying how stupid I was to encourage my competition to be in the tournament. But I ignored her. Gabriella wasn't competition. She was my friend. But on the day of the tournament, something bizarre happened. Gabriella wore an exact replica of my costume. What's this? You copied my design?
I was working on this costume for a week. We look like twins now.
It seemed odd, and when Gabriella performed, I was shocked because she wasn't just good, she was fabulous. So when it was my turn, I had to improvise and make my routine look more thrilling. When the marks were announced for the first round, I was in the first spot and Gabriella was second, but still, the press was running towards her, calling her a breakout star. That girl, she used you. She acted all innocent and adorable, and look, she's stealing your limelight. I'm telling you, that girl is up to something, and you'll only realize it when it's too late. She is a backstabber. My heart sank hearing Mom's words. Perhaps she was right, but I had the second round of the tournament to worry about now. I went to change into my costume, and when I took it out of my bag, I saw it was torn from the middle. I felt like I couldn't breathe, and just then, Gabriella came running towards me. Who did this? I'll kill them. Huh? Don't act so innocent. I know it was you. Just go away. Daisy, I swear. Just leave me alone. Mom was right about you. You stabbed me in the back. But... Before she could say more, I lunged at her, and right then Mom walked into the locker room with some people. See, this is your breakout star, using unfair means to win. First, she copied Daisy's costume and then destroyed her new one. And now, she is attacking my daughter. Well, Gabriella was disqualified right then. Thank God Mom came in right in time and she had an extra costume, so I was able to perform. In the end, I was one of 3 contestants selected for the final round. At home, Gabriella came to talk to me, but I slammed the door shut on her face. I didn't want to talk to a backstabber. Later, I woke up in the middle of the night to get some water and heard some sounds coming from Mom's room. She was talking to my coach. You're fired. Pack up your things and get out. I hired you to make my daughter the best, not bring in a competition for her. If I hadn't taken matters into my own hands by ruining that dress, my Daisy would have lost the title. Take this money and get lost. She then wrote a check and threw it in my coach's face. What the heck? It was because of Mom that Gabriella was out of the competition? I felt horrible. At that moment, I knew what I had to do. The next day when Mom and I reached the stadium for the final round, I had a surprise for her. After the first contestant performed, it was my turn. Are you ready? Yes, but are you sure? Never been more sure in my life. Show them what you got, bestie. Saying that, I hugged Gabriella and sent her to the ice rink. Seeing her enter the ice rink in my place, Mom totally lost it and was running towards the organizers, but I stopped her and told her how I knew the truth. You stupid girl! In life, you have to play dirty to get to the top. So what if I played a little dirty for you? But you blew your big chance. I don't care. I choose to play fair. I then ran to watch Gabriella perform, and she was breathtaking. When she was done, the audience threw roses at her, and I could see tears of joy in her eyes, and I was so happy for her. It was no shock when Gabriella was announced the winner of the competition. As she received the trophy, she took the mic. This trophy was my dream, and I dedicate it to my idol, Daisy. Thank you, Daisy. Thank you for believing in me. Get over here, girl. Daisy and I waved at the crowd and then hugged. It was the sweetest victory ever. One afternoon in 1890, Clarissa was sipping tea at a garden party when suddenly a dog came running out of the bushes and tripped her. She fell flat on her back and screamed. Everyone rushed her inside quickly because Clarissa was heavily pregnant. An hour later, she gave birth to an adorable little girl, and that was me. Hi, I'm Agatha Christie, and this is my extraordinary story. Growing up, Mom and Dad spoiled me rotten because I was the youngest. But they were so overprotective, they wouldn't even let me go play in the park. You'll get lost, sweetums.
But I want to see the ducks by the pond.
Nasty ducks can bite your tiny fingers. Best to stay by our side.
But there were no schools or kids my age in the neighborhood, and my parents wouldn't teach me how to read.
You'll hurt your eyes, love. We'll teach you when you're a little older.
Like when I'm 5?
How about 8?
I hated waiting, so I began teaching myself. I started reading when I was 4, and by the time I was 8, I had finished Alice in Wonderland. And I loved telling stories just as much. I didn't have any real friends, but my imaginary ones heard many of the tales I made up. I even had a poem published in the local newspaper when I was just 11. Life was good, but then everything suddenly changed. Dad fell ill and passed away, and a year later, my sister got married and my brother moved overseas. It was just me and my mom in our big house, and money was running out. I eventually wanted to get a job, but Mom refused.
You're a lady, Agatha. We don't take jobs. We get husbands who provide for us.
I'm 15, and waiting for a husband sounds stupid.
You're a gentleman's daughter, love, and you can only make money by marrying well.
Mom sent me off to boarding school in Paris to learn music, and I thought this was my chance to make money by becoming a professional opera singer or a pianist. But after 2 years, I gave up that goal because it was quite obvious I just didn't have the talent. I went back to find Mom looking weak, and it broke my heart that her life wasn't as good as before. One day we were out for a walk when we passed an antique shop, and Mom stopped to admire a beautiful pearl brooch. Should we ask the price, Mom?
Sweetheart, I already know we can't afford it. Come, let's go.
We'll be able to one day, I promise. I'm gonna get you that brooch. Soon after I turned 18, I came down with influenza, and the doctor strictly told me to stay in bed. Feeling bored and restless, I started writing again.
Agatha, these stories are brilliant. You should get these published.
I thought you didn't approve of working women.
I didn't know you could write this well. You have a real talent.
But every story got rejected, and I felt so frustrated. And Mom was still obsessed with getting me married. I agreed to go to a dance just to make her happy. I thought I looked cute till I got there. Every girl was dressed like royalty. Just then, a snobbish-looking girl walked up to me.
You, servant girl, why have you arrived so late? Go to the kitchen now and get more drinks for my friends.
Excuse me? Get them yourself.
How dare you speak to me like that? I'm Celeste Clearwater.
Is that supposed to mean something to me? I'm Agatha Miller, and it was not a pleasure to meet you. Before she could reply, all the girls around us gasped and rushed towards the entrance, and Celeste followed. They were all drooling over a man in uniform who'd just arrived, and well, I couldn't blame them.
Oh my goodness, Archie is handsomer than ever. Isn't he dashing? I heard he flies planes with his eyes closed.
Then he's not very good at it. Everyone turned to stare at me, including Archie. I was burning red with embarrassment, but he actually smiled. He walked past Celeste and came straight towards me.
You're absolutely right. Now, let me guess your profession, writer?
I'm trying to be one. How did you know?
You have ink stains on your fingers. No need to be embarrassed. You're the first interesting person I've met at this dull party. So, tell me all about your writing.
Over the next few weeks, Archie swept me off my feet. He was funny and charming, and he supported my passion. And 3 months later, we were engaged. But soon after, World War I broke out all over Europe, and Archie was called to the front. I was a nervous wreck worrying about him, and I decided I had to keep myself busy. So I joined the Red Cross. Caring for injured soldiers made me feel useful, and even helped inspire ideas for writing. One Belgian officer in particular caught my attention. He had a head shaped like an egg and a magnificent walrus mustache. I could just picture him being the perfect detective in my stories, solving the hardest crimes. One day, I was carrying a pile of supplies when I accidentally spilled some water. A nurse came in at that moment, and before I could warn her, she slipped and fell hard on her butt. It was Celeste.
You did that on purpose.
It was obviously an accident. And what are you doing here anyway? Won't working with the poor ruin your nails?
And let you grab all the cute single officers? I don't think so.
I'm engaged.
Yes, I read about it in the papers. Trust me, it's not gonna last. Archie will come to his senses soon.
Celeste, I believe you're suffering from jealousy, and I have just the cure for it. 20 cc's of penicillin in your butt. But Celeste was determined to make my life miserable. She spent all her time trying to get me fired instead of doing her actual job. She even started a nasty rumor about me. Agatha has a dirty past. She went to France when she was 15 because she got pregnant by some chimney sweep. So shameful. That's a dirty lie. I went to boarding school.
And who will people believe? Me or a poor girl like you? Does Archie know about your past? I don't think he'll care anyway. I bet he's already found some beautiful European heiress. And he won't be coming back to you.
You know what? Let's write to him and find out. I'll write to him right now. Dear Archie. No, that's too dry. My shining North Star, though I indubitably trust you, a girl who claims to care for me deeply has warned me of your feckless heart. Although the girl in question is of limited intelligence, They do say mad, crazy lunatics can say some wise, deep things. What do you think, Celeste? Too flowery? But Celeste looked crazy with jealousy. She charged at me, but the head nurse came in just then and caught her red-handed. Celeste was fired for her outburst and all the mistakes she'd made at work. But her words made me worry even more. I hadn't heard from Archie in weeks, and checking the casualty lists was driving me insane. One foggy night, I was walking back home from work when I suddenly felt like I was being followed. Just as I was about to make a run for it, the figure caught me by my wrist, and I turned around and gasped, "Archie! Oh my God, it's really you? Why didn't you reply to my letters or tell me you were coming?"
We don't always get our letters, love. And this was meant to be a surprise. Aren't you happy to see me?
Of course I am. I was so worried something had happened to you, or maybe you'd found someone else.
What a silly idea. There's no one like you, Agatha. And I won't go back before I marry you and make you mine.
And he kissed me deeply, and I felt like I was flying. We got married on Christmas Eve, and it was one of the happiest days of my life. Archie went back to the front, and I finally finished my novel. I sent it to every publisher I could think of, but it kept getting rejected. I was heavily pregnant and miserable. I was reading the newspaper one day, and seeing the list of bestseller books just made me angrier because all I had was a pile of rejection letters. I suddenly swept away a vase on the table, and it went crashing to the floor. A few minutes later, I bent down to pick up the mess, when suddenly I felt a sharp pain through my body. The baby was coming. I gave birth to a beautiful girl, Rosalind, and she changed my life. I was so busy being a mother that I completely forgot about writing. Till one day, I was busy trying to wrestle Rosalind in the bath when there was a knock at the door, and I found a man outside. "Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying."
I'm not selling anything, Mrs. Christie. I'm John Lane from Bodley Head. I wanted to buy the rights to your book to publish it.
I couldn't believe it. Life completely changed after my first book was published. It was a hit, and money started pouring in. We were able to move to a better house, and on my next visit back home, I bought that antique pearl brooch Mom had once admired in the shop window. I kept writing novels like crazy, and my books were getting rave reviews. Everywhere I went, people wanted me to sign their copies. "Excuse me, please tell us about your next book, Mrs. Christie." I don't want to give any spoilers, but you'll be on the edge of your seat. But slowly, my personal life was turning into a mess.
Agatha, you got ink stains all over my handkerchiefs.
It was an accident. I'll have them washed.
Of course. The famous Agatha Christie can't be bothered to take care of the house or her daughter. She has a maid for all of that.
Why are you being so mean? You loved this about me. You said you didn't want a dull wife.
You're hardly a wife to me at all these days.
We were fighting every day, and things were getting worse, till one day I got the most terrible news. Mom was really sick, and I had to see her right away. But I was too late, and I didn't get to say goodbye. Mom had been my biggest support, and I was heartbroken. I was going through her things one day when Archie came downstairs looking serious, his bags packed.
I want a divorce. I'm in love with someone else, and I want to marry her.
What? You're a heartless man, Archie. My mom just passed away, and you want to humiliate me just because I'm more famous than you?
You love your fame more than anything. You have no one to blame but yourself.
And he just left. My mind refused to accept it. I was so upset. I packed my bags and went out for a drive. I didn't know where I was going. I just wanted to get away. And then I disappeared. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hotel room in Yorkshire, and I had no idea how I'd gotten there. I saw some newspapers on the table, and my jaw dropped in shock. My picture was plastered on the front pages with "missing" written on top. Apparently, the whole country had been looking for me for 11 days, trying to solve the mystery of my disappearance. But I had no memory of what had happened in all that time.
What is the last thing you remember, Mrs. Christie?
I remember being in my car and driving at night, and I was very upset. That's it. The doctor said I had a nervous breakdown that had washed my memory for those days. I was pale and weak, and many people thought I was faking my amnesia. I heard she did it to frame her poor husband for kidnapping. He left her, and who can blame him? I bet she was relaxing at some spa while the country spent so much money looking for her. Despicable. I was heartbroken, and my confidence was destroyed. I agreed to the divorce and decided to get away from everything. I hated leaving Rosalind behind with my sister, but I was too weak to take her along. I'm going to find the biggest candy in the world and bring it back for you.
Get well soon, Mommy. I love you.
I booked a ticket on the Orient Express and went in search of inspiration. I was in a hotel in Iraq waiting for the manager when someone dropped his bags on my toes. Ouch!
I am so sorry, Miss Christie. I was so shocked to see you here. My bags slipped from my hand. I'm such an idiot.
Maybe you shouldn't read my books. You'll be so shocked you'll hurt yourself or others. He laughed, and I noticed he was very handsome, but much younger than me. I looked away. I was done with love and men, but he seemed eager to get to know me. And I found out he was an archaeologist named Max Mallowan. He showed me around the country. One time, we were in the streets of Baghdad when we were surrounded by reporters.
Miss Christie, are you going to write a murder mystery in Iraq?
I'm on holiday, good folks, but I would love to write about your country someday.
And who is your companion? I'm not important. You should ask Miss Christie when her new book will be out. I hear her typewriter clicking away at night.
I was pleasantly surprised by how humble he was. Archie hated being less important than me, but Max shone more light on me. And slowly, I felt myself falling for him. But when we came back to the hotel, bad news was waiting for me. It's Rosalind, my daughter. She's seriously ill with pneumonia. I must leave right away. I felt my knees go weak, but Max quickly caught me.
I'll come with you.
I just couldn't lose Rosalind like my mother. I prayed we would make it back in time. But when we finally got to England, I was thrilled that Rosalind was out of danger. I spent the next few days entirely with Rosalind, but Max was always around to help with anything we needed. And one morning, I had a surprise waiting for me.
I never thought I'd find someone who fits me like a missing puzzle piece. Agatha, I want to marry you.
But you're 13 years younger than me, Max, and
I don't care about that. The more I know, the more I admire you. Say yes and make me the happiest man alive.
I was speechless, but I knew I loved him too. So I said yes, and 6 months later, we were married, and I never regretted it. My life became a happy whirlwind of writing mysteries, archaeological digs, and spending time with my daughter. My works were translated into 100 languages and are still widely read today. My stories were so popular, the Queen called me to present me with damehood for my contribution and services to literature. I'm Agatha Christie, and I never gave up on my dreams, and neither should you. I was walking towards the lockers one day when I noticed the 3 most popular boys in school looking at me, like I was some kind of snack. It was the first time in 2 years they'd noticed me. Then they were suddenly smiling at me. What's going on? I got so nervous, I crashed straight into an open locker door and my books fell to the floor. Wow, what an entry.
Seriously? Her? The nerd? Well, she is cute, but are you sure she should be our new target? She looks too innocent. Heck yeah! I'm gonna make her fall in love with me and win the bet. Get your $10 million ready, losers. We'll see about that.
Hi, my name is Athena, and let me tell you how these 3 annoying playboys pulled me into the most confusing situation ever. First though, please hit the like and subscribe button. After my class, I was walking down the stairs when I suddenly tripped, but someone caught me just in time. It was Andre, the guy who was literally dating half of the female population in our school. He was staring at my lips as he pulled me close.
Your lips look lonely. Do they want to meet mine?
Please, get off me.
Whoa, easy there, baby girl.
I'd rather kiss a trash can, by the way. Oh, wait, what's the difference? I smiled at seeing the shocked look on his face. Walking away, I almost tripped over a random calculator someone had left on the floor. I dropped my books, and before I could pick them up, someone was doing it for me.
You should watch your step next time, princess.
For a second, I was stunned to see Tanner, the guy with the biggest Instagram following. He was grinning at me, and boy, he looked like a prince.
Would you mind taking a picture of me for my Insta?
He pushed his phone and started posing like he was God's gift to women. I didn't know how to react. So I put his phone down on the floor and awkwardly walked away to find an empty classroom. As I walked in, I was surprised to see someone sleeping in there. I shook his shoulder to wake him up, only to gasp when I realized it was Lucas, the handsome sleepyhead. "What are you doing here? This is my place."
Oh, sorry. I didn't see your name on the door.
I ignored his sarcasm and was about to head out before he spoke again.
We can share this room, if you want.
Suddenly, the teacher came in and thought we'd been making out in there or something. She kicked us out, and it was so embarrassing, even more than all the tripping over. I had to avoid these heartbreakers. They were called the triple threat for a reason, and I hated guys like them. After my classes were finished, I found the 3 of them outside waiting for someone. They all smiled at me. Uh-oh.
Hey, baby girl. I think you're an engine, because my car won't start without you. Come on, princess. Let's get out of here. I'll give you a ride home.
Lucas just gave me a nod and signaled for me to get in. What in the world was happening? I hurriedly walked out of the gate to avoid them. When I entered the cafeteria the next day, I was greeted with milkshakes, coffees, burgers, and nuggets. It was the boys again. I turned them all down and chose to sit on a table alone as I ate. I heard some girls behind me talking about me.
Seriously? Why are they after that lame junior?
It must be a prank. There's no way they'd notice her otherwise. She's ugly. I turned to look at the girls and said, I really want to punch all you girls right now. But, you know, I'm busy dealing with attractive boys drooling over me now. Ciao. But I was furious. I had to know if I was really the target of a stupid prank. A few days later, as I was passing by the boys' locker room, I noticed that the door was slightly open. I saw the trio inside. I hid behind a locker to listen. God, what is that smell? Do boys even shower?
Give me 2 days, and she'll be following me around like a puppy. I don't think so. She's kinda challenging. Nah, she's just playing hard to get, Tanner. You guys should learn from me.
I couldn't believe it. These players had put a bet on me. I'd show them. They'd picked the wrong girl to mess with. I was gonna make them pay. Let the games begin. The drama club I was in had a show the next day, and my role was a stupid tree. The scene had a windy day, so when I started swaying my arms, someone gave a standing ovation from the audience.
Woo! Best actress ever. That's my girl.
What was he doing? After the show, he came over and gave me a bouquet of flowers and a gigantic teddy bear.
Babe, you know what? There's something wrong with my phone. It doesn't have your number in it.
He wouldn't leave until I put my number in his phone. The next day, while I was walking to school, I noticed a familiar sports car following me.
Hop in, princess.
It was Tanner. This time I got in. Let's see what his deal is. During the ride, I spilled my coffee over his squeaky clean dashboard on purpose. Oops, sorry, I'm just so clumsy. I was expecting him to get mad about it, but instead, he reached for some tissues and cleaned my hands with them. I found myself staring at him while my heart raced. No. It was all just an act. Get a grip, Athena. When we reached school, he helped me get out of the car.
Right. Slow down.
Geez, I'm not blind.
Seems like it sometimes.
I glared at him. Is there something you want to say? He just flashed a big smile and turned to fix his hair in the car window. So annoying. I walked off to class. Halfway through the lesson, when the teacher had her back to us, someone from the table next to me whispered, "Psst." I looked up to see that it was Andre.
Why'd you come here with Tanner? You know guys like him are jerks who will just break your heart. You know I'm totally serious about you.
Then he kissed my hand. Oh, please. How serious are you?
There's no number to express.
Then prove it to me.
Sure, baby girl, but how?
I'll tell you about it at lunch.
I can't wait. I swear. I'll do anything for you.
Just then the teacher kicked him out of the class for making all these noises. Everyone giggled, but he didn't look the least bit embarrassed. He winked and walked off. Lunchtime came and he was already waiting. I wanted to ruin his reputation, especially in front of the girls, so I whispered my dare to him and his eyes grew wide.
If I do it, will you be my girlfriend?
I nodded. He immediately walked to the front of the cafeteria, jumped on a table, and shouted,
I have something to confess. I wet my bed every night, and I don't know what to do anymore.
I burst out laughing when he made a whole drama out of it while fake crying. But to my surprise, the girls started comforting him. What? My plan had backfired, so I sneaked out of the room, devastated. The next day, while I was reaching for a book in the library, Lucas suddenly appeared and grabbed it for me. I gave him a smile, but he just nodded. While I was doing my homework, he sat across from me and started reading a book. I waited for him to say hello or something, but he totally ignored me. I asked him what he was reading, but he just gave me a glare. Oh, I get it. He was using the snobbish bad boy style. I moved beside him and leaned in. Are you mute, or does your breath just stink? I was caught off guard when he grinned.
Do you really want to know?
I immediately pulled away when our lips almost touched. I cleared my throat and got myself back on track. Are you free tomorrow? I just need someone to go somewhere with me.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Later that night, I did a little research on Lucas and grinned when I read a comment about him having a phobia of heights in one of his Instagram posts. He was surprised when I brought him to an amusement park the next day. I forced him to try all the rides, and I was laughing my butt off whenever he screamed like a girl. Stop being such a wuss, Lucas. Let's try the pirate ship one more time. Just then, he started throwing up, and I couldn't stop laughing. I wanted to have more fun, so I acted like I'd sprained my ankle and let him carry me all around the place. Then I asked him to buy me some fries. When he bought them, I said, "Oh shoot, I'm also craving a banana split and a cheeseburger." I could barely stop myself from laughing at his annoyed face. Poor guy later fell asleep on the bench while I ate all the food. All of a sudden, I screamed in his ear. He jolted awake and asked what had happened. I told him that I was just thirsty and I needed some soda. He finally snapped.
Buy it yourself, girl. Jeez, you're so annoying.
And just like that, Lucas gave up. 1 down, 2 to go. Andre continued pestering me at school while Lucas was nowhere to be found. During lunch, Tanner sat beside me and asked me if I'd like to go on a date with him to the Bahamas. I want to get to know you first before going anywhere alone with you. I don't even know anything about your family.
Not a problem. You could join us for dinner tonight.
I did a happy dance on the inside. Everything was going according to plan. I told him that I'd come myself, so I just asked his address. That night, I borrowed my friend's hyperactive cats and brought them with me. Tanner looked so happy as he opened the door. My mom's out, so no one can babysit them. I put the basket down and the cats started running everywhere, scratching paintings and knocking over expensive vases. Sorry, they get their clumsiness from their mama. He looked totally unaffected.
Your kittens are adorable. Like you. Come on, dinner's ready. And they're all waiting for you.
His parents looked so sophisticated, and I was surprised to see that he had 4 little sisters. They all flocked around me like it was their first time seeing a girl. I started fake crying when dinner was served.
What's wrong?
I don't eat chicken. Poor little creatures. His mom asked me, "Oh, are you vegetarian?" "No, only for chickens. Chicken saved my life one time when I was crossing the road." Tanner immediately told the cook to change my food, and when we started eating, my cat suddenly jumped on the table and turned everything into a disaster. The look of horror on the faces of the Tanner family was epic. Sorry. I was shocked when his mom took the cats and started petting them. Unbelievable. It's fine. They're just asking for some love. I then placed my feet on the table and let out the loudest burp. Thanks for the splendid meal.
Anything for you.
Darn, he was such a good actor. After dinner, his mom showed me their family albums, and I couldn't help but notice how cute baby Tanner was. As I watched him play with his sisters, I realized that he wasn't really a self-absorbed jerk after all. While heading out that night, I tripped over something as usual and dropped my glasses. Tanner picked them up from me and looked at my bare face lovingly.
Wow, your beauty is so unreal, so perfect.
I realized that he was actually talking to me. I felt my heart beating faster. He looked so sincere, and it made me feel like I was the most beautiful girl in the world. Apparently, my efforts to get rid of him hadn't worked tonight, but why was I smiling? The next day, Andre sneaked in through my window. "Why are you here?"
"There's a party nearby. Come on."
I told him that parties weren't my thing, and besides, I didn't have anything to wear.
"Say no more, baby girl. Come with me."
I needed to mess with him more, so I went with him to the mall. He bought me a cute red dress and gave me a makeover.
Wow, you look like someone I know.
Who?
My next girlfriend.
Oh, please. I went to the party with Andre, and everyone was shocked upon seeing me. They thought I was a totally different person. While dancing with Andre, I couldn't help but notice Tanner and Lucas looking at me from across the room. A girl walked up to Tanner and started dancing with him. For some reason, the sight made my blood boil. I excused myself to the toilet, and when I came back, Andre was now dancing sweetly with another girl. Of course, he was a player, so I wasn't surprised. Lucas followed me when I went outside to the garden.
I'm sorry about what happened the other day, Athena. I was so stupid for doing such a horrible thing to a pretty girl like you.
Oh, wow. From a jerk to a Romeo. He really wanted to win that bet.
I really like you, and I hope you feel the same way.
He looked so genuine that I almost got carried away. I was about to say something, but then someone snatched me away from him. Tanner.
What's your problem, dude?
That's it. We need to stop this. I won't let you play with her feelings.
What are you talking about? I really like her.
And pigs can fly, Lucas. Before they could punch each other, Andre came over to stop them, and I just stood between them, looking like a confused little kitten.
Cut it out, you idiots. She's mine. Stay out of this, loser. You're hopeless. She was about to say yes to me.
Excuse me? I don't even like you.
Shut up. You know what? Take the darn money. Here's 10 million for each of you. Just leave her alone. Best decision ever, Tanner.
I was shocked. Did he just give away $20 million? Just like that? Tanner then grabbed my hand and said,
"Get out of here, Athena. You don't deserve to be treated like this. Stop pretending like you really care, Tanner."
Tanner looked so furious. Cut it out. I've known about the bet all this time, and I've been playing all of you idiots. You all lose. They were all shocked at my revelation. Andre and Lucas grabbed the bags from Tanner and ran away, while Tanner just stood there, shocked.
I'm sorry for everything, Athena. Goodbye.
My heart sank as I watched him walk away. My wish was finally granted. The jerks had finally stopped bothering me, and I should have been happy and relieved, right? But I wasn't. The next day, my mom came running to me with shocking news. Someone called Tanner had put $10 million into our account. We're rich. Wait, what? What was he doing? I ran to the school to talk to him, but he wasn't there. For 2 weeks, there was no sign of Tanner. Then one day, he finally showed up with a gorgeous blonde. She was all over him. After school, I found them kissing behind the bleachers. I tore him away and asked him about the money, but he walked away saying,
"I don't know what you're talking about. Go away."
As he walked away, I knew he was lying, so that night I went to his house. His mom told me to wait in his room. As I looked around, I saw something that shocked me. My lost anklet. It was placed carefully on his desk. Just then the door opened and Tanner came in. He looked shocked to see me and the anklet in my hand. "Explain this." For a minute, he looked like he was going to deny everything. But to my surprise, he came forward and held my hand.
"I'm sorry I agreed to that stupid bet. I'm sorry that I hurt you. I don't want to do that anymore. I tried to forget you and what I did to you. That's why I was with that girl. Athena, I love you. I always have since the day I first spoke to you and found your anklet. Can you forgive me?"
"Yes, Tanner, I forgive you." He looked at me expectantly.
"Oh, that's it? I said I love you. Do you, love me?"
"Oh, yes, that too." He rolled his eyes at me and said,
"I can't believe I fell in love with you."
"Kinda late for that. Just shut up and kiss me now."
Every moment tonight, they led me to you. Every single time you look at me.
Hi, I'm Victoria from Slovakia. And this is the story of how my dumb family could never stand that I was smarter than all of them, and they did everything they could to ruin my life. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. It all started when I was a baby. I have a twin brother, Mark, and even though I came into the world 5 minutes after he did, I was always miles ahead of him. By the time he'd learned to roll over, I was crawling everywhere. He was just making spit bubbles when I spoke my first words. But for some reason, Mom and Dad were so proud of everything he did, and I just seemed to get on their nerves. Once, when we were playing with our toys, Mark picked up a mini train excitedly.
"Look, Dada, it's a choo-choo." "It's not a choo-choo, Mark. It's a train."
"Oh, be quiet. He's so cute when he talks like that. I don't know why you speak like an annoying teenager already. On our 4th birthday, I only got stupid dolls, while my brother got a super cool toy airplane. He just ripped the box open and started pushing the buttons like a maniac. I picked up the manual and read the instructions. I felt fascinated by how it worked.
Here, Mark, let me give it a try.
No, you leave it to the boys. Even my dad couldn't get it to work. This is garbage. And with that, he tossed it aside. I quietly picked up the airplane, and a few seconds later, everyone looked up in shock as it zoomed over their heads. Mark started to cry, and Dad snatched the remote control from me and told me to teach my bratty brother. But after I did, he would never let me have a turn. I would just sneak into his room at night and take it whenever I wanted. Once when we were in the 4th grade, my brother and I were playing Scrabble and my parents joined in. What I thought would be a fun family game night turned out to be a nightmare.
I get 54 points for Sphinx.
That's not even a word. You're just making stuff up.
No, I'm not. It's an imaginary creature.
So it's not real. Ha! I knew it. Cheater.
Just because you don't know something doesn't mean it's not true.
Suddenly, Dad lost his temper and knocked the board off of the table. You think you're smarter than all of us, huh?
I never said that, but maybe I read more books than you guys.
So that's the problem. Well, here's an easy solution. No more books for you. To my horror, he marched straight up to my room, took away all my books, and put them in his safe. If they thought that was going to stop me from reading, they were so wrong. I'd sneak books into my school bag from the library and read them at night when everyone was asleep. When I was in the 10th grade, I was going upstairs one day when a book fell out of my bag. Before I could pick it up, Mark was already flipping through the pages. This isn't one of our course books. Mom, Dad, look what Victoria has. And seconds later, I had my parents breathing down my neck. Why are you reading this book? What does it have to do with you? I just really like reading about machines and how they work. I even fixed the kitchen clock that hasn't been working since forever.
That was you? Why didn't you tell me, idiot? I've been terrified thinking it's some ghost messing with the time.
I didn't send you to school to be some mechanic, and this kind of stuff is for boys.
And with that, he ripped the book in half. Dad, that's a library book.
Well, oops. And you better come and watch TV with us. You have to start acting like you're part of this family. They forced me to watch dumb shows with them all evening, when all I wanted to do was go work on my secret project. You see, about a month ago, I'd entered the science fair, and I'd been secretly working on an amazing robot arm. On the day of the fair, I woke up extra early, snuck out of the house with my project, and put it in my locker. When the science teacher called me to set up my table at the fair, I couldn't help grinning at Mark's surprised face. As the judges and other students gathered around my table, I announced, "This solar-powered robot arm can play catch with you, chop up vegetables, and even write with a pen. Exhibit A." Everyone gasped as the arm started chopping up carrots at warp speed. And then suddenly, something went very, very wrong. The arm started making some strange sputtering noises, and the next thing I knew, it flung the knife towards the crowd, missing one of the judges by an inch. As the horrified crowd started to scatter, I burst into tears. I couldn't understand how this had happened until I spotted Mark's ugly face smiling in the crowd. Of course he tampered with it. I didn't win anything, and to make things worse, I was called into the principal's office. I gulped when I walked in to see the judge who almost got hurt, but he actually smiled at me. "Victoria, we obviously couldn't give you a prize because your robot failed, but I was still very impressed, and your teachers speak very highly of you. Would you like to join the program for gifted kids at my college?" College? I couldn't believe it. "Why don't you come spend a day on campus? Bring your parents along." I agreed to the college tour immediately, and I was foolish enough to think that for once my parents might be proud of me. As I went downstairs that evening to talk to them, I was met with roars of laughter. You should have seen it, guys. It was so funny when the arm went haywire. She almost hit someone. I wish you could have caught it on camera. Gosh, what was she thinking? Maybe she wants to build a robot arm one day because she's too ugly to get a real boyfriend. I turned angrily and went back to my room. I wasn't telling them anything about the college. The next day, I gave the principal the permission slip I'd signed myself and left
for the college tour. I had an amazing time touring the campus. Later in the cafeteria, I bumped into someone, and when I turned to apologize, I saw the cutest boy smiling down at me. Hey, let me help you with that. I'm Luke, by the way. Luke was really sweet, and we struck up a conversation immediately over lunch. I didn't even notice how quickly the time had passed. When I was leaving, he said, I know we just met, but I'd love to keep in touch. It's hard to find people you can talk to easily. I knew exactly what that felt like. I was on cloud 9, but I fell back pretty hard on earth as soon as I got to school. Waiting at the gate were the principal and my parents, and they looked livid. You forged my signature? Dad, let me explain. Where were you all day? I've been offered a full scholarship at an amazing college. College? What kind of college would want a stupid schoolgirl? Sir, your daughter is very smart, and you can visit the college. I'll be doing nothing of the sort. That's because she's not going. And I want you to stop telling her she's better than the rest of us, or I'll sue you. As furious as I was, I knew there was no point in arguing with these guys. I would just have to wait a couple of years to get out of here. They couldn't take everything away from me, I thought. I called up Luke and we started seeing each other. As we grew closer, I opened up to him about my crazy family and how my achievements bother them. That's really unfair. You have a college scholarship waiting for you. Don't let their insecurities hold you back, Vic. His words made me realize that I didn't need to feel bad for being smart or having big dreams. Luke helped me set up a tutoring gig on the side, and I started making money. A couple of months later, he asked me to move out and come live with him, and I said yes. We decided to break the news to them together. To my surprise, they looked rather pleased to see Luke. Oh, wow. I was pretty sure by now she was gay. Yeah, she thinks she's so smart she doesn't even need a man. Luke immediately took my hand. She doesn't need a man, sir. I'm lucky that someone as smart and lovely as her chose me. I just wanted to tell you all that I'm moving out, and I'm going to college next week. At first, they looked shocked. Then Dad started laughing. Oh, now I get why she's with you. You do need a man to pay the bills. I'm on full scholarship, Dad, and I have plenty of savings. Oh, is that so? Well, I'm pretty sure you'll come crying back soon enough. You've always thought you were something special, but you're not. And you never will be. Maybe you're right, Dad. Maybe I'm not special, but I'm smart and hardworking, and I love to learn. And now that I won't have you putting me down, I can be anything I want. And with that, I walked out with Luke. I was going to put my family behind me for good. On the first day of college, when someone came and sat next to me in class, I looked up and nearly fell off my seat. Mark, what are you doing here? Oh, I go to this college now. Dad pulled some strings to get me in here. He says that if you're smart enough to go to college, so am I. Just seeing Mark every day was ruining my college experience, but I knew I didn't have to worry about it for too long. He was nowhere near smart enough to keep up with college studies, and after flunking for 2 semesters straight, he finally left. I graduated college with honors, and on the same day, Luke proposed to me. I called Mom a few days later to invite my family to the wedding.
Oh, did you say the date is May 15th? Oh, sorry, no, we can't make it. Marky is getting married on the same day.
What? To whom?
Oh, I don't know yet, but we'll be very busy. So good luck with your wedding.
I couldn't believe she just decided to have Mark's wedding on the same day as mine. The moment I told her the news, Mom is horrible. My wedding day was the happiest day of my life, and it was probably because my family wasn't there. A week later, I had a job interview at my dream company, and I was really nervous. As I paced the hallway, I was shocked to see Dad come out of the office. What are you doing here? Same as you. I'm here for the job interview. But you're not an engineer. So what? I'm a good actor. Just then, the door opened again, and I was called in for my turn. As I walked in, Dad yelled behind me. I raised her, and I can tell you, she's not very smart. She won't be any good for this job. Everyone in the room looked rather shocked. I felt so humiliated, but I managed to collect myself, and I aced the interview. I was immediately offered the job. A year later, we welcomed a beautiful baby girl, Maddie, and we decided that we needed a bigger place. We started going to open houses, and I fell in love with a beautiful Victorian cottage. When we approached the realtor, she said, "Oh, don't get too attached to this place. Another family's already made an offer on it." I turned around to see that it was my family she was pointing to. Unbelievable! I'll match any offer they make.
and I'll personally talk to the homeowner about how much it would mean for us to live here. After speaking with the owner, I made an offer. As expected, my parents went up even higher. I didn't want to get into a bidding war, and I let them have it. Luke and I walked by the house a day after they'd moved in. The minute the trio spotted us, they all came running out. Guys, come in. Don't you want to see our lovely new home? Thanks, Dad, but I'd rather not. Not after the stories I've heard about it. What do you mean? Oh, I spoke with the owner, and she told me that 10 years ago, a tenant mysteriously died in this house, and nobody stays here too long ever since because strange things keep happening. That's why she decided to finally sell it. Such an honest old lady. And with that, we walked away. My family was truly terrified of one thing. It was ghosts. Luke and I found another lovely home as far away from them as possible. And we're raising Maddie there to do anything she wants, from playing in the dirt to making dollhouses. And nothing would make me happier if she's smarter than me. I buried my head under the pillow. I was so sick of my parents' constant fighting. It was always the same old thing. Mom shouted, "You're cheating on me again. Who is it this time?" Dad yelled back, "Oh my God. If I were cheating, who could blame me? You're crazy and paranoid. I can't do this anymore. I'm done." I sat up straight in bed. He'd never said that before. I peeked out of my room to see Dad leaving with a suitcase. My heart sank. I walked into their room to find Mom sitting at her dressing table. She said, "He left because he's a cheater. He always has been." I picked up my bag and left for the ice rink. I put my skates on and felt all that anger slip away as I glided across the ice. This was the only thing keeping me sane. The big dream, a gold medal at the Olympics. A few hours later, another couple joined me at the rink. My heart skipped a beat when I saw it was Ethan, and with him was his gorgeous partner. Every time I saw them, I felt a twinge of jealousy. I'd had the biggest crush on him for months. He flashed me a smile, and I almost spun out of control. Get a grip, girl. By the time I got home, it was late afternoon, and Mom was still asleep. I said, "Mom, don't you go to work today? You're going to get fired again." She said, "Oh, stop bothering me. I was already fired yesterday. A customer was rude to me, so I gave her a piece of my mind." Mom and her temper. She couldn't hold a job for more than a week. And now she'd finally driven Dad away too. I kept hoping he'd show up the next day, but he didn't. When he came back a week later, I was shocked. It seems like Mom's suspicions were spot on because he wasn't alone. There was a gorgeous brunette with him. He introduced her as Stephanie, and she seemed so annoyingly perfect. Mom came in just then, through the back door, and stopped dead in her tracks. She looked beyond furious. Dad said, I didn't think you'd be home. Just came for some stuff." Mom shouted, How dare you bring her into this house?" And then she started throwing things from her grocery bag straight at Dad and his girlfriend. Stephanie screamed and ran out to the car. Dad said, "Stop this nonsense right now." But there was no stopping Mom. Dad said to me, "Emma, I'll get you away from this mad woman. We'll talk later." And with that, he quickly turned and left. Mom ran up to her room, and of course, I was left cleaning up the mess. A few days later, Dad invited me to dinner with him and Stephanie. I was reluctant, but couldn't say no to him. When the server in the restaurant came to our table, it turned out to be Ethan. I was too nervous to even smile back at him. Stephanie even encouraged me to talk to him. Throughout the meal, she was so great that I was beginning to think she wasn't so bad after all. But then she did something horrible. She accidentally spilled a whole glass of juice on me. Just then, Ethan returned with our order. He must have thought I was such a loser. I turned to her angrily and said, "Why did you do that?" She said, "I'm so sorry. It was just an accident." But I could tell she was trying really hard not to laugh at me. So was Dad. I spotted Ethan in school the next day and tried to hide, but he caught up with me. He said, "Hey, you're Emma, right? Listen, I want to talk to you about something important." He asked me if I would like to be his skating partner for the Nationals. I was completely speechless. He said, "My partner's backed out, and I've seen how amazing you are. Say you'll give it a shot?" The first day at the rink together, his coach gave us a simple number to dance to, and boy, was it instant magic. We were completely in sync, and my heart was pounding with excitement. Ethan said, Oh my God, that was so good." Then he hugged me.
We became friends and dance partners and started training after school every day. He asked me out soon enough, and of course, I said yes. Ethan was the best thing that had happened to me in a while. The divorce proceedings had started and things were turning ugly. Dad had filed for sole custody and Mom was pissed. He won because the court thought he could take better care of me. Mom and I were devastated. She wasn't perfect, but I really didn't want to go live with stupid, selfish Stephanie. She came to the lounge carrying a bunch of Dad's white shirts. They were all pink. She said, "Emma, I only asked you to do the laundry and look what you've done. There was a red sock in the machine with all the whites." Dad looked really annoyed. He said, "Seriously, Emma, you're old enough to not do something so dumb." I didn't even own any red socks. I tried saying that I had checked all the clothes, but Dad just told me to stop talking. Stephanie cuddled up next to my dad and I left the lounge. Seeing them happy like that made my blood boil even more. But things were about to get much worse. Ethan and I were performing at a local competition in 2 weeks. I wanted to invite Mom and Dad to come see me. I was still thinking about how to keep Stephanie out of it. I said, "Hey, Dad, you know Mr. Clarkson who lives down the street? His son—" I stopped short when I saw Dad's face. He said, "Don't ever mention that name in my house. That horrible man has been trying to ruin my business for ages." Mom and Dad's relationship was getting worse. One day, when Dad dropped me off for the weekend, I heard them arguing. He was accusing her of sending a detective to spy on him. He said, "Stop interfering in my life. We're over. Get that inside your head." After I left, I told Mom about Ethan. The next day after she met him, she said, "He's such a nice boy. Don't worry about your father, honey. I'll support you." My heart was racing as I got dressed for skating. I opened my bag and, to my horror, my skates weren't there. Ethan said, "Hey, come on. Are you good to go?" I cried, "Ethan, my skates. I swear I put them in my bag." He looked horrified. Our names were being called out next, and there was nothing I could do but wear the spare ones lying in the locker room. I tried to calm and focus, but I couldn't. The borrowed shoes were too tight and I kept feeling like I was about to lose my balance. When the moment of the big lift came and Ethan spun me, I slipped and fell hard on the ice. The music stopped. I could hear people gasping and whispering. Ethan asked me if I was okay, but I could see how disappointed he was. As I ran off the rink, I spotted 2 familiar faces in the crowd. Dad and Stephanie. I hadn't even invited them. And Stephanie was smiling? When I got home, Dad was waiting for me in the lounge. Before I could even speak, he said, "So, not only are you dance partners with Clarkson's son, you're also dating him?" I shouted, "That's what's important right now? I just had a terrible fall in front of everyone and lost the competition. You want to ask me how I'm doing? And I'm pretty sure your lovely Snoopy girlfriend took my skates out of my bag." Dad said, "That's enough nonsense out of you. I've had enough of a paranoid woman. You better stop seeing that boy or I won't be paying for your lessons anymore." He was so selfish. Had he asked for my blessing or Mom's before dating that horrible, evil witch? After school ended, I told Ethan what had happened. I was scared of losing him, but Ethan reassured me that he wasn't going anywhere. Then he said he had a gift for me, matching bracelets to celebrate 6 months together. We promised to wear them every day. When I got home, it was as if I was walking into the aftermath of a hurricane. The entire apartment had been trashed. Worst of all, Dad's entire collection of rare and unique items lay smashed on the floor. I quickly tried to clean up the mess, but just then, Dad and Stephanie walked in. To my horror, Dad said, "You're as crazy as your mother, Emma. I can't believe you would stoop this low. Just because I said you can't see your boyfriend?" Behind him, I could see Stephanie looking shocked. She pretended she had no idea. I just knew she was trying to poison him against me. Dad wouldn't listen to anything I tried to say and threatened to ground me for a month. I was so angry that I ran out of there and went straight to Mom's. I told her everything, and she said that she always thought there was something fishy about his girlfriend. That's why she'd hired a detective to investigate her. She said, "I was only looking out for him. I don't know why he hates me so much. It was so unfair that I didn't get to live with her." I left Dad a message that I was going to stay with Mom for a while, and he didn't even bother to reply. But a couple of weeks later, he turned up and announced he was taking me for a surprise getaway. I said, "I don't want to go with you." He said, "Don't even start. I have custody of you. I can send your psycho mom to jail if you don't come with me. Remember?" Mom shouted,
You piece of... I put a hand on her shoulder and said, Mom, it's okay. I should go. I'll come and see you really soon. I was really mad at Dad and didn't talk to him during the whole drive. After a couple of hours, we pulled up outside a church. Surprised, I asked him what was going on. Dad said, It's my wedding. That's the surprise. I was horrified. What? Dad explained that he and Stephanie had been planning it for a while. He had kept it a secret from me because he didn't want Mom to know. He said, You think life was easy with your mom? A happy wife makes a happy man, and Stephanie is the one for me. You do agree with me, right? Right now, he looked as creepy as she did. Maybe they deserved each other. Inside, I saw all the relatives on my dad's side. I was the only one who'd been kept in the dark. Stephanie pretended that she was happy to see me and held up a bridesmaid's dress for me. It was the most hideous thing I'd ever seen, and it seemed to be the size of a circus tent. I saw the other bridesmaids wearing much prettier dresses. She was seriously such a jerk, and Dad couldn't even see that. I had to fix this, and I had a plan. Everyone gasped in delight as Stephanie walked down the aisle. I heard my aunt sigh, She looks like an angel. Yeah, a devil in angel's disguise. Before they could exchange vows, the priest said, If anyone has an objection to this wedding, speak now or forever hold your truth. My truth was just about to burst out of me. I shouted, I object. This wedding can't happen. She's evil. Dad was mad. He turned around and hurried towards me, but he tripped on Stephanie's long wedding veil and ripped it. Stephanie burst into tears as Dad dragged me out of the church. To my disappointment, I couldn't stop the wedding. Stephanie was so pissed that I had ruined her wedding. She wasn't even pretending to be nice anymore. I just tried to stay out of the house as much as possible. A couple of weeks later, I got a call from Mom. She begged me to come see her immediately without telling Dad. Ethan drove me over to her place. Mom hugged me and handed me some papers. She said, Look what the private detective found out about Stephanie. I looked through them, shocked. They were some kind of psychic evaluation forms for a patient X who had bipolar disorder and had recently started showing violent behavior. Mom said, She has kept this completely secret from your father. She's dangerous. I went out of town for a while because I've been scared she'll hurt me. Ethan and I were both stunned. I went home after that and was super relieved to see only Dad's car outside. Thank God that psycho had gone out. Maybe I could try to talk to him on his own. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard her voice. Where have you been? Now that I knew her secret, she looked completely unhinged to me. I said, I just went out with some friends for ice cream. She said, Great, you won't have dinner then, I guess. I don't think I'm waiting for your dad either. And with that, she walked off. What a weirdo. And why did it look like she'd been crying? I had to put everything aside and focus on the first round of nationals the next day. As I was waiting for Mom to come pick me up and drive me to the game, I got a text from Ethan. She's not who you think she is. Tell you everything at the rink. What more had he found out about Stephanie? I could hardly wait. As I was telling Mom about Ethan's mysterious text, a wave of shock went through me when I suddenly noticed something on Mom's wrist. I said, Mom, where did you get that? She said, Ethan gave it to me. He's such a sweetheart. And he said I'm pretty. My stomach sank. There was something seriously off about the way she was talking. She sounded crazy. Then I noticed something. She was driving us out of the city. I said, Where are we going? Mom said, Oh, we're just taking a little trip, just you and me. I shouted, Mom, what are you doing? I have to go to the rink. What's going on with you? She looked at me and said, Emma, just shut up, will you? And put your phone where I can see it. I'll explain everything later. After an hour on the road, we heard police sirens. I looked ahead to see there was a police car blocking our way. Mom frantically tried to make a sharp turn to go back, but another car blocked us from behind. She was busted. To my surprise, Dad was with them. And so was Ethan. Ethan said, I dropped my bracelet at your mom's place. I went back for it this morning and I overheard your parents arguing. I snuck away before anyone saw me. Dad said, I'd gone over because her doctor emailed me her latest report, and I was convincing her to go to rehab again. She ran away the last time. Dad went on to explain what I had already realized. Mom was patient X. He said, she's been getting out of control. I realized soon enough that she trashed our place, and also, she's the one who told me about you two dating, to get on my good side. I couldn't believe it. She had been manipulating me and sabotaging my relationship with Dad all along. Ethan had called my dad, who had alerted the police when I didn't show up at the rink.
I felt guilty for all the things I'd thought about Stephanie, but then I remembered the missing skates and the bridesmaid's dress. My mom might have been a psycho, but my stepmom was no angel either. Mom was taken away in handcuffs, and she didn't even look guilty. She said, "I'll come for you one day." When we got home, Stephanie was putting suitcases in her car. Dad rushed over and said,
Babe, what are you doing?
Stephanie said, "Get your hands off me, you cheating scumbag. I know about you and that new secretary, and I'm leaving you." Jeez, I needed to move out soon. I didn't want to turn out like either of my parents, and my mom treated me as if I was the one who divorced her. I'm not your ex, Mom.